Chapter 351. Courting death. John's calm yet firm voice reverberated over the entire stadium, silencing it for a moment as all in the crowd looked towards Alex. He was seated next to the other two emperors, just below the VIP elders, Elder Prax included, who were observing the battles. What? He's actually challenging Alex. Why would he do that after he saw how strong the other two emperors are? He said he was going to challenge him before the battles started. I thought he was joking, but apparently he was serious. He may be incredibly strong, but the emperors are on another level. If his strength is just what he displayed earlier, I don't see how he can win. You're right. The strength he displayed earlier was equivalent to a top core disciple, but not nearly an emperor. The crowd instantly began to discuss John's challenge, while looking at Alex in the stands. Alex frowned in displeasure as he saw John challenge him. He had taken it as a source of pride after the other two emperors were challenged before him, as a subtle statement that he was the strongest emperor. If he was weaker than the other two, surely he would have been challenged first. However, John's challenge smashed that assumption, displeasing Alex greatly. Alex's frown quickly changed into an amused smirk as he looked down on John from above, like a king looking down on a commoner from his throne. However, now that he was challenged, he needed to heed the call. Boom! His aura suddenly flared outwards while still seated, as if John's very presence was insulting him. The nearby disciples, other than the other emperors, all felt their blood run hot and their minds start to go crazy. It was as if their blood was no longer under their own control and were completely dominated by Alex. Just from releasing his aura, Alex was driving the other disciples to the edge of madness. His body suddenly flashed, and he quickly appeared before John, as if he had moved like a blur. The other disciples had not even seen him move, and turned their heads in shock as they noticed the source of the aura had moved to the fighting arena below. How fast? I didn't even see him move, a disciple couldn't help but exclaim. That speed was unreal. How is he so much faster than us while still in the same realm? Just his casual display of speed shocked all the other disciples, as they were sure he could most likely move even faster. Alex arrived before John and stared at him as if he was inspecting livestock. There was no respect in his gaze. Instead, it only contained disdain and disgust, in that John had the gall to challenge him. John noticed this gaze, as well as what Alex was thinking, and smirked in response. "Does my challenge hurt your pride?" John asked in a mocking tone. "You've been an emperor for only a few months and you act like you're an undefeatable god. You couldn't even become an emperor before Damon died and a spot opened up. How delusional." Alex narrowed his eyes as John uttered these words for the entire crowd to hear. Small snickers of laughter filled the crowd as many disciples couldn't help but laugh at the truth of John's words. It was true that Alex was incredibly strong, but it was also true that his arrogance had soared to incredible levels once he became an emperor, and only after Damon's death allowed him to do so. "I was just going to cut you down instantly with overwhelming power, so that those in the crowd see my power and know the futility of challenging me, but I've changed my mind," Alex replied in a cold tone. "First I'm going to break you, and then I'm going to torture you to the limits your body can handle, all while the entire stadium watches." John smiled as he heard Alex's reply, as it seemed his words had cut deep into him. Alex had tried to kill him earlier, and so John was going to make sure that Alex paid for his earlier actions. "That's a pretty good suggestion," John replied. "I think I'll do what you just said. I just hope you don't pass out on me before the deed is done." "Courting death," Alex replied angrily through gritted teeth. "Courting death? You literally just now said you're going to torture me to death. I think death has already been courted, has it not?" John replied in a mocking tone. "Hello." The entire crowd burst out in laughter at John's words and the truth of them. Alex had already said John was going to die, so why would he not court death further? Alex turned slightly red at the crowd laughing at him, partly from embarrassment, but mostly from anger. Boom. His aura erupted out powerfully, piercing high above himself into the sky. His aura was blood red and bathed him in a glow of red. Standing in the middle of it, Alex looked like a blood demon, frightening many in the crowd. How powerful, many disciples couldn't help but utter in awe. Boom! John's aura exploded out as well in answer, towering up high as well. His aura was red as well, but a darker crimson red with wisps of black in it. It was just as powerful as Alex's, surprising the crowd greatly. On top of that, it had a malevolent and sinister quality that even Alex's didn't have, shocking the crowd further. Wow, his aura is even stronger than before, a disciple pointed out. It seems that even in his previous battles, John was still holding back. Maybe he can keep up with Alex. Who knows? But what I do know is that we're about to watch an incredible battle take place before our eyes. The crowd broke out in clamorous discussion, while both fighters were staring at each other with hate in their eyes, ready to explode out with power at a moment's notice. You may begin, the elder's words suddenly sounded out across the stadium. Boom, chapter 352, constant barrage sword and scythe collided powerfully in the middle of the arena as John and Alex clashed against each other. John was wielding his signature blood-red scythe, while Alex was wielding a slender pitch-black sword. The first exchange was pure might and strength, and contained no battle arts, as each side wanted to triumph over the other using nothing but weapons skill and cultivation power. Alex's cultivation was at the peak of the core formation realm, while John was solidly in the late core formation realm. Although Alex was a bit higher in cultivation base, such a thing did not concern John at all. Cultivation level was not the only thing that dictated power. In the ensuing collision, the result was a tie. If John had wanted to, he would have completely crushed Alex in a pure collision of strength. However, doing so would reveal his body cultivation and would out him as an imposter. No matter how talented he now claimed to be, it was known by all that John Heron was not a body cultivator. One could not become one overnight as well, and so using any of his body cultivation power was not possible. Bang! 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 The two exchanged dozens of moves in quick succession, each trying to come out on top using nothing but martial prowess. Weapons sliced from strange angles, twirled in defensive parries, and collided dozens of times as the two continued to exchange attacks. The crowd watched in awe, barely able to keep up with the moves being exchanged. Just a casual weapon attack from either of the fighters on the stage would be enough to claim their lives, let alone when they used battle arts on top of such attacks. Several more attacks were exchanged, until both fighters jumped backwards and separated from each other. They stared at one another with focused eyes. Wow, John actually kept up with Alex in those exchanges, a disciple exclaimed in excitement. Sure, but that was just pure martial attacks. Wait until Alex uses his battle arts and essence chi, and then we can see if John can still keep up. A nearby disciple, who was a fan of Alex, replied in slight disdain. Alex stared at John for a while, slightly annoyed that he was not even able to slightly scratch John in their initial exchanges. He wanted to kill John using only his weapon, as a testament to his overwhelming strength. He wanted to proclaim to the crowd that even without using his battle arts, he was undefeatable. However, things had not gone according to plan, as John was surprisingly just as good at wielding a weapon as Alex was, if not even better. Alex frowned at such a thought, and his aura once again towered high into the sky. Fine, if I can't kill you like that, then it will just have to be through overwhelming power, Alex said to John. Without waiting for a reply from John, Alex slashed his blade out immediately. The attack was similar to the crimson blade slash John used, in both speed and power. Chi. A sword image pierced towards John at incredible speed, reaching him in almost an instant. It was the fastest attack John had ever seen from a core formation opponent, and made him respect Alex's strength slightly. John infused his scythe with his essence chi and slashed it out in response. Scythe and sword image collided, and John was bathed in an explosion of essence chi as his body was knocked back slightly. No wonder Alex was able to become an emperor. Just this casual attack of his is quite powerful and would be able to severely injure most of the core formation disciples. However, while the attack was incredibly quick and powerful, it was not nearly enough to overwhelm John. His reaction times, partially due to his natural talent and partly due to the vice sect leader's training, were at the absolute peak of his realm. Not only that, but his essence chi was stronger, and his natural body defense was high as well. Even if he didn't use body arts, his natural defense was more than enough to keep him protected. Alex frowned slightly as he saw John parry his attack with ease. His sword slashed out again, and again, and again, sending an endless barrage of sword images towards John. Chi. 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 The sword images reached John in an instant, bathing him in a constant barrage of powerful sword attacks. His attacks were so quick and seamless that it gave John no chance to counterattack, and so he could only focus on defending with his full power. The arena began to quake violently from the battle art explosions, as John slashed his scythe out rapidly to meet every attack. This barrage of powerful sword attacks continued for several minutes, as the crowd watched in rapt attention at the scene before them. John's figure wasn't even visible anymore to the crowd, as his constant parries of the sword images showered him in a perpetual explosion of chi. The longer this barrage of attacks went on, the more surprised the crowd became. Just unleashing one of these attacks would be draining for them, but Alex was able to do so nonstop. Once again, he was showing his status as an emperor was well-deserved. After several minutes of sending out these attacks, Alex stopped attacking. His face was slightly pale and breathing slightly heavy, as even he found himself starting to become exhausted after sending out that many powerful chi attacks. The crowd watched with bated breath as the chi explosions began to fade. "Do you think John survived that?" a disciple couldn't help but ask. "Are you kidding? Did you see how powerful a single one of those attacks were? How could he possibly survive a continuous barrage like that?" another replied. "You're probably right. His body probably doesn't even exist anymore, just a smear of him most likely remains," another replied. The battle art explosions faded, revealing the now damaged arena. All the previous battles had not significantly damaged the arena, but the barrage from Alex had, showing how powerful his attacks were. The smooth arena platform was now riddled with cracks, and several areas had small holes carved into the surface. Standing in the very middle of this ruined section was John, whose clothes were slightly torn. Blood trickled down several parts of his body, indicating that he had taken some damage in the last exchange. His narrowed eyes stared at Alex with full vigor, showing that his fighting spirit had not diminished at all. The crowd gasped in surprise at John's revealing, as most did not expect him to be alive anymore. The barrage from Alex had been completely overwhelming, and most likely only the other emperors would be able to survive it. "How is that possible?" A fan of Alex couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Alex himself couldn't help but open his eyes slightly in surprise at seeing John's mostly healthy condition, as he assumed John would be half dead at best by now. "Fighting without my body battle arts is quite different. Alex was actually able to injure me slightly with those attacks, although that's mostly because I allowed those attacks to land on me. Still, I need to be a bit more careful going forward, at least until I can utilize my body battle arts again." John's free hand brushed some collected dust off his shoulder before he looked back at Alex. He raised his scythe in front of his chest as it began to radiate incredible power. "My turn." Chapter 353, Unique Constitution. John's scythe slashed out quickly, and a bright red scythe image pierced directly towards Alex. Crimson blade slash. The scythe image emitted great power and speed, and reached Alex in an instant. Alex slashed his own sword out to parry the attack, and the battle arts collided. Alex's attack successfully neutralized John's attack, and he was just about to send out his own counter-attack when another scythe image was in front of him. "Chi. Chi. Chi." Scythe image after scythe image pierced towards Alex with great power as John mimicked Alex's attack style. Still in the recovery process, after his last barrage of attacks, Alex could only defend against John's continuous onslaught. At first, John's attack speed was a bit slower than Alex's, as continuous attacks like this were not his forte. However, he quickly picked up on it, and his scythe began to slash forward at incredible speed, sending out faster and faster attacks. Alex's sword continuously slashed out as well to meet the constant barrage of crimson blade slashes, and the arena and stadium was once again rocked by the powerful battle arts exploding outwards. The disciples watched in awe at the battle before them, while the elders watched intently at the battle between two of their most promising disciples. John's continuous attacks continued to overwhelm Alex, as if there was no end to his chi supply. Both the disciples and the elders were surprised at John's endurance, as his barrage had lasted even longer than Alex's by now. "Just how much essence chi does John have?" a disciple exclaimed. "I don't know, but this doesn't make sense. Either he had a variant body that stores incredible amounts of chi, or his danshin was compressed an incredible number of times," another replied, unsure of what the real reason was. Even the elders watching from high above were impressed by John's display, as his attacks were only growing stronger, not weaker. "Who is this boy? Why have we not heard of him before today?" an elder asked. "He was just an outer sect disciple until recently, so it's only natural none of us knew about him. However, we will need to get to the truth of his strength after these matches are concluded," another replied, equally interested in John's secrets. They knew John had no master, and so he was not protected by a powerful elder. As such, they would be able to question him as they pleased and could dive into the source of his power-up. Perhaps he would have something interesting on hand to increase their own strength. To the side, Elder Prax heard the ongoing discussions, but ignored them. His eyes remained glued to the battle below. John's scythe twirled in a continuous cycle, and each full rotation resulted in another crimson blade slash being unleashed. He had managed to optimize his attack pattern, and was now unleashing attacks at an unreal speed. His scythe appeared like a blur to all watching, as it twirled with such speed that their eyes could not keep up with. Just like John before, Alex's figure was bathed in non-stop crimson blade slashes, and he could not even be seen anymore. All those watching held their breath, waiting for the result of this barrage to become apparent. "Do you think Alex is all right? Can he survive such an onslaught?" a concerned disciple asked. "Are you kidding? This is an emperor we're talking about. He should be completely unharmed," another nearby disciple replied. "Are you sure?" a different disciple asked. "This onslaught is incredibly overwhelming. I don't think there are many core formation experts anywhere in the world that could survive this type of ata." As if summoned by the disciples' words, an absolutely incredible aura suddenly exploded out from within the barrage of John's attacks. The nearby attacks were all knocked back, as the aura from Alex within forcefully pushed back all the attacks. John stayed his hand and steadied his scythe by his side, as he raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. Alex's figure was now revealed, causing many to gasp in surprise. Much like John, he was quite injured, with blood trickling down many parts of his body. In fact, he seemed to have taken more damage than John, but the surprising part was not his blood, but his aura. His aura radiated outwards with absolute power, far beyond what he had revealed earlier. In fact, it was more akin to the aura of an early meridian forging expert than a peak core formation expert. "What's going on?" many confused voices asked from within the crowd. "How is Alex exploding with this much power?" Alex seemed to be on the verge of defeat, but had suddenly revealed power far beyond what anyone thought he was capable of. Standing closest to Alex, John quickly realized what was going on. He frowned as he figured out the truth, as it was not good news for him, both in terms of Alex's strength and what it meant when John killed him. "You're actually burning your blood essence in a situation like this?" John asked Alex. His voice was heard by all within the stadium, and their expressions turned into ones of shock and surprise at John's words. What? He's burning his blood essence. Why would he do that? I know, right? He might be losing, but even if he wins now, his talent will drop a level when compared to before. Burning his blood essence is not the answer at this point, another replied. Similar discussions broke out, as they all discussed Alex's move. Burning blood essence was something a cultivator could do to explode with absolute power, reaching their maximum potential. However, doing so would only result in a temporary power increase, and that power increase would subside once too much blood essence was burned. Blood essence was one of the bases of a cultivator's latent talent, and burning it was avoided at all costs. Doing so would cripple one's talent and make it so that they would never be able to rise to the peak of the cultivation world in the future. Replenishing lost blood essence was almost impossible, and only the most heavenly of medicinal ingredients was able to do so. As such, almost no one ever burned their blood essence, even on the doorstep of death. In their minds, even if they lived by doing so, they would forever become a cripple when compared to their former strength and talent. Doing so was not worth the price. A smirk appeared on Alex's face as he listened to John and all those in the crowd. Idiots, you think I would cripple myself just to beat you? Alex replied in a mocking tone. I'll let you in on a little secret of mine. I have an incredibly rare body constitution, which allows me to replenish my blood essence as long as I haven't burned too much. Alex's words shocked not only the crowd, but John as well. There's such a thing? John asked, as it was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Almost none in the crowd had heard of such a thing either. There is. Now that I've revealed this strength of mine, your only choice is to die, Alex replied with absolute confidence. His figure suddenly flashed forward with greater speed than he had ever displayed before, and appeared before John in an instant. His sword pierced forward, directly towards John's neck. Chapter 354, Crimson Hell Domains Chi. Alex's sword pierced right by John's neck, who had managed to move it to the side at the very last moment. A thin red line appeared on John's neck as he dashed backwards, as a small amount of blood began to drip down his neck. John pressed his hand against his neck and inspected the blood for a moment, before his focused eyes turned back to Alex. Not bad, John replied, as if the move that had nearly just taken his life was nothing worth panicking over. Alex smiled as he saw John act like this. Even now you're putting on this fake display of confidence. Let's see how long that smile of yours can last as absolute power cuts you down. Chi. Alex's figure blurred once again, and he appeared at John's side in an instant. His sword slashed out with incredible speed as it aimed to cleave him in half. Peng. John's scythe sliced out in defense and successfully parried Alex's attack. However, Alex's speed was now at a level that John had to take seriously, as he subtly unleashed more power from his dantian. Peng. 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 Alex's sword slashed out with incredible speed and fury, inundating John with an endless barrage of powerful attacks. John's scythe twirled in an endless circle, parrying each and every attack of Alex's. Like this, the two of them darted around the arena at incredible speeds, exchanging hundreds of attacks. The disciples watching could hardly keep up with the speed displayed by the two fighters as they fought in every corner of the arena. Alex's onslaught was ruthless and ceaseless, as he attacked from each and every angle, seeking to pierce past John's defense. However, John's scythe, which revolved in a circle, forming a shield-like barrier, blocked each and every attack without falter. What? Even now this nobody disciple can keep up with Alex, an elder commented. His attitude had been one of pride when Alex revealed his trump card, as he was Alex's master. He was an incredibly powerful elder of the sect, and had great status within. Alex's status as an emperor only served to elevate his own status even more, and so the elder was looking forward to John being cut down by his disciple. However, John had somehow managed to match Alex's power every time it was increased, greatly shocking, and also frustrating, Alex's master. "Elder Answer, are you worried about your disciple?" A nearby elder mocked. Elder Answer glared at the elder who had mocked him, before he looked back down to the fight happening below. "Worried? No, not in the slightest," Elder Answer replied. However, the bead of sweat rolling down his forehead revealed otherwise. Peng. 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 Weapons continued to clash with incredible ferocity, and the stadium continued to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Alex's expression turned more and more frustrated as John continued to parry all his attacks, as he figured this latest increase in power was all he needed to overwhelm John. In that state, he would likely be able to hold his own, or at least keep himself alive against an early meridian forging expert. However, John was still able to hold on against this power, shocking everyone watching, Alex included. "How can core formation disciples be this strong?" An outer sect disciple mumbled in a stunned stupor. He had been dreaming of rising to the top of the cultivation world like everyone else, but this display between John and Alex shattered those hopes completely. Only someone like them would be able to do such a thing. The rest, such as an outer cultivator like himself, could only look up at those at the peak and dream. "Enough!" Alex suddenly shouted in a rage. His blood essence was being continuously burned off, and he couldn't afford to keep going like this. Even with his unique constitution, he was not able to burn blood essence forever. Alex stopped and stared at John with hate-filled eyes. He didn't know how John was able to match his strength even in this moment, but right now that didn't matter. The only thing Alex could think about was cutting John down once and for all. A red bubble formed around Alex, which quickly expanded over John and the entire fighting platform. Crimson Hell Domain. Alex is finally using the Crimson Hell Domain. He truly is serious, a disciple exclaimed. "What? Can't John also just use his own Crimson Hell Domain to negate its effects?" A nearby disciple asked. The first disciple looked towards the one who had just spoken and shook his head. "No, have you not heard? Alex is like Damon. He has absolute control over blood, and as such, his Crimson Hell Domain is far beyond what any other disciple can match. Even if John uses his own domain, it will be overwhelmed by Alex's domain," the disciple explained. Alex stared at John as if he were a dead man, as John inspected the domain and his own body. "It's just like when Damon used it on me. It's slowing my blood, making my movements slower, and also assaulting my mind and soul. Only it's far more powerful than Damon's domain. I guess Alex is actually quite talented after all." John tried to fight back against the effects on his body, but was only able to half-purge them. "I guess without using my Immortal Asura body or supreme battle art, I cannot fully purge the effects of this domain. Man, holding my full strength back really is a pain in the ass." John grumbled about his current situation, but didn't panic. He looked at Alex with indifferent eyes, who was slowly approaching him. "Why do you act like your domain is undefeatable?" John asked. His power suddenly flared as overlapping domains suddenly clashed. Crimson Hell Domain. John unleashed his very own Crimson Hell Domain, which instantly clashed against Alex's domain. Normally, when two domains clashed, they would ignore each other and persist at full power, assaulting each opponent. When John had fought Damon, his heavenly lightning domain struck down constantly, while Damon's Crimson Hell Domain assaulted John continuously. However, when two domains of a similar type met, they would clash against each other, with the stronger one eventually coming out on top. The martial arena began to rumble under the immense power between the clash of the two domains. The platform, which was incredibly sturdy, began to crack all over, while the stadium violently shook. The final struggle between the two strongest disciples had begun. Chapter 355. Final attack. The arena platform continued to form cracks all along its surface, while the air above the arena trembled from the power clash between the two domains. Both John and Alex grit their teeth in strain as they unleashed their maximum power through their domains. Gah! Most of the disciples in the arena suddenly cried out in anguished pain as the two domains expanded, washing over the disciples. The formation barriers surrounding the arenas protected the disciples from harmful physical attacks, but did nothing to negate soul affects. The disciples all grabbed their heads in pain as the mental and soul assaults from the two domains washed over them, nearly instantly driving them mad and snuffing out their souls. Blood began to leak out of their noses and mouths, and some began to claw their own flesh apart from the pain they were feeling. Even the two other emperors frowned as they felt the domains start to affect them and flared out their own powers to protect against it. The elders, watching from high above in the stands, frowned as they saw this. Several suddenly moved to different parts of the arena and flared their powers outwards, pushing back the soul domains of the two fighters. Thanks to the interference from the elders, the soul effects were washed away, returning the disciples back to normal. All were breathing heavily as they thanked the nearby elders for saving them. Wow, just being under the domains for a few seconds nearly killed us. Just how strong are these soul effects in the middle of the arena? A disciple couldn't help but exclaim. I'm sure it's much stronger in the middle of the arena than on the outskirts by us. Just how strong are those two? Another replied. The elders stayed in position to make sure that no more harm came to the disciples in the stands, while the fight continued to rage on in the arena below. Alex, still burning his blood essence and utilizing his maximum power, erupted with his absolute strongest Crimson Hell domain he could muster. It was the strongest domain he had ever used, and would be strong enough to be effective against a meridian forging expert. However, no matter how much power he exerted, he still was not able to overwhelm John's domain. John stared at Alex with gritted teeth as he too flared his power. He was using nearly all of his essence chi at this time, and was holding very little back. Even so, Alex was even with him, revealing just how strong his soul domain was, and how powerful burning blood essence was. With his higher cultivation, blood essence burning, and incredible control over blood and the Crimson Hell domain, Alex was on par with John regarding the domain. As it was right now, it was equivalent to John fighting an extremely talented early meridian forging expert. If he could use his body power as well, he would be able to overwhelm Alex eventually. But without using his Immortal Asura body, the battle had become a lot more difficult. Even with me nearly using my full essence power, he's still even with me. I might have only started training this domain recently, so my control is far from perfect, but he's still far stronger than I expected. But that makes me want his blood essence even more. What's going on? Why has one domain not been overwhelmed yet? A confused disciple asked. There's only one explanation, another disciple replied. Their domains are exactly even in power, and so neither can overwhelm the other. What? How is that possible? Alex has a slightly higher cultivation, is burning blood essence, and has the best control over the Crimson Hell domain of all disciples. How can John possibly keep up? Another asked in stunned confusion. There's only one explanation, the disciple replied. His essence chi is far beyond Alex in terms of power, and through that alone is he keeping up. The disciple's answer stunned all those nearby who heard it, as such a thing was nearly inconceivable. Alex was an emperor who should have completed 7 Danshan compressions. However, John was showing even greater might, revealing that his compressions had to be higher. None of them had expected such a thing to be possible, but the truth was clear before their very eyes. Rumble. The arena and sky above continued to rumble with absolute power as the domains constantly clashed against each other. Alex's teeth were bared as he grit them from the strain of burning blood essence, and using his peak power, while John grit his teeth in strain as well. He's burning too much blood essence. If I let this go on any longer, there won't be any blood essence left to absorb. I can't hold back anymore. John had been holding just a small sliver of power back in reserve, but the time to unleash it had arrived. John slowly raised his scythe above his head and focused his mind as he prepared to unleash a technique he had not used in a long time. His scythe began to emit absolute power, drawing the attention of all, including the elders. "What technique is the boy about to unleash?" an elder commented as he leaned forward in his seat. None of them had ever seen this technique used by anyone in the sect. Other nearby elders stood up from their seats as they looked at John, as the technique he was using right now was beyond anything they had expected. At the same time, there was the profundity of a singular Tao infused into his blade, further amplifying the attack. "The Tao of annihilation," an elder exclaimed in shock. "How does this boy know how to use Taos already, and a high-level one like annihilation at that?" Elder Prax ignored their prattling, as a small smile appeared on his face. "It seems as if I chose wisely," he murmured to himself. In the arena below, John's narrowed eyes stared at Alex as he suddenly slashed his scythe forward. A scythe image of absolute speed and sharpness pierced out towards Alex, reaching him in an instant. Divine Reaping Scythe. Chapter 356, New Emperor John's Divine Reaping Scythe, augmented by his understanding of the Tao of annihilation, pierced towards Alex with absolute speed and sharpness. All watching the attack felt as if a knife was at their throat, ready to slice at any moment. This was John's first time unleashing his Divine Reaping Scythe in the core formation realm, and its power shocked even him. It was his strongest scythe attack he could use, and he was using it to end this fight once and for all. Chi. A powerful sword light suddenly pierced out and slammed against the Divine Reaping Scythe, neutralizing most of the scythe attack's power. Alex's sword slowly lowered as he stared at John with hate-filled eyes. His breathing was incredibly ragged, revealing he was at the end of his energy supply. John's eyes widened slightly in surprise, as he did not expect Alex to have the spare energy to counter-attack. He countered it. "It truly does seem like his status as an emperor is well-deserved. But I can tell that was his last remaining bit of energy to spare, while I still have a good amount remaining. It's time to end this." John's scythe raised once again above his head as he stared with cold eyes at Alex. Their domains were still clashing with absolute power, and Alex could not afford to pull his power back in that power struggle. Doing so would subject himself to John's domain, and that would be tantamount to suicide. The crowd held its breath as it saw John prepare another Divine Reaping Scythe. "What? He can unleash another one already. Just how much energy does this boy have?" Elder Answer raged. He was watching his disciple lose, and was beyond incensed at the sight. Alex's performance had been all he could have hoped for, but John had been able to counter him at every step. His hate for John was now equal to Alex's hate for John. Chi. John slashed his scythe outwards once again, sending another incredibly powerful Divine Reaping Scythe piercing towards Alex. His face paled considerably, and breathing became uneven after unleashing the attack, revealing his waning energy reserves, as well as the toll the attack took to unleash. Alex grit his teeth as he struggled against John's domain, but could not muster any defense against the scythe attack. His face turned to one of growing panic as the attack approached him, as its sharpness was not something he could withstand. Peng! Scythe and steel collided, shattering the Divine Reaping Scythe completely. The crowd, which had been expecting Alex to die in that attack, opened its eyes wide in shock at the sight before them, while John narrowed his eyes in anger as he stared forward. "What's the meaning of this?" John asked in a cold voice. After this intense battle, he was mostly out of energy himself and would not be able to send out another powerful attack such as the previous one. "The meaning," Elder Answer replied. He had appeared before Alex at the last moment, and had protected his disciple from the fatal attack about to land on him. "The meaning is you have overstepped your bounds. Die." Without warning, Elder Answer pointed his finger at John to send out a powerful chi attack, with the intent on claiming his life. Chi. Ga. An incredibly fast attack suddenly pierced by, and Elder Answer's outstretched hand fell to the ground, separated from the rest of his arm. His pained cry rang out across the stadium, and the crowd gasped at the sight of an elder losing a hand. After containing his anger and pain, Elder Answer looked up towards the top of the stadium, and his voice boomed out for all to hear. Elder Prax, what is the meaning of this? Seated high above in the elder's seating, Elder Prax sat there with an indifferent expression on his face as he looked down on Elder Answer. No one had seen the attack, but Elder Answer's words signified to the crowd that the one who had attacked just now was Elder Prax. He had been able to sever the hand of another elder from that distance, without even moving, shocking the crowd greatly. The meaning of this, Elder Prax scoffed, as if he was talking to someone beneath him. The meaning is that you have overstepped your bounds. Elder Prax threw Elder Answer's words right back at him, causing Elder Answer to become even more enraged. He was about to argue further, but Elder Prax cut him off. Now leave the arena, before I come down there and cut you down myself. My disciple still has unfinished business with yours, Elder Prax continued as he looked down at Elder Answer with slight disdain. What? A collective exclamation of surprise reverberated from most of the crowd at Elder Prax's words. To the shock of all, Elder Prax had revealed John was his disciple. Elder Answer stared at Elder Prax with hate-filled eyes, but did not reply or counterattack. He had been unable to detect or defend against Elder Prax's attack, clearly indicating that his cultivation and power was higher. Although the elders had shrouded cultivations, it was easy to put two and two together. If he counterattacked, his death was almost guaranteed. Elder Answer grit his teeth in anger, and his figure suddenly blurred, vanishing from the sight of all. John's eyes narrowed as he saw this, as Alex had vanished as well. Clearly, Elder Answer had retreated and had taken his disciple with him. It seems I won't be able to obtain Alex's blood essence after all. What a shame. The events had happened incredibly quickly and surprised the crowd even further. Silence descended over the arena for a moment before the main officiating elder stepped forward and addressed the crowd once more. This battle is over. With Alex's withdrawal, John has taken his place as an emperor. With this, the biannual disciple battles have come to an end. Stunned silence descended over the stadium for a short moment before an absolute thunderous cacophony of applause, cheers, and discussion broke out throughout all the disciples present. The unthinkable had happened for the first time ever. An outer sect disciple had become an emperor. Chapter 357, New Housing. John's figure stood tall on the martial platform as the entire crowd cheered with absolute enthusiasm. He had been a pariah going into this day, as he was looked down upon by almost all the disciples of the sect. However, each battle of his today had outclassed the previous, and slowly but surely the crowd began to root for the underdog. The outer disciples cheered when one of them became an inner disciple, and continued to climb battle after battle. He had become a sort of beacon of hope for the lower-ranked disciples, as if someone like him could achieve such a thing, then perhaps they themselves were not hopeless after all. While the core disciples felt less warm towards him, as they felt irked that an outer disciple could outperform themselves, the rest of the discipleship cheered for John with all their hearts. John stood there with a blank expression on his face as he watched the crowd cheer for him. LTs, see if you cheer for me when I burn this sect down. John couldn't care less about the cheers, or the fact that he was now the new hero of the lower-ranked disciples. His only care in the world right now was to discover what the sect was up to, and he had achieved his first major goal in being able to do so. A figure suddenly appeared before John and nodded at him with approval. You did not disappoint me, my disciple, Elder Prax said to John. John stared at Elder Prax for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. It seems Elder Prax truly is quite strong to be able to overwhelm the other elder that easily. It seems as if my choice to accept his offer was the correct one. The cheers continued for some time, before the crowd finally began to flood out of the arena. After more than 20 hours of battle, the biannual disciple battles had finally come to an end. The battles had been exquisite, and everyone knew this particular day would be discussed for many years to come. Follow me, Elder Prax suddenly instructed as he took to the sky. Flying through the sky of the Bloodfiend sect was reserved only for elders, or when elders approved of disciples to do so. John took to the sky directly after and followed Elder Prax as they sped through the air. After some time of flying, John landed on top of a mountain which contained only 3 mansions. The mansions were incredibly grand and were large enough to house dozens of people. Elder Prax pointed to one of the mansions. As one of the emperors now, this is your new lodging. The servants have already removed Alex's belongings. That was fast, John exclaimed in slight surprise. His battle had just recently ended, but it seems as though Elder Prax was prepared for this moment. I guess he believed in my ability to win a bit more than he lets on. Enter and make yourself accustomed to your new home and take a few days to rest from your battles. Find me at my mansion, located on Ashlight Mountain, in 3 days' time, Elder Prax instructed. John nodded his head, and Elder Prax immediately took off to the sky, disappearing from sight. He watched the elder leave before he turned back towards the mansion directly in front of him. Well, I guess this is my home for the next short while. Might as well make the most of it. John quickly entered the mansion and was greeted by over 20 people standing in the main lobby. Welcome, Master, they called out in unison, their heads bowed as they did so. John closely inspected each one and discovered that each person was only in the mist creation realm. Mist creation servants, I suppose, although there's quite a bit more than my house back in the heavenly lightning sect. John greeted the servants and had one of them show him around his new lodging. The mansion was absolutely grand and had facilities even more luxurious than his house back in the heavenly lightning sect. His training facilities were top-notch, impressing John greatly. He had many stations dedicated to relaxation and luxury, although John didn't really find interest in those. After getting the full tour of the house, John dismissed the servants as he retired to his room. The room was incredibly large and luxurious, and John washed himself and changed his robes before he retired to bed, completely exhausted from the long day of battles. The next few days were spent locked in his room, cultivating and meditating on his comprehension from the battles. After consolidating all his new comprehensions and raising his cultivation slightly, John finally left his room and mansion and sped off towards Elder Prax's location. Ashlight Mountain was located near the center of the sect and was one of the larger mountains within the sect. John arrived before the mountain and raised his eyebrows slightly at the sight. There's only a single, massive palace located at the very top of the mountain. The rest of it is completely uninhabited. Elder Prax has an entire mountain to himself. Seems like he wasn't lying, and that his status within the sect is quite high. John climbed the trail that led up the mountain and took his time in doing so. Flowers, blooming trees, streams, and waterfalls lined the singular trail, making it quite beautiful. John eventually arrived at the top of the mountain, where the lone palace stood. The palace was absolutely massive and easily dwarfed John's new housing. The palace was black and gold and had many ornate details carved into the outside walls and spires, and many detailed statues lining the property. 2 guards stood outside the main gate, stopping any unwanted intruders. John greeted both, and they let him in, already knowledgeable that John was Elder Prax's new disciple. A servant met John out in the courtyard. Elder Prax is expecting you. Follow me. John followed behind the servant, which led him deep into the heart of the palace. In a luxurious study, Elder Prax was sifting through some ancient scrolls when John entered. The servant quickly left, leaving only the 2 of them there. Ah, you're finally here. Follow me, Elder Prax instructed as he set his scrolls down. Where are we going? John asked as he followed closely behind. Elder Prax looked over his shoulder at John before looking forward once again. We're going to see Sect Leader Alfiend. Chapter 358, Meeting Alfiend, what? We're going to see Sect Leader Alfiend. John couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Sect Leader Alfiend was very rarely seen within the sect, and most disciples would go their entire lives without seeing him. John's surprise was the natural reaction Elder Prax was expecting, and he nodded his head in confirmation. Correct, you are now an emperor, one of the pillars of our sect. While your power is not enough to influence the sect, you are a symbol of what our sect can produce. As such, Allfiend wants to see you in person and judge if you are worthy or not, Elder Prax replied. Oh, that makes sense, John replied. I'm not worried about Allfiend seeing through my disguise, as sect leader Thunderson said only he was capable of doing so. I just need to keep my actions natural, and he shouldn't suspect a thing. Do not do anything to embarrass yourself, or more importantly, me, Elder Prax replied to John. I'm not dumb enough to do something like that, John replied. Good, then follow me. Elder Prax walked out of his mansion and instantly took to the sky. John quickly flew up as well and followed closely behind. Elder Prax's mansion was located quite close to the Bloodfiend Citadel, which could be seen stretching high up into the sky before them. It was the tallest structure by far within the entire sect, and even rose above the very mountains themselves. Elder Prax flew to the base of the Bloodfiend Citadel. Clearly, even he was not allowed to fly directly up to the top floor where Allfiend resided. Elder Prax and John's arrival caught the eyes of all those in the courtyard, and many curious stares focused on John as they spotted him. He was the most discussed topic within the entire sect, and quickly found himself as the center of attention within the courtyard. Elder Prax ignored the stares and strode up towards the Bloodfiend Citadel entrance. The entrance was guarded by several elders, who greeted Elder Prax with much respect as he walked by. Greetings, Emperor John, the elders also called out, surprising John slightly. Elder Prax noticed John's surprised expression and quickly explained it to John. You're an emperor now, the highest of all disciple statuses. In fact, this position is so elevated in status that you are now equal in status to any meridian forging elder. While heaven tribulation elders and above are of higher status, they must still treat you with respect, Elder Prax explained. Emperors are valued this highly, John replied. I can get used to this. Just do not let it go to your head. Just as you defeated Alex, someone else may come for your place. Do not get lazy and complacent, Elder Prax replied with a stern voice. You won't have to worry about that, John replied with a slight smile. I'm sure that before long I'll surprise even you with how fast I'll rise. Elder Prax saw John's sly smile and assumed he was overestimating his power and talent. However, such a thing was good for a youth, as they should move forward with absolute confidence in themselves. Good, I'll look forward to that surprise, Elder Prax replied, before he looked forward once more and strode up the Bloodfiend Citadel stairs. The main stairwell spiraled all the way up to the top of the Bloodfiend Citadel and led directly towards a massive set of doors. The doors were guarded by two elders, both of which had their cultivations shrouded. However, John could tell that both were quite powerful, yet they were acting as mere door guards. Elder Prax, you've arrived, one of the elder guards called out. Sect leader Allfiend has been expecting you and your disciple. You may enter, the other said, as he summoned his chi to open the massive set of doors. The doors slowly swung open, revealing the interior chamber. The chamber was quite large and was empty except for a massive throne at the other end of the chamber. The throne was incredibly ornate, as well as incredibly foreboding. Skulls, bones, gold lined the throne, making it incredibly unique. John and Elder Prax entered the chamber, and John quickly spotted the lone person sitting on top of the throne. It was a middle-aged man, with incredibly sharp features and a sharp, pointed strip of facial hair on his chin. His eyes seemed to pierce directly into John's soul, causing him to catch his breath for a moment. John instantly recognized the man. It's the man who tried to invade our sect through the disciple during the entrance exam. John had seen Allfiend before, only it was when he was in soul form. Sect leader Thunderson had ruined those plans of Allfiend, greatly irking him. John had dismissed that man as weak at the time, as Thunderson had easily eliminated his soul form. However, seeing Allfiend in the flesh, John realized he couldn't have been farther from the truth. While he couldn't detect his cultivation level, He could tell that he was incredibly strong. He's just as strong as the vice sect leader, maybe even stronger. John instantly felt an incredibly strong divine sense wash over him, inspecting every detail of his body. John did his best to maintain his composure as Alfiend scanned him, as there was nothing he could do to stop him. The scan lasted for quite some time, while Elder Prax stood to the side with an indifferent expression, as if he had been expecting such a thing. Only a while later did the scan subside. John breathed out slightly in relief after the scan was over, as the power he felt from Alfiend was quite overwhelming. Silence descended over the chamber, and John felt like he was being stared at by a primordial beast. After a while, Alfiend spoke out. His voice was deep and powerful, and shook John to his core. However, it was not the voice itself that shook John, but the words that were uttered instead. "Who are you?" Chapter 359. Alfiend John's heart nearly leapt out of his chest upon hearing these words, but he barely managed to keep a calm face and steady his heartbeat as he stared at Alfiend with a confused expression. He bowed his head slightly as he spoke out. "Sect leader Alfiend, I'm not sure what you're asking," John replied, acting dumb. "Who are you?" Alfiend repeated after a moment of inspecting John. "You were a no-name outer sect disciple, but you suddenly made a monumental rise through the ranks of our sect, all the way to becoming an emperor. How did this come to be?" Alfiend explained. John's body quickly relaxed, as he realized Alfiend was just looking to see how he came to be so powerful, and not that he detected John's disguise. "Who am I? I'm just a lowly disciple born in a small village who managed to have a lucky breakthrough at the borderlands, which enabled me to achieve this rise in status and power," John explained. Alfiend mused. "What breakthroughs?" he asked, brushing aside the question regarding John's origins. John was surprised to see Alfiend display such an interest in him, but couldn't refuse to answer, and so played along with whatever Alfiend was doing. "I nearly died in battle, and at the edge of death, I peered deeper into the martial laws of this world. Not only was my cultivation base strengthened considerably, but I also honed my battle instincts and even comprehended the initial essences of several Taos," John replied in a humble tone. He couldn't act haughty and arrogant in front of Alfiend, not if he valued his life. Alfiend mused on John's words for a short moment before he leaned slightly forward in his seat. Just the subtle movements of his radiated incredible power, shocking John greatly. "Just how strong is this man?" "Show me," Alfiend replied. Show you my Taos," John asked for elaboration. "Yes, show me what you have achieved regarding Taos," Alfiend confirmed. John was slightly confused at why Alfiend was so interested in his Taos, but obliged nonetheless. He raised his hand and focused his mind on the 3 Taos he had started peering into. Before long, the might of 3 similar but distinct Taos began to radiate from his hand, turning it from a normal hand into a formidable weapon. If he were to slice at someone with this hand at the moment, it would be like slicing them with a dagger. Alfiend's eyes locked onto John's hand, as he seemed to be musing on something. And John continued to infuse his hand with his Taos of destruction, annihilation, and power. "That is enough," Alfiend instructed John to stop, and John quickly placed his hand back by his side. Alfiend continued to stare at John for a moment, and John stood there as calmly as possible, trying not to give any hints away. After what seemed like an eternity to John, Alfiend finally leaned back in his chair and stopped his predator-like gaze. "As a new emperor of the sect, you carry the entire reputation of the sect on your shoulders. Do not disappoint me," Alfiend said. "I will not let you down," John replied sincerely while bowing his head. Elder Prax knew this was Alfiend dismissing them, and bowed his head slightly as well before he turned around. John followed behind Elder Prax without looking back, but he could feel the gaze of Alfiend on his back, like it was burrowing into his flesh. John ignored this feeling and departed with Elder Prax, quickly leaving the chamber behind his new master. Boom! The guards shut the doors as the 2 of them left the chamber, and John breathed out a sigh of relief as he felt the gaze leave his back. God damn, that was stressful. It felt as if I was being stared at by a monstrous predator. While he had experience with powerful entities, his encounter with Alfiend had been stressful nonetheless. So what do you think? Elder Prax suddenly asked John a question as they began to descend the stairwell. Think of what? Of sect leader Alfiend? John asked for clarification. Yes, what do you think of your first meeting with our sect leader? John thought about the question for a moment, figuring how best to answer as someone who had supposedly never seen the sect leader. He was incredible and also terrifying, John replied. His best guess is that any disciple would find the leader of such a bloodthirsty sect a terrifying figure. That he is, Elder Prax replied. Make sure to never get on his bad side, or your end will be brutal and swift. I wouldn't do something so suicidal, John replied with a sincere face, as if he truly meant it. His eyes suddenly widened slightly as he spotted someone he was not expecting to see here. Chase, John called out as he saw someone ascending the steps. Chase, who was walking up from below, looked up and spotted John walking down. Neither of them had been expecting to see the other here. John, what are you doing here? Chase asked, but quickly understood the reason for John's presence. Never mind. I'm sure you just met with the sect leader regarding your new emperor position, am I correct? Chase asked. Yep, John replied. What are you doing here, though? Are you also meeting the sect leader? Not really. I have other business on one of the other floors today, Chase replied. The Bloodfiend Citadel was incredibly tall and had many floors that served many different purposes. John had already passed by several floors on his way down, although he had no idea what they were used for. Oh, I guess that makes sense, John replied. So what have you be? A stern voice suddenly cut off John, and he quickly realized that Elder Prax was waiting for him. Sorry, I gotta go. We'll talk later, John called out as he began to run down the steps to catch up with Elder Prax. Chase looked at John for a moment before he turned around and ascended the steps towards his destination. Welcome back, young Master Chase, the two guards called out with a slight bow as they opened the door for him. Chapter 360. Assassination Mission. John and Elder Prax continued walking down the Bloodfiend Citadel stairs. You know that boy? Elder Prax suddenly asked, breaking the silence between them. John looked at Elder Prax and nodded his head. Yep, I met him a few weeks ago at the monthly life and death battles, and we seem to be running into each other quite a bit since, John replied. Elder Prax's expression remained neutral, but John could tell he was thinking about something regarding Chase. However, it didn't really concern him, and so John did not ask for elaboration. Where are we going now? John asked, as Elder Prax seemed to have a new destination in mind. The mission hall, Elder Prax explained. Mission hall? Even as an emperor, I still have to do missions, John asked with a grumpy voice. Missions would take him away from the sect, which he did not want at the moment. Of course, you're the face of the sect's disciples now. All emperors take part in missions, which are publicly revealed afterwards, to elevate the status of the emperors and the sect itself. Now that you are an emperor, you will need to participate in some of these missions, Elder Prax explained. Oh, John replied with a short acknowledgement, but still internally grumbled. Damn, this is going to throw a wrench into how fast I can explore this sect for further clues, but I guess it can't be avoided. I'll just do my best to complete any missions quickly and return as soon as possible. The two of them eventually left the Bloodfiend Citadel, and John once again found himself the center of attention anywhere he walked. Other elders would look at John with curiosity, while the other disciples would look at him with awe or fear, or a mix of both. John ignored these looks as he followed behind Elder Prax, and they arrived at the mission hall a short moment later. The mission hall was quite a large building, and contained many floors and large rooms, each containing missions for different sect members. John followed Elder Prax as they strode past all the normal mission rooms dedicated for normal disciples, and they quickly arrived in a secluded area that contained only a few other people. The room was quite large, as well as incredibly luxurious. There were many boards located throughout the room, each with missions pinned to them. When John entered the room, there were only 2 other people in there, an elder and a disciple. Ahem. John quickly spotted someone familiar, who noticed his presence as well. She quickly turned around and stared straight at John with curious eyes. Azalea, John greeted as he nodded his head towards her. It was his first time talking to Azalea directly since the battle in the ancient city. Since then, Azalea seemed to have matured quite a bit, in both physical appearance as well as demeanor. She seemed much more focused now, and her bloodthirsty aura that naturally radiated from her was much stronger. John, Azalea replied quickly with a face of disdain, as if the name itself insulted her tongue for saying it. John noticed this look and furrowed his brows. Does my addition alongside you truly disgust you that much? If you have a problem with me as an emperor, I don't mind taking you out right now and replacing you with someone else, John replied arrogantly. Azalea's brows furrowed, but they quickly relaxed as she returned to normal. It's not that. It's just that after running into a certain someone, I despise the name John. It has nothing to do against you. Although, for some reason, you also remind me of that asshole, Azalea replied, her voice slightly amiable, although still mostly cold. John raised one eyebrow in slight surprise at her response. She was far more arrogant in the ancient city, but something seemed to have calmed her down, or at least made her less arrogant than before. Otherwise, there was no way she was brushing those words aside that he had just said. Oh, well, I can't do anything about that resemblance for you, unfortunately. As for what I said, I'll take it back for now, John replied before walking past her. Azalea closely inspected John as he walked past, but quickly ignored him as she returned to inspecting some of the missions. John let out a slight sigh of relief as he arrived in front of a mission board. Good, it seems as though I remind her of my true self, but she can't put 2 and 2 together. As long as that's the case, my secret identity should be safe. These are the missions you can choose from, Elder Prax explained as he stood beside John. You have to complete 2 missions every month. 2, John grumbled out loud. Isn't that too much? How am I supposed to cultivate when I'm always out completing missions? Azalea scoffed as she heard this, and snagged a mission off the board before leaving the room, seemingly having found the mission she wanted to complete. Most of the missions only take a few days' time, even with travel to and from the mission site. If you truly want short-term missions, I suggest taking some assassination missions, Elder Prax replied. Assassination missions? That seems quite fun, John replied as he looked towards the board before him. He had always wanted to carry out some assassination missions to hone his stealth arts, but never had the opportunity to do so. Normally, Azalea carries out the Emperor assassination missions, while Damon and Alex did the more straightforward ones, but you can choose whatever you want, Elder Prax explained. John glanced over the mission board, which contained dozens of missions. Slay 3 late-core formation griffins and collect their corpses. Sounds useful to me, but too time-consuming. Travel to a nearby sect and participate in a tournament. No, too time-consuming. Here we go. John snatched a mission paper from the board. Assassinate a half-step meridian-forging merchant who is siphoning funds that should be going to our Bloodfiend sect, and he resides only half a day's travel away. Perfect. I'll take this one, John said to Elder Prax. Elder Prax nodded his head in agreement and pointed to the elder sitting at a table in the corner of the room. Register the mission with Elder Grollo and then head out immediately to complete it. Afterwards, when you return, you can focus on cultivation for a few weeks before your next mission, Elder Prax replied. John nodded his head and quickly registered the mission, before leaving the building with Elder Prax. He said some parting words to his new master before he sped off in the direction of the merchant city. His first assassination mission had officially begun. Chapter 361, Assassination in a secluded alleyway of an extremely large city, Dozens of workers could be seen going about loading a caravan with chests. The chests were quite large and were all closed, hiding the contents of what laid within. To the side, two wealthy-looking men stood, observing the loading process. They were dressed in fine suits, a far cry from the normal robes worn by most cultivators. "Load the goods into the caravan. Be sure to not drop a single chest, or I'll have your heads," one of the finely dressed men instructed with a firm voice. The man was a middle-aged man, with gray hairs just starting to show on his head. He had a thin mustache and a slightly large belly. He exuded a half-step meridian forging cultivation, revealing himself to be quite strong. To his side was another man dressed in a fine suit as well, who revealed a cultivation at the middle core formation realm. "Sir Blonit, are you sure we should be doing this?" the man asked in a hushed yet concerned voice. Sir Blonit looked over to the man at his side and smiled with a confident smile. "Do you truly think a sect as large as the Bloodfiend sect would notice a sum such as this missing? To them, this isn't even an hour's worth of yearly income. It's just a rounding error for them. And even if they do manage to spot the discrepancies, we can just say it was a shipping error, or that some of our caravans en route were robbed. There's no way the Bloodfiend sect will use resources for something this small," Sir Blonit explained. Sir Blonit was a merchant of the Hazel City Merchant Guild. Hazel City was one of the largest cities within all of the Forbidden Alliance lands and contained millions of people within. As part of the agreement between the Bloodfiend sect and the Hazel City Merchant Guild, the Bloodfiend sect would ensure their safety as long as the Merchant Guild paid monthly dues for such protection. Not only that, but as part of the Bloodfiend sect-controlled land, the Merchant Guild was required to pay a monthly tax as well. Sir Blonit was one of the merchant hall's lead merchants and controlled most of their finances. While this sum of money was trivial for the Bloodfiend sect, it was more than a lifetime's worth of money for Sir Blonit. As such, the risk was worth the reward for him. "If you insist," the man to his right replied with a half-defeated tone. "Don't worry. I've covered our tracks with the utmost care, and I also have informants within the sect itself. If they were to discover this, I should get a heads-up anyways, and be able to flee before any danger arrives. Besides, we're almost done here. Only a few more days, and we'll both be able to leave these lands for good and find a better life elsewhere. With the money we'll have at our disposal, we could even establish a small kingdom somewhere to rule over," Sir Blonit continued. Sir Blonit continued to watch the caravans be loaded with the chests, when his eyes suddenly opened wide. A sword was quickly drawn out, and he turned around with incredible speed. "Who dares?" His loud shout boomed out as he slashed his sword forward. His eyes opened wide as his sword slashed nothing but air, as there was absolutely nothing behind him. The man beside Sir Blonit turned around with a great fright, but saw nothing either. "What happened? Why did you suddenly draw your weapon?" the man asked. I thought I sensed someone sneaking up on me. I was almost sure of it. But there's no one here. I guess I was wrong," Sir Blonit replied with a slightly confused voice. He was absolutely certain that he had detected something, but there was nothing when he turned around. His guard slightly relaxed, and he went to withdraw his sword when his eyes widened once again. He quickly turned, and his sword slashed out with great speed, backed by his powerful half-step meridian forging cultivation. Peng! Sword and scythe collided, and Sir Blonit's eyes locked onto the person before him. "I knew I detected something. Who are you?" Sir Blonit's eyes widened greatly as he saw John standing before him, draped in the robes of the Bloodfiend sect. A look of slight displeasure lingered on John's face as he kept the man's sword at bay. "Guess I still need to work on my assassination arts, if even someone like you can detect me twice," John spat out as his free hand suddenly pierced forward. "Chi." His hand, infused with the Tao of annihilation and hardened by his durable body, pierced forward directly into Sir Blonit's chest. Sir Blonit, who never thought John was capable of such an attack, was caught off guard. "Pooh!" Sir Blonit spat out blood as his chest was pierced, as a look of despair entered his eyes. John held his heart in his hand, putting his life completely in John's hands. "Please, spare me," Sir Blonet begged for his life. The man besides him took out his weapon to assist, but a single glance from John stopped him in his tracks. He knew that if he made a single move, John would kill him in a single blow. John looked back to Sir Blonet, his indifferent eyes chilling the man to his core. It was as if John didn't even consider the man's life at all. "While I understand your actions, I unfortunately have a mission I need to carry out," John replied as his hand suddenly clenched tightly. "Gah!" Sir Blonet cried out in pain as his heart was instantly crushed, but his cries were immediately silenced as John's hand sliced sideways, severing his head from his neck. Sir Blonet's limp body collapsed to the ground, while John held his severed head by his blood-soaked hair. He turned to look at the other man, who was completely frozen in fear. "I have no problem killing this man, but anyone willing to rob the Bloodfiend sect is all right by me." His mission was to take Sir Blonet's life and take his head back as proof. None of the other men concerned him, and their cultivations were too low to add to his body cultivation. John's figure suddenly vanished from sight as quickly as he came, leaving no trace of his actions other than the headless corpse of his victim remaining. Chapter 362. String of clues. At the very top of the Bloodfiend citadel, Alfiend sat atop his throne, staring at the person leaving the chamber. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed, while a small scowl lingered on his face. His power was slowly withdrawing into himself, revealing that he had exploded in rage enough to unconsciously flare his power. "Stubborn, but that stubbornness won't last for much longer. When this is all over, you'll thank me," Alfiend grumbled to himself as he watched the person leave. Alfiend took out some scrolls from his spatial ring and began studying them, which depicted a detailed map of the Yuan Continent. Points of interest all over the map were marked, with many other markings depicting some sort of large-scale plan for the continent. Not long after the first person left, another person opened the chamber doors and entered. Alfiend looked up from his scroll and watched the person walk to the base of the throne. After bowing her head in respect, the woman who had just entered, an elder of the sect, addressed Alfiend. "Sect leader Alfiend, I have done as you have instructed," the woman spoke up. "And what is the status regarding your mission?" Alfiend asked with slight seriousness in his voice, indicating that he placed quite a bit of importance on what the elder was mentioning. "I have had all our spies within the Heavenly Lightning sect look everywhere, without raising too much suspicion. And they have all come to the same conclusion. The boy is no longer in the sect," the elder replied. Alfiend's eyebrows raised slightly as he heard this. "Why do you say that? Could he not be in seclusion?" Alfiend asked. "We have considered that as a possibility, but have decided to rule that out. The boy suddenly vanished around 2.5 months ago, and has not been seen or heard within the sect since," the elder replied. "It's unlikely that someone as young as him will enter seclusion for that long, and so the most plausible explanation is that he is out of the sect at the moment." Alfiend's eyebrows furrowed upon hearing this, clearly indicating his displeasure. "This boy has displayed combat prowess far beyond anything we have seen before. Every day he stays alive is another day of which his power grows, and he becomes more and more of a threat to our sect, and potentially our entire Forbidden Alliance," Alfiend replied in a cold, slightly angry voice. The elder looked up at Alfiend, with slight surprise etched on her face. "You rate him that highly? That one day he could threaten even the entire Forbidden Alliance itself? Surely you're overestimating him," the elder replied, although her voice remained respectful. "The Forbidden Alliance's strength is far beyond what we can imagine. For him to threaten the Alliance itself, he would have to raise himself to the peak of this world." "I know how strong our Forbidden Alliance is," Alfiend replied with an icy voice, angered that the elder would question his judgment. The elder quickly realized the error of her ways and lowered her head in deference. "Apologies for doubting you, sect leader. If you say it is so, then it must be so," the elder replied with a slightly quivering voice, fully realizing she had angered Alfiend. Those who angered Alfiend usually did not have good endings. Alfund remained silent for quite some time as he thought over the whole situation. His eyes once again locked onto the elder after some time, and his cold voice filled the room once more. You said he disappeared from the Heavenly Lightning sect just over 2 months ago. Is there anything else you know about the boy? Any family? Or alliances within the sect itself? Anything? Alfund asked, looking to find any clue at all. Nothing on his family, the elder replied. We have prod into his family secrets as deep as we possibly could, but we have not been able to discover anything yet. It seems the sect values him highly and must be keeping that information top secret. The only thing we know is his full name, John Fenix. Fenix, Alfund repeated as if the word was familiar to him. Fenix, Fenix, Fenix. Alfund's eyes lit up slightly as he finally recalled the origin of that name. That small sect we have had some dealings with, the... Alfund paused for a moment, struggling to recall the name. Crimson Valley sect, that's the name. Alfund finally remembered. We have had some dealings with the Crimson Valley sect regarding the discovery of a potentially game-changing pocket realm. We have sent Elder Furun and Elder Borg to investigate, and they have reported that there are several other powers in the area, including a clan named the Fenix clan, Alfund explained. His expression was hopeful, but it quickly soured. However, the clan is located on the other side of the Great Desert, in some desolate backwater part of this continent. Their names may match, but I highly doubt a clan that low in power could produce someone like that boy. Nonetheless, it is worth checking out, Alfund continued. I will reach out to Elder Furun and Elder Borg to inquire further, the elder instructed, as her current mission was to locate any news about John. Is there anything else of note from that boy? Alfund asked. The only other thing we can conclusively say is that he has become the disciple of the vice sect leader, and he is also part of the war hall, the elder replied. What a pain in the ass that woman is, Alfund replied with slight disgust. His thoughts switched to the war hall, at which point his eyes slightly lit up once again. War hall, they typically go on missions that can last for months, so if he's missing, I'm sure it's related to that, Alfund mused. It is very much possible, the elder replied. Alfund put his hand on his chin as he fell deep into thought. Words occasionally escaped his mouth as he mumbled to himself. Warhull, 2 months ago, frequent borderland missions. Slowly but surely, a vague idea began to form in Alfund's mind. After thinking about it for a while, an almost impossible idea came to his mind. Alfund's eyes focused on the far wall of the chamber as his face became serious. He once again focused on the elder before him after some time. You are dismissed. Keep me informed if you discover any other information, Alfund instructed. It will be done, the elder replied with great respect, before she turned around and left the room. After she left the room, Alfund sat on his throne for some time before his body blurred, disappearing from sight. Chapter 363, Summoning Plop. A severed head suddenly fell on a table, its glazed, unfocused eyes staring forward. Before the head, a person who was scrawling on a scroll looked up at the head, and then the one who had placed it there. I'm handing in the head of my assassination mission, John said to the elder with a small smile on his face. He had recently returned to the sect, and his first stop was getting credit for his assassination mission. With this out of the way, he would be able to explore the sect for a while undisturbed. Get that head off my desk, the elder replied with slight anger. You need only show me the head, not sully my desk with its filth. Apologies, John replied as he took the head back. He figured he would have to give it away, but visual proof was all that was needed. Sweet, I get to keep the blood essence as well then. How did the assassination mission go? Give me the details, the elder replied. Why do you need the details? Isn't the head sufficient? John asked, slightly confused. The seated elder looked up at John, with a look of frustration on his face. The details are for when we reveal the assassination mission to the rest of the sect, so that we can portray how it went. These missions become public knowledge afterwards to boost the status of the emperors and the sect, the elder explained. Oh, that makes sense, John replied. He quickly revealed how the mission had gone, and the elder raised their eyebrows slightly as how easy it seemed to have gone for John. That is all, you may leave, the elder instructed. John nodded his head and quickly left, happy to once again be left to his own devices. He quickly met up with Elder Prex afterwards to discuss the mission, before he returned to his new home. John sat in his room, focused on mediation and raising his cultivation. I haven't had a good cultivation session in a while. With my battles during the disciple placement battles, as well as the assassination mission, my compunctions have improved greatly, and I can control my essence chi much better. I think I can push my cultivation to the meridian forging realms soon. Like this, John spent the next week secluded in his house, focusing on consolidating his comprehensions and raising his cultivation level. After a full week of this, his foundation was incredibly solid, and John pushed his cultivation to the half-step meridian forging realm. Breaking through would most likely happen within the next few weeks. However, he was still quite happy, as his power had increased considerably when compared to before. Growl. John found his stomach growling out in protest suddenly, as he had not eaten in nearly a week. He rubbed his stomach as a wry look appeared on his face. I suppose it's been quite some time since I last ate. I should head out to the food district and grab a good bite to eat. He could have his attendants make him a meal, but John wanted an excuse to leave this house of his and stretch his legs. Walking through the sect, John once again noticed the gazes of fear and awe, but ignored them. After grabbing a bite to eat, John stocked up on some additional pills from the pill hall before he left for Elder Prex's mansion. He had decided to try to gather some information from the elder himself, as it would most likely be faster than exploring the sect on his own. He found Elder Prex once again studying some documents in his study. A fireplace burned brightly in the nearby fireplace, giving the room quite a warm feel. John, what brings you here today? Elder Prex asked curiously as he put away the scroll in his hands. John caught a glimpse of it, which was a map with many markings on it. However, he didn't get a good look. And that was all he could determine at the time. I've been thinking. I've become your disciple, but I haven't received a training session from you yet, or been introduced to any other new experiences yet, John replied with a slightly bummed look on his face. I suppose I do have time for some training sessions, Elder Prax replied in a carefree tone. I just finished a personal assassination mission of eliminating some meddlesome powers in the Honorable Alliance lands, and so I have a bit of free time as of now. We can't have you fall behind the other emperors, or die like that useless disciple of mine, Damon. John's face lit up in excitement, but internally his anger towards this elder of his grew. Of course your motivations for training me are selfish, and you just came back from assassinating people from my lands. Just wait until I assassinate you, then we'll see how carefree you can be. As for new experiences, what are you referring to? Elder Prax asked. Well, I figured that as an emperor, I would be valued a bit higher within the sect, such as learning a bit more about higher-tier cultivation arts, battle arts, and sect secrets, John replied. Those will come in due time, Elder Prax replied. So secretive, John grumbled. A thought came to his mind, and he decided to go for it. Such as the reason why all those mortals are being dragged into the mountainside at night. What is the reason for that? John asked. Elder Prax's head quickly turned towards John as he spoke out in a serious voice. How do you know about that? Who told you about that? No one told me, John replied. None of you elders did anything to hide the fact that you're transporting the mortals down there. I was returning from the pill hall one night when I stumbled upon the mortals being taken down there. I have no idea what's down there, but it looks quite important, John explained. Oh, so that's how you know, Elder Prax breathed out a sigh of relief. As for what's going on down there, I cannot reveal exactly what's happening, but all you need to know is that it's in preparation for a summoning. A summoning? What type of summoning? A beast summoning? Fairy? Demon? John asked. He didn't know much about summonings, but knew there were many types of creatures that could be summoned somehow from other parallel dimensions. I can't reveal that, Elder Prax replied. But let's just say that when it happens, you'll be more than aware that the summoning has occurred. Now, let's start your training. Chapter 364, Meridian Ascension. Pill Elder Prax strode past John and descended deep into a chamber below his mansion, in which a massive training room was located. Like this, John trained with Elder Prax for the next week regarding many things, such as hunting battle instincts, assassination arts, and much, much more. John's days were spent training with Elder Prax, while his nights were spent cultivating and preparing to break through to the next realm, as well as exploring the sect when he could. For some reason, John felt his nerves become more and more taut, and so he became much more careful when looking around the sect for any and all clues. Eventually, he realized that Elder Prax was his best source of information, and that any further exploration was mostly useless. Slowly, but surely, Elder Prax was revealing more and more information to John. By now, he had learned that the summoning was part of a rather large plan the sect had in place, but the plan was still vague, frustrating John slightly. On this day, John found himself eating in the lunch district, taking a rare break from training with Elder Prax. Training with Elder Prax is quite intense, although not nearly as intense as training with that crazy woman who calls herself my master. Still, this training is quite valuable, and I can feel my combat prowess continue to rise steadily. Not only that, but Elder Prax seems to be quite knowledgeable about assassination arts. With what he's taught me over the last few days, I'm sure I would be able to assassinate that merchant without him detecting me now. John took a bite of his meal, which was a large sandwich made with core formation beast meat, and a soup containing various expensive ingredients. Not bad. This sandwich is quite filling, while the soup is replenishing my expended chi reserves quite nicely, John mused to himself out loud. Not bad, right? Although I prefer the tea here, a voice behind John snapped him out of his thoughts. Chase, we meet again, John replied with a smile as he turned to greet Chase. In this place he despised to the very core, Chase was the only person he could stomach to talk to without wanting to kill them. Unlike the others, he seemed to be quite laid back and had no bloodthirsty or menacing traits about him. That we have, Chase replied with a smile on his face. I haven't seen you in over a week. Where have you been? Chase asked. John finished his bite of food before responding. I've been training with my master, as well as doing some sect missions. Right now is a rare break from training, John replied before taking another bite of his sandwich. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Chase inspected John for a moment before his one eyebrow raised slightly. Your cultivation seems to have improved quite a bit since I last saw you as well. It seems as if you're at the half-step Meridian forging realm and are quite close to breaking through, Chase replied. Yep, I'm pretty close, and my comprehensions are more than enough, but the last hurdle is still a bit too much to leap over right now. I need to consolidate more internal chi before I can push through and reach the Meridian forging realm, John confirmed. Chase hummed while listening to John. Then you should take this, he suddenly said as he stretched out his hand towards John. On his hand rested a round red pill which contained 4 rings of blue that circled the exterior of the pill. The pill emitted a dense medicinal aura, as well as a potent vibrancy, causing John to widen his eyes slightly. And what's this? John asked, although he had his suspicions. It's a Meridian Ascension pill, but not the kind you would find just anywhere. I made this one personally and can vouch for its efficacy. If you take it, you should instantly be able to push through to the Meridian forging realm, Chase explained. John looked at the pill for a moment before he reached out and took it, as he refused to stand on courtesy when it regarded his cultivation. Thanks, John replied with a large smile on his face. This will help a lot. I'm glad to hear it, Chase replied with an equally large smile, and he gestured to a nearby waiter to order some food. For the next hour, John and Chase discussed various things about cultivation, the Pill Tao, and the Bloodfiend sect before they parted ways. John made his way back to his house on top of the mountain and secluded himself in his room as he took out the pill Chase had given him. His divine sense flared out with its strongest power as he scanned every single millimeter of the pill for any irregularities. While he was not a pill expert, he had taken enough pills to know when some ingredients were out of place. "Can't be too careful," John murmured to himself. "Even though Chase seems like a pretty nice guy, this is the Bloodfiend sect after all." After inspecting the pill for over an hour, John finally let out a deep sigh of relief as he confirmed the pill was safe to consume. "I guess Chase really is an all-right fellow," John mused. He prepared his state of mind and calmed himself before grabbing the pill and popping it into his mouth. The pill went down his throat and into his stomach, where it began to slowly dissolve. The pill instantly began to fill John with incredible energy, elating him. It seems as if this pill truly is amazing. Chase must be quite the pill expert to make such a pill. Boom! The doors to John's room suddenly burst open, surprising John greatly. Not wanting to waste any of the medicinal properties of the pill, John sent out a stream of essence chi to wrap around it, isolating it from the rest of his stomach. After doing so, John looked up at the open door with frustration on his face, ready to yell at whoever just barged in. His face of anger quickly turned into surprise and confusion as he saw who it was. "Chase, what are you doing here?" John called out. Chase seemed to be out of breath, as well as in a hurry as he ran towards John and grabbed him by the arm. "Don't ask me what's going on. Just follow me, okay?" Chase replied to John. John carefully inspected Chase, who seemed to have something making him quite concerned. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded his head in agreement. "Sure, lead the way." Chapter 365, Desperate Situation, "Sure, lead the way," John confirmed to Chase, who instantly turned around and began to leave the house. "I'm not sure what's going on, but I'll follow Chase for now and see what this is about." John quickly followed Chase out of the building, who instantly began to speed down the mountainside towards the valley below. He kept pace right behind Chase, but was surprised at how fast he was moving. The two of them quickly reached the valley and moved towards a certain direction, speeding past all the other disciples and elders in the valley, who turned in surprise and confusion at seeing Chase and John speed away like that. "I wonder what's got them in such a hurry," a disciple asked his nearby friend. "Not sure, but if even someone like John is speeding off like that, it must be quite important," the boy's friend replied. Chase suddenly turned into a busy business district of the sect and sped down a secluded alleyway. After entering the alleyway, he paused for a moment and made sure the coast was clear before he turned to John and gave him a new robe to put on. "Here, put this on," Chase instructed. John found the situation odd, but didn't argue as he quickly changed robes. Chase did the same, and the two of them quickly disguised themselves as sect merchants instead of sect disciples. After changing, Chase began to move once more before John could speak to him. John let out a frustrated sigh, not liking that he didn't know what was going on, but followed behind Chase nonetheless. They both slipped onto the main road of the sect and meandered with the crowd, aiming to leave the sect grounds. Like this, John and Chase traveled through the sect for quite some distance, before John reached out to Chase and grabbed him by the shoulder. Chase tried to shrug off John's hand, but was not able to and came to a halt as he turned to look at John. "What is it? We need to keep going," Chase said to John with a frustrated voice. John frowned as he heard this tone from Chase, but kept his opinions to himself. "What is going on? We've been speeding forward for quite some time now, and yet you've yet to tell me what is going on. The rest of the sect seems to be fine and at peace, so why are we the only ones rushing off like this?" John asked. Chase's expression turned into one of slight anger as he heard John's question. "Can you not just trust me this one time? Do you not consider me a friend?" Chase asked, his tone growing more and more frustrated. John was slightly taken aback by Chase's tone, but remained calm himself. "Then why don't you explain what's going on, and I'll follow along willingly then," John replied. Chase's expression changed from anger to frustration, to eventually defeat. He grabbed John by the shoulder and moved him to one of the side alleyways of the main road and spoke to him in a hushed tone. His expression changed several more times, as if he was trying to formulate his words, before he let out a deep sigh of defeat and looked at John directly. "I've just come across some news that you're a target for the higher-ups of the sect, who will try to capture you tonight. As such, I'm helping you escape," Chase replied, clarifying a bit of the situation. "Huh," John replied, his voice slightly tinged with confusion. "The higher-ups are targeting me. Why would they be doing that? Did I do something wrong recently?" John asked. His mind replayed everything he had done in the sect and confirmed he had given away no information regarding his real identity. "There's no way they know who I truly am, as I've given no clues. This must be related to something else." Chase remained silent for a moment, once again thinking of how to explain his next words, before he sighed deeply once again. "Fine, I'll just come out with it, as it seems you won't admit it yourself. I know, John, I know," Chase replied. John felt his heart leap in his chest at Chase's words, but his face remained confused. "Know what?" John asked for clarification. "I know you're not truly John Heron. I know that you are John Fenix, at least. Those at the top of the sect believe there's a good chance you are," Chase finally replied after some time of silence. "And they're going to find out if you truly are John Fenix once and for all tonight. So before that happens, you need to leave." John's eyes widened slightly, but they quickly returned to normal as John did his best to maintain his composure. "I don't know how they've even thought to associate this identity with my true self, but maybe they only have a hunch, and this is a test to see if I'll crack. I need to remain clueless about this situation." John remained speechless for a moment, as if he had no idea what was going on. "What? I'm John Fenix. Who the hell is John Fenix? Is that why you've dragged me into this mess? Because you think I'm someone else? What the hell is this bullshit?" John replied, his voice steadily going from confusion to anger. "Besides, even if I was somehow this person you're mentioning, and the sect truly did want me, you helping me escape can only end badly for you. Why are you doing this in the first place?" John asked. Chase remained silent for a moment before replying. "I'm not just doing this for you. I have my own personal reasons for allowing you to escape. In fact, helping you escape is mostly to help myself, so just leave now, okay?" Chase replied. John stared at Chase with a mix of confusion and contemplation. Helping me escape helps him. If that's the case, then maybe I should follow him. He already knows my true name somehow, so I'm sure he's telling the truth. And he doesn't seem to be lying, so I'll follow him for now. "Son, you disappoint me." A new voice entered their ears as a person suddenly appeared before them. "But after tonight, you'll become a changed man, and we can put this situation behind us." Chase's face turned into one of anger and desperation, while John's turned into stunned surprise. It was as if the Grim Reaper himself had shown up, which sent a shiver down John's spine. He instinctively began to plan his escape, including crushing the talisman, as there was no fighting his way out of this situation. He couldn't help but call out as he looked straight at the person who had appeared before him. Alfiend. Chapter 366, Captured John Fenix. "I'm glad I finally get to meet you," Alfiend said to John. His aura pressed down on John with incredible power, making it so that he couldn't even move a muscle. "Or at least, I'm 90% certain you're John Fenix. I'll know the truth in a few seconds." It was at this time that John knew Alfiend knew of his secret identity. It didn't matter how he knew, but the truth was that he knew. Alfiend reached out towards John's face and ran his fingers across it, and his eyes lit up slightly upon doing so. "So that's how you did it," Alfiend said as he suddenly pulled his hand back. "Rip." John's mask was torn off his face, causing him to cry out in pain. The mask had been on his face for so long that it had even begun to fuse with his soul unknowingly. As such, it was also as if part of his soul was torn from his body, sending an excruciating wave of pain throughout his body. With his mask removed, John's facial features returned to his true self, revealing himself for all to see. "So this is what you truly look like," Alfiend stated. "Quite handsome indeed. My son will do well piloting this body of yours." John grit his teeth as he stared at Alfiend, as he knew the time for excuses was over. It didn't matter how it happened, but his true self was revealed fully. Alfiend's words finally registered in John's mind, and he turned to look at the nearby Chase. "Son," John asked, his voice no more than a whisper. Chase stared at John in silence, unsure of how to respond. "You're Alfiend's son," John repeated the question, with a louder, angrier voice this time. "Yes," Chase finally replied, "but—" John cut Chase off, his anger fully ignited. "I knew I shouldn't have trusted anyone from this sect, including you. Oh well, it doesn't really matter it. Seems I would have been caught with or without your interference anyways," John continued. "I truly did try to help you escape, I swear," Chase replied, his face full of regret. "This is so very touching, but we don't have time for this," Alfiend suddenly interrupted, growing tired of the conversation between the two boys. John felt a power suddenly wrap around him, and his body transported suddenly, before his vision turned back to normal. He quickly pivoted his head in every direction, taking in the new scene before him, and his eyes opened wide as he did so. John found himself standing on the center of a platform, several dozen yards across. The platform was circular and had incredibly detailed formation runes carved into its surface. A few dozen yards away, Chase stood on an identical platform, also at its center. The platforms seemed to be linked by exquisite formation runes carved between them, as if they were all part of the same formation. There were elders surrounding the two platforms, seemingly to operate the formation. John spotted Elder Prax amongst the elders, who stared at him with hate in his eyes. "What the fuck is this?" John shouted out as he struggled to break free from the platform. He flared out with his absolute power, seeking to at least free his arm to be able to crush the talisman so that Thunderzin could arrive. However, the power of the formation restricted him wholeheartedly, making it so that he couldn't not move anything other than his head. Even his chi was restricted, making it so that he was unable to retrieve his talisman from his palace realm and crush it. "This," Alfiend replied, "this is a formation I have prepared specifically for my son, to take his power to new heights so that he may ascend to the top of the martial world," Alfiend replied as he gestured towards Chase. John looked over towards Chase, who seemed to be struggling to break free of the formation as well. However, just like John, he was unable to move even an inch. Realizing this, Chase looked towards his father with hate and anger in his eyes. "How many times have I told you, I don't want anything to do with these plans of yours or you yourself?" Chase spat out angrily. Hearing those words, John was slightly taken aback, as Chase truly seemed to hate his father. It seems he truly was telling the truth, that he was not in on this, but that doesn't matter right now. The only thing that matters is getting out of this situation. "You say those words now, but you'll realize the error of your ways after this process is completed," Alfiend replied to Chase with a look of displeasure on his face. "It was a good try to help John escape, but I knew you would try something like that. Always a complete disappointment." It seemed as if his son was truly starting to annoy him. Alfiend stared at his son for a little while longer before he moved towards where the elders were standing, and began some discussions that John could clearly overhear. "Is the formation complete?" Alfiend asked one of the elders. "Yes, Formation's Grandmaster Sira has already completed the formation. She completed it this morning and has already left to return to the divine Martial Continent. She left full instructions to us on how to operate the formation," the elder replied. "Good, then we may proceed with the first stage of our plans," Alfiend replied. "What plans?" John called out angrily as he continued to struggle against his shackles. "Just what the fuck are you miserable bastards trying to do?" Alfiend turned to John with a smile on his face, as if he enjoyed John's struggles. He walked up to John and stood before him, peering menacingly into his eyes. "Since you're going to die soon, I might as well let you know what I have in plan, so that your death will be all the more miserable, Alfiend replied with a wicked smile plastered on his face. The plans are the destruction of the honorable Alliance lands, including that pitiable little Fenix clan of yours. Chapter 367, Meridian Forging Ascension. John's eyes trembled ever so slightly as he heard Alfiend mention his clan, but he maintained his composure as best he could. Fenix clan? I'm not from any clan, John replied with a disdainful tone, as if he considered Alfiend to be a moron. Alfiend smiled as he stared at John, as the very small tremble did not go unnoticed. He turned around and walked a few steps away from John before he turned around once again. Whether you admit it or not, I already know you are from the Fenix clan. We've dug into your clan's history, and it seems as though a certain youth named John of the Fenix clan went missing about a year ago, right before the meteoric rise of John Fenix started in the Heavenly Lightning sect. Coincidence? Perhaps, but I think we all know better than that, Alfiend replied, the sinister smile still lingering on his face. We've already confirmed you're from the Fenix clan, so there's no use hiding it anymore, not that it matters anyways, Alfiend said to John. John grit his teeth as he heard this, as it seemed as though Alfiend knew for certain that John was part of the clan. Any future charade would be useless. What are you planning to do to them? John asked through gritted teeth. Do to them specifically? Nothing, Alfiend replied as he began to stride back and forth in front of John. Other than wipe every single one of them from the face of this world, they somehow gave rise to a talent such as yourself. We can't chance that happening again, no matter how unlikely it is, Alfiend explained. John's eyes turned incredibly icy upon hearing that, as his bloodlust exploded from his body. Alfiend stopped his packing for a moment as he looked at John in slight surprise. That bloodlust is quite impressive. It's a shame you didn't grow up as a member of our sect. If you did, you truly could have helped us dominate this world in the future, Alfiend said to John. However, we still have plans for you. What plans? John asked through still gritted teeth. You don't need to know the specifics, as you will be dying soon. I just wanted to let you know that your clan will be a part of it. Let's just say that this continent will be drawn into quite the nightmare in the near future, Alfiend replied. John's thoughts instantly snapped to the cauldron of blood, and what Elder Prax said about a summoning. It's the summoning, isn't it? Well, I can tell you now it's not going to work, John replied. Alfiend looked at John with slight surprise on his face before he turned to look at Elder Prax. Elder Prax had a look of slight embarrassment on his face, as he knew he was outed. Apologies, sect leader Alfiend. I had no idea I was telling our plans to a spy when I revealed them. However, he knows nothing else other than it's a summoning, Elder Prax spoke out. Alfiend continued to stare at Elder Prax with slight anger in his eyes before his face returned back to normal, and he once again turned to look at John. You are quite correct. Our plans do involve the summoning. But you won't be alive to see it take place. I'm guessing that since you know it's a summoning, but that Thunderzin hasn't shown up yet, that you have yet to inform him of this matter. Good, but enough of that, Alfiend said as he gestured to the formation below their feet. This formation you are on cost us an absolute fortune to employ a formation's grandmaster to create. Do you know what it does? Alfiend asked. John recalled what Alfiend had offhandedly mentioned before, as well as the fact that Chase was on a similar platform as himself. If I had to guess, I would imagine you're going to have Chase take over my body, John replied. Correct, you are quite clever it seems, Alfiend replied. This formation will slowly erase your consciousness over the course of several weeks, while slowly infusing that of Chase's into it. When this is done, he will obtain your incredibly talented body and use it to soar through the world of cultivation, Alfiend explained. Fuck off, I don't want any of this, an angry cry suddenly interrupted Alfiend. Both John and Alfiend looked over to Chase, who had nothing but hate and anger in his eyes as he stared at his father. Regardless of if you want it, it will still happen. As I told you before, when you inherit his body, and the might of forbidden cultivation arts floods your veins for the first time, You will realize that I was right all along. Until then, keep quiet." Alfiend flicked his wrist, and a stream of powerful chi wrapped around Chase's mouth, silencing him from speaking again. After doing so, Alfiend looked back to John with great curiosity. "Tell me, how did you become so powerful? Surely you have some amazing secrets. If you reveal them to me, I'll make your death painless. However, if you deny me these details, I'll make it so that you wish you were dead 1,000 times over," Alfiend said to John menacingly. Hearing this, John drooped his head down as he looked at the ground. Alfiend took this as a sign of defeat, and his smile began to grow larger as he waited for John to reveal all his secrets. After a moment of silence, laughter began to fill the air. "Hada-hata." The laughter grew louder and was clear for all to hear. Alfiend looked at John with slight ire, as John lifted his head to look at Alfiend while laughing at the top of his lungs. "You find all this funny?" Alfiend asked with a voice of growing frustration. "We'll see how long you can keep this laughter up for." "Of course I find this funny," John replied with a tone of complete mockery. "You've gone through all this trouble, and I'm about to ruin every single aspect of this plan." "Oh," Alfiend asked with an amused tone. "And how do you plan to do that? I'm sure that bastard Thunderson gave you some sort of talisman to crush to inform him of any danger, but I've restricted all your movements. You're trapped and have no way to escape this formation. So do tell me, who is going to help you get out of this?" Alfiend asked. Boom! An explosive power suddenly emanated from John, and all those nearby felt his power surge to incredible heights. It was as if he had gone through a metamorphosis, and his power had grown to even make some of the elders feel threatened. This process continued for several minutes as Alfiend and the elders watched on, and they even felt a tinge of the heavens descend before quickly retreating. Several minutes later, the violent energy exploding from John's body subsided, returning the area to normal once again. Alfiend studied John closely and quickly noticed what had happened. "You broke through to the Meridian Forging Realm. That was your plan. Are you truly so stupid as to think that this little bit of power is enough to break the formation that binds you?" Alfiend asked. After he was captured, John had allowed the pill he had isolated from his stomach to once again be absorbed. Slowly but surely, he infused all the energy into his dantian, and at the very end, had ascended to the Meridian Forging Realm. He instantly felt his power increase several-fold, and he quickly guided the remaining energy through his meridians, reinforcing them and expanding them, making them much more formidable. At the same time, astral meridians, gifted from the heavens themselves, fused with his meridians, making them stronger once more. With all this done, John's power exploded to incredible levels, and his meridians were capable of withstanding much greater energy flows. John also felt his soul advance an entire realm as well, ascending from the soul condensation realm to the soul sea realm. His soul space, which was a condensed sphere of soul energy, instantly expanded to incredible proportions, expanding to a sea of soul energy. He felt his soul grow much more powerful, and his divine sense climb to new heights. Alfiend was also initially shocked at the power John had displayed, as it had been quite incredible, and far beyond what a newly ascended meridian forging expert should be capable of. However, as Alfiend had mentioned, it was still not enough to break free of the formation that bound him. John relished in his power for a moment before he looked up at Alfiend with a look of absolute confidence. "No, I'm not stupid enough to think this bit of power is enough to help me escape," John replied, his voice tinged with mockery. "You asked me who I'm getting to help me break free of this formation. Well, you're right. It's not Thunderson, but something much, much stronger." Alfiend had a look of confusion on his face as he heard John's explanation. He was about to mock him further when another muffled boom echoed out from within John's body. Just like before, a wild energy surged from within his body, bathing the nearby area with incredible power. The robes of Alfiend and the nearby elders fluttered violently as an incredibly demonic and bloodthirsty aura exploded off from John with absolute power. Even someone as powerful as Alfiend took a slight step backwards, as he was unsure of what was going on. To them, it was as if John was going through a second meridian forging ascension, but they all knew such a thing was impossible. Boom! An extremely loud crack exploded up above the heads of everyone, drawing all their attentions. The eyes of all the elders, as well as Alfiend's, widened with shock and horror. Tribulation Clouds, Chapter 368, The Power of Tribulation Lightning Boom. 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 Thunderous booms echoed down from above, as lightning began to snake through the ever-thicker clouds that gathered at an unnatural speed. Within seconds, the entire sky was covered with blackened clouds, bathing the sect in a near-nighttime darkness. The clouds spread for 100 miles in each direction, and made it appear as if a storm of judgment was descending upon the sect. Everyone within the Bloodfiend sect, no matter who they were or what they were doing, immediately felt the heavenly pressure of the tribulation clouds pressing down upon them. It was as if the apocalypse had come for the sect. Everyone flooded to the streets and looked at the black clouds high above, as lightning continuously struck out within the clouds, occasionally showering the sect below with flashes of light. "What the hell is going on?" many disciples asked, both scared and confused at what was happening. "Those are tribulation clouds," the more experienced elders commented. They had all seen tribulation clouds, either from their own tribulations or from other elders breaking through. "However, I have never seen anything like this before," an elder exclaimed. "These are less tribulation clouds, and more clouds bringing the wrath of heavenly judgment. Just what the hell is happening?" Back at the formation circles, John continued to push the cultivation of his body Danshan over the edge towards the meridian forging realm. When his body had broken through to the core formation realm back in the ancient temple, he had felt the tribulation clouds back then, searching for his location. He didn't know if the temple was somehow shrouding him, or if the clouds just couldn't find him yet, but he knew they were there for him. Not only that, but he knew they would find him when he broke through the meridian forging realm and would strike down on him with absolute power and fury. John watched Alfiend slowly back away from him as he continued to look up towards the sky, before John too looked up to the sky. Lightning continuously snaked through the clouds, nearly racing down to the ground below, but stopping just before doing so, as if they couldn't find what they wanted to strike just yet. John narrowed his eyes as he stared at the clouds above, as his suspicions were confirmed, both in the timing and the nature of the tribulation. "I had a feeling this would happen. In fact, I was almost certain of it, and it seems as though I was right. Tribulation will rain down on me when my body cultivation breaks through to the meridian forging realm, and not only that, but it will be unlike any tribulation I've ever heard of." Alfiend and the elders as well, all couldn't help but stare nonstop at the clouds above, stunned expressions plastered on each and every one of their faces. "What the hell is going on?" one of the elders exclaimed in shock and confusion. "It's the boy. The tribulation clouds are centered on the boy," another exclaimed. "Impossible. Tribulation clouds only appear when one breaks through to the heaven tribulation realm. How could a meridian forging ascension trigger heavenly tribulation?" another replied, his voice full of panic and uncertainty. "We can all clearly tell it's centered on the boy. The main question is, why is this tribulation so powerful?" another elder commented. "Every tribulation, while shockingly powerful, leaves a thread of hope for the one ascending, as the tribulation is not meant to kill outright, but test the cultivator. If they are deemed worthy of being blessed by the heavens, the heavenly tribulation serves as a means to bathe their bodies in the heavenly laws, which not only heals them after the tribulation, but also helps them ascend closer to the heavens." The elder paused for a moment. "However, there are no blessings in this tribulation lightning, no healing properties, no path for survival. There is only death for the one who undergoes this tribulation. It's as if the heavens wants nothing more than to snuff out the life of that boy, giving him no hope of survival," the elder explained. "Good," a different elder commented as he heard this. Although it's a shame Chase will not inherit his body, at least we'll be rid of this headache in the future, the elder continued as he stuck up his nose at John. Indeed, watching this boy die miserably will be quite entertaining, another replied smugly. Have you all gone stupid? Alfiend suddenly barked at the elders angrily. If this boy undergoes a tribulation of this magnitude in the center of the sect, what do you think will happen to the sect? The faces of all the elders lit up in shock as they realized what Alfiend was saying. If John truly underwent such a tribulation within the sect, a great portion of it would be ruined. They were currently in quite an important part of the sect, and its destruction would cost them dearly. Then what are we waiting for? If we take his life, this all ends, Elder Prax suddenly shouted as he dashed forward towards John. Since I was the one to bring him this far, it's only natural that I'm the one to end his life. His power flared out, revealing his might as a peak heaven tribulation elder. In fact, he was actually a half-step Dao transformation expert, revealing that he was incredibly powerful. He was still incredibly hateful of John, as he was the one to slay his previous disciple, Damon. However, Alfiend's plans took precedence, and so he did not make any hasty actions when he found out the truth just the day prior. Elder Prax, stay your hand, Alfiend called out, but it was too late. Elder Prax was directly before John, ready to land the final blow. John smiled as he watched Elder Prax approach, and the last bit of meridian-forging blood essence he had at his disposal was finally absorbed. He had been saving the blood essence of the 3 meridian-forging experts he had slain months earlier for just this moment. Boom! An explosive sound echoed out from within John's body as his cultivation was finally pushed over the edge, placing his body cultivation firmly in the meridian-forging realm. As if they had finally found their prey, the lightning snaking through the clouds above stopped for the briefest of moments, before a horrifying bolt of lightning came exploding down on John below. Just as it was about to reach John, the tribulation lightning noticed Elder Prax and his interference in this tribulation. Even in normal tribulations, tribulation lightning would strike any who would interfere. Many still chose to do so, and would shield a portion of the lightning from the one ascending, assuring that they broke through to the heaven tribulation realm. Doing so would not fully baptize the tribulator in tribulation lightning, making them weaker than those who fully ascended on their own power. However, such things were done by strong elders or parents who knew without interference, their sons, daughters, or disciples breaking through would die without some aid. The lesser future talent was worth it if their offspring survived. Their immense strength allowed them to withstand the might of the heaven tribulation, giving it a strong but manageable reputation. However, this lightning was different. There was only destruction, and it would not allow anyone or anything to interfere with its main purpose of slaying John. It could not tell the difference between those helping John and those trying to kill him, but only that they were near him, which it assumed was to aid him. John knew this more than anyone, as he was the center of the tribulation, and could feel its purpose press down on him. He smiled sinisterly at Elder Prax, who was nearly upon him, and that smile sent a shiver down the elder's spine. Goodbye, Elder Prax. Tell Damon I said hi. Boom. The tribulation lightning bolt, which split in two, rained down on John and Elder Prax. A deafening clap of thunder exploded out, and the explosion of lightning knocked everyone off their feet as the lighting radiated outwards. The ears of all those nearby rang for quite some time, before they slowly clambered to their feet to inspect the damage. Their eyes all opened in shock at the sight before them. A charred pile of flesh, barely recognizable as a human, was smoldering on the half-destroyed formation platform. Before that charred pile of flesh stood John, whose flesh was ever so slightly charred. Smoke drifted off his damaged robes, while a sinisterly wicked smile entered the eyes of all who looked at him. Don't worry. There's plenty of tribulation lightning to go around for the rest of you. Chapter 369, Apocalyptic Tribulation. John stood defiantly on top of the ruined formation platform, his eyes piercing down towards the elders standing below him. The lightning had destroyed the formation binding him, once again freeing his body from the restrictions previously placed upon it. The blood-fiend elders stared in stunned disbelief that John was alive, and seemingly unharmed as he stood on the shattered formation's platform, while the incredibly powerful Elder Prax was no more than a charred pile of flesh. I could summon Thunderzen now, but I don't want him to get caught up in this. I'll save that trump card for last. John casually brushed some dirt off his shoulder before he inspected his body. He raised his hand before his face, inspecting the slight damage to it. A small portion of flesh on his arm, neck, and back were slightly charred, while the rest of his skin was unharmed. Glowing runes covered his skin, emanating a faint blue light from beneath his skin, much like embers glowing beneath a fire. The lightning origin essence runes. These are from the celestial lightning script, so that's why. It all makes sense now. John had always found it strange why the mysterious palace realm he had access to only had two cultivation techniques, the Immortal Asura tome and the celestial lightning script. While the Immortal Asura tome gifted him with an incredibly strong body and battle art, the celestial lightning script did not have any accompanying lightning-based battle arts, making it quite useless to him for a considerably long time. While it eventually started to show its might when he learned battle arts from the Heavenly Lightning sect, John was always confused as to why the lightning script was the cultivation technique the creator of the palace realm had chosen to place inside. Now it all made sense. The celestial lightning script, which gave him his lightning attribute body, would be the thing that allowed him to survive this hellish tribulation. The Immortal Asura body attracted the tribulation, while the celestial lightning script saved him from it. It was perfectly balanced and planned out, as if the creator had foresaw all of this. Upon realizing this, John's confidence in passing this tribulation soared, as he had utmost confidence in his Immortal Asura body and lightning attribute body. His focus once again snapped back to those who stood before him, and his eyes swept over them like a hawk looking at prey. Allfiend immediately noticed this look of John, and could tell what John was about to do. "Flee," Allfiend commanded the elders, before his body suddenly vanished, while he wanted nothing more than to cut John down at the moment. He knew doing so would only lead to his swift death, as tribulation lighting rained down on him. His speed was incredible, and John couldn't even see him move before he disappeared from his vision. John watched Allfiend flee, and a scowl washed over his face as his fists clenched with anger by his side. "A pity. However, taking your lives will suffice," John sneered at the elders while raising a fist and pointing at them. His power flared, and his body suddenly exploded with absolute speed. Thunderflash steps. Limiter of speed. Utilizing techniques he had not used for many months, John exploded with incredible speed. The broken formation's platform shattered beneath his feet as he sped forward. He instantly appeared before the elders, who were still in a daze at having been abandoned by Allfiend, and were a step late to react as John arrived between them. "Die for me," John commanded as the sky suddenly lit up, and another apocalyptic beam of lightning crashed down to his location below. "Shit. Flee." The other elders finally understood Allfiend's meaning, and instantly fled at their fastest speeds, seeking to get as far from John as possible. Two of the elders suddenly felt themselves yanked backwards, as something incredibly strong gripped their wrists. They both turned around in a panic, and saw John grabbing both their arms. "You little shit. Let go or die." The elders cursed it out at the same time, and turned to quickly unleash a strong attack on John. John was still only a recently ascended Meridian forging cultivator, while these elders were all in the heaven tribulation realm. An attack from them was something he could need his full power to defend against. "Too late," John mocked as a look of amusement appeared on his face. Both elders looked up to the sky above as pure panic, fear, and despair washed over their faces. Boom. The entire area flashed white for a brief instant, as the second bolt of tribulation lightning exploded down on John's position. The earth shattered and crumbled beneath their feet as the lightning sought to destroy all in its path. The explosion of lighting faded quickly after, revealing the scene of carnage and destruction left behind. A massive crater formed at the location of the lightning strike, leaving only John and 2 charred piles of flesh behind. More wounds of charred flesh were opened up on John's skin, revealing that the second lightning strike had been even stronger than the first. However, it was still far from enough to claim his life. This heaven tribulation was a tribulation targeting John's body Danshan, and by extension, his body. It ignored all essence chi defenses and focused only on the flesh of those it struck. John's body was incredibly durable, hardened by an absolutely supreme body cultivation art, and was further protected by his lightning attribute body. However, these heaven tribulation elders had no such defenses, and their bodies were naturally much weaker than John's. As a result, they were reduced to piles of charred flesh as soon as the lightning struck their bodies. Pathetic, John spat out in disgust as he stepped over the 2 piles of charred flesh. He jumped up high into the air, leaving the crater which he had been standing in, and floated up in the sky. His head swiveled in every direction, looking for more elders to destroy, but much to his dismay, the elders had all fled out of his sight. A pity, however. John's gaze shifted from searching for the elders to the expansive bloodfiend sect below. While his official mission for coming here was to find out the sect's plans, his personal mission was to destroy the sect and burn it to the ground. The day for that mission to be fulfilled had finally arrived. The disciples, lower-ranked elders, merchants, and all other members of the sect had gathered in the streets, looking up at the sky above. Hundreds of thousands of them crowded together, seeking out what was happening. The 2 lightning strikes had struck not far away, but those who witnessed it were too scared to move closer to inspect what had happened. Shortly after, a lone cultivator appeared high up in the sky, floating above all those below who looked up at him. Boom! Another apocalyptic beam of lighting struck down on the boy, knocking him down slightly. However, the boy stood there definitely in the air, as the flashes of lighting occasionally illuminated his features. The tribulation clouds above kicked up a tempest all around him that billowed trees, toppled buildings, and shattered earth. The boy stood stably in the very center of it all, as if none of it affected him at all. It was as if an apocalyptic lighting god had arrived before them. Bloodfiend sect, the voice of the lone figure boomed out loudly for all to hear. Your day of judgment has arrived. After tonight, the name of the Bloodfiend sect will be erased from the annals of history. Chapter 370, Lion Among Lambs. Occasional flashes of light from the clouds above illuminated John's figure, revealing his face for all to see. None of them recognized him, but they could tell he was a young boy by his features. The sky suddenly opened up, and rain washed down on the entire sect, as if a waterfall from the heavens had opened up above the sect. The clothes and hair of all those within the sect quickly became soaked, and a howling wind chilled them to their core. Trees toppled from the might of the winds blanketing the sect, while streets quickly became flooded. It was truly as if the apocalypse had arrived for the sect. Who is that? A petrified disciple mustered the courage to ask. Is he a god? How did he survive that lightning? Another disciple muttered in fear. Most of those within the sect looked up at John as if he were some fabled god, but several elders scrunched their eyes as they closely inspected him. Who are you? An elder loudly barked out at John. What is the meaning of this? Is this some sort of illusion formation? John's vision shifted to the elder, his cold eyes staring causing the elder to take a slight gasp before he composed himself. It was as if a demon was staring at him. Come up here and find out, John replied, his voice full of cold mockery. You little brat, the elder spat out. I don't know what games you're playing, but your cultivation is clearly at the Meridian Forging realm. This must be an illusion of some sorts. The only illusion here is you thinking you'll survive this night, John replied with an indifferent tone, as if talking to the elder was beneath him. That's enough. It's time to end this pathetic charade. The elder, clearly incensed by John's words, yelled out in anger as his body suddenly shot up into the sky. John stared at the approaching elder with disinterest, as if such a thing was only a temporary nuisance. The elder only had a cultivation at the late Meridian forging realm, further lessening John's interest in him. "That's Elder JP. He should be able to stop whatever this is," an excited disciple exclaimed. The elder took out his sword, and it began to glow powerfully as he reached John and began to swing it down on him. Bang! The back of John's hand slammed across the elder's face before he could react, shattering his cheekbones and rocketing him down to the ground below faster than he had sped up towards John. The elder's body slammed into the crowd below with incredible force, the force of which shattered the bodies of dozens of disciples before the elder eventually came to an unconscious stop. "Annoying," John spat out disdainfully. With his essence and body cultivation both in the Meridian forging realm now, a Meridian forging elder was a trivial thing to handle for John when he utilized his full power. It would take a heaven tribulation elder to challenge him at this point. The crowd looked at John with stunned terror on their faces as his power slowly subsided. He had exploded with the might of his Immortal Asura transformation art for the briefest of instants to deal with the elder, before returning to his normal state. The crowd was frozen in confusion and fear as they watched a trusted elder broken with a single slap from the boy above. Several screams of agony and pain cried out for the disciples who had been mowed down by the elder's violently crashing body. Without a word, John suddenly rocketed down to the ground below, landing within the crowd of disciples, elders, and other sect members. The force of his landing caused a small crater to form in the streets, the exploding debris knocking back the stronger cultivators while shattering the bodies of the weaker disciples. Before anyone could react, the sky once again lit up brightly as another apocalyptic beam of lightning struck down on John. Boom! Just as the strike before it, this strike was even stronger than the previous, indicating that the tribulation would only get harder and harder to withstand. A massive explosion of lighting radiated outwards after striking John, washing over the nearby crowd and shattering the ground beneath their feet. A brief moment of silence descended on the sect as the hearing of those nearby slowly came back from being deafened by the thunderous explosion. The sound of torrential rain and howling winds became audible once again. Those who were close to the lighting strike were silenced permanently, while cries of anguish, fear, and pain spread through the crowd that was farther away. The shattered remnants of the street came into view, revealing a large crater 100 yards wide. The crater was filled with ash and the charred bodies of those unfortunate enough to get caught up in the lightning strike, and the crowd instantly descended into panic upon seeing this. The crowd finally realized that what was happening was far beyond their ability to stop, and everyone instantly began to flee in fear. "Run! Flee for your lives!" The panicked cries of the crowd echoed out as they began to scatter in all directions like scurrying rats. "Heh, it's too late for that," John snickered as he took out his scythe and dashed forward with insatiable anger and bloodlust. The Bloodfiend sect had tried to kill him numerous times. The Bloodfiend sect had killed his good friend Russell. The Bloodfiend sect had killed his fellow Fenix clan members and aimed to exterminate them forever. Tonight was the night of unbridled retribution. His aura towered high into the sky as his scythe cleaved out rapidly, every slash reaping a life. After reaping dozens of lives with a single slash each, John dashed forward and grabbed the head of another disciple, slamming it into the ground and exploding it like a watermelon. His finger pointed outwards immediately afterwards, as lighting snaked off of it and launched into a dense cluster of the crowd. Lightning ruin. An incredibly strong beam of lightning pierced through the bodies of over 24 disciples before eventually fading away. Without looking at the outcome of his attack, John sent off a dozen other lightning ruins in other directions, each one piercing towards a dense cluster of fleeing disciples, merchants, and weaker elders, and each beam taking the lives of dozens of Bloodfiend members. Boom! John's fist connected with the head of a disciple he caught up to, which exploded into a fine pink mist. He raced towards another nearby cluster of disciples, who were tripping over each other and pushing their fellow members behind in an attempt to flee faster. He quickly reached them, and each swing of his scythe cleaved a person in half. Divine Reaping Scythe. John swung out his scythe immediately after, sending an incredibly sharp and fast horizontal tack towards another cluster of Bloodfiend members. Chi. The Divine Reaping Scythe carved through the group like butter, separating their bodies into two. Die, you brat. An angered cry rang out behind John as a Heaven Tribulation elder appeared behind him, daggers in hand. John scoffed and pressed off the ground, narrowly dodging the attack. The elder prepared to send out another attack when he suddenly looked towards the sky with absolute fear in his eyes. Boom! Another beam of lighting crashed onto John, charring the elder and dozens of other nearby disciples to ashes. John groaned as the strength of this last lightning strike was quite powerful and rendered some of his flesh apart. The lightning origin essence runes on his flesh glowed brilliantly, as his lightning attribute body did the best to negate the damage. With his current strength far above the other disciples, and the tribulation lighting dealing with all the powerful elders, John was unstoppable during this rampage of his within the sect. However, even he was starting to find it harder and harder to bear the power of the tribulation lighting in his current state. His flesh was starting to be rent apart, revealing a small amount of muscle beneath. His flesh was seared all over as well as the damage began to accumulate. Even with his strong body and lightning attribute body, the power of the tribulation lightning was immense. I guess I need to kick it up a notch. Supreme Battle Art, Chapter 371. Destroying the Bloodfiend sect, the might of the Supreme Battle Art flowed throughout John's body, raising his strength and durability to a new level. John relished in the feeling of this power for a moment, as he had not felt it in quite some time. Not using my body power these last 3 months has made me feel suffocated, but I can finally let it all out once again. John raised his arms to his side while he smiled with eyes closed, feeling the rain falling down on his face. After a singular moment of serenity, his eyes snapped open once again, ready to continue his mission. Killing these disciples and elders is quite fun, but destroying the sect completely will be much more damaging than cutting down a few members of the sect. Time to get to work. Heavenly Lightning Domain. John activated his Heavenly Lightning Domain, which would help him not be snuck up on by elders such as the previous one had. Not only that, but his Heavenly Lightning Domain had advanced to a new height after breaking through, and was much more powerful than before. Just by being activated around him, the destruction he would be able to personally cause would be immense, not to mention the tribulation lightning adding to that destruction. 72 lightning nodes sprung up around John, each flaring with absolute lightning power. Boom. 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 Lightning continued to crash around John from his lightning domain, striking anyone caught in its reach, while also destroying many of the nearby buildings. By now, John had discovered a certain cadence to the tribulation lightning above. The strikes would come down in fixed intervals, unless someone was trying to interfere with its destruction of John. Each time it struck down, the strike would be stronger than the previous. However, John could tell that after each tribulation strike, the clouds above grew ever so slightly weaker. It seems as though even tribulations that want nothing more than to kill me have their limits. I'm guessing that even the heavens themselves have laws they must follow, but such a thing is far beyond my scope of understanding. The only thing that matters is that if I last long enough, the tribulation should eventually disappear. John suddenly sped off in a certain direction as he felt the next tribulation lightning strike fast approaching. His body, powered by his supreme battle art, flared unbelievable might, while his lightning domain destroyed whatever stood in his path. To those fleeing from him, he looked like an undefeatable battle god whose sole purpose was to destroy everything. John reached his desired target just as the next tribulation strike was descending down on him. His finger pierced outwards, sending off a lightning ruin, which crashed into the closed gates of the pill hall's main entrance. Boom. A small hole was created in the sturdy front doors of the pill hall, allowing for John to slip inside. Just as he did so, boom! Another apocalyptic lightning strike from above pierced down towards John, who now stood within the pill hall. The tribulation lightning struck onto the top of the pill hall and shattered anything it came into contact with. Its might was unstoppable, and with a single lightning strike, the entire pill hall was rent asunder. "Fuck off!" John shouted out as his scythe slashed upwards at the lightning above. Boom! Scythe and lightning beams struck together, sending a wave of absolute power radiating outwards. Any portion of the pill hall that still stood after the initial strike was blasted into smithereens. John's body was launched into the ground below, the immense speed of his body forming a crater that stretched for 100 yards. He eventually came to a stop and quickly hopped on his feet. Using his scythe to fight back just now had reduced the strain on his body, which let John know he could fight back against this lighting. He quickly hopped out of the crater and floated in the sky for a moment before he found his next target. His body blurred forward, and another tribulation lightning strike pierced down on him shortly after. Boom! 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 Thunderous booms continued to echo out over the Bloodfiend sect for the next 15 minutes. John's body sped from building to building during this time, taking down whatever stood in his path. His scythe slashed out at the lightning each time, fighting back as best he could to hopefully withstand the full tribulation. Floating high in the sky in the far distance was a gathering of cultivators. They all looked down on the sect's destruction below, their faces turning red with unbridled anger. "Sect leader Alfiend, what should we do? We cannot allow this destruction to continue," an elder said to Alfiend with panic in his voice. They were watching everything they had worked to create be destroyed before their very eyes. "What can we do?" Alfiend replied angrily through gritted teeth. His fists were clenched so tight that they were turning white, and his body trembled with anger. His plan had been perfect. He had not only discovered John through his own intellect, but also knew what contingency plan John would have to get out of this situation. It had all gone according to plan, but then the tribulation occurred. Such a thing could never be accounted for, and Alfiend felt incredibly stifled that his perfectly calculated plan was destroyed by something so far out of his control. "Can't we launch long-range attacks on him? Perhaps the tribulation clouds won't take notice of us if we're far enough away," an elder suggested. Alfiend glanced towards the elder with a look of disdain, as if he considered the elder to be incredibly stupid. "If you want to throw your life away, then go for it," Alfiend replied, no longer interested in that elder. The elder, who was a late heaven tribulation elder, took this as an opportunity to prove his worth to Alfiend and ascend to higher heights within the sect. His sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he raised it to his side as it began to glow with incredible might. After a moment of charging the attack, the elder swung his sword down with his strongest power. "Haya!" The elder shouted as he slashed his sword out. A crimson sword image, dozens of yards long, appeared in the air and rapidly traveled down to the sect below. Alfiend, as well as the other elders, instantly separated themselves from the elder who had just attacked. Ahem. John felt his hair stand on their ends, and his head swiveled in a certain direction in the sky. His eyes narrowed as he saw a rapidly approaching sword attack, and his body flared with lightning as his speed was pushed to the very limits. Boom! The sword image crashed onto the ground at John's location, sending a rain of rubble and debris sailing outwards as a large crater was formed from the powerful battle art. John's body was seen flashing out of the cloud of debris, narrowly dodging the attack. His narrowed eyes looked to the sky above, and the source of the attack when... Boom! Tribulation lightning struck down in the far distance. John saw the lightning strike a singular person who floated high above in the sky, most likely the one who had attacked him. "Idiot!" John sneered as he once again began to move throughout the sect at incredible speeds. There was plenty more of the Bloodfiend sect to destroy. Chapter 372, fighting against the tribulation all fiend, and the other elders regrouped after the elder was struck down, and silence descended amongst them. After watching the elder be struck down, they knew they could not interfere with this tribulation until it was over, or their lives would be claimed from the heavens above. They had never felt so powerless in their lives, as their opponent tonight was the heavens itself. Boom! Another tribulation strike struck down, reaching incredible levels of power that began to make John's hair stand on end. Even with his incredibly durable body, his supreme battle art, his lightning attribute body, and his lightning comprehensions gifted from the celestial lightning script, he was finding it hard to withstand the growing might of the tribulation above. If it were anyone else in the world undergoing this tribulation at John's current realm, they would have already died 10 times over. John's scythe struck out once more, as he sent an attack out to meet the lightning. Gah! John cried out in slight pain as the lightning easily outpowered his scythe, crashing onto his body and bathing it with destructive tribulation lightning. His skin charred in several areas, while his body slowed for a moment as lightning rampaged through. The strike subsided, and John fell to his knees, breathing incredibly heavy. This can't keep going on like this. While I can still defend right now, I can tell the lightning will eventually become too powerful for me to handle, even if I use my Immortal Asura transformation art. I need to think of something. John racked his brains for ideas during the short reprieve, going over any and all ideas that could work. After a short while of thinking, he came up with several ideas. John put away his scythe, and his battle axe suddenly appeared in his hands. The scythe was meant for reaping lives and was best used against other humans. However, the axe was purely meant for power destruction and was much more suited for defending against tribulation lightning. The power of two Taos, the Tao of destruction and the Tao of power, emanated from John's battle axe as it began to glow with absolute might. The Tao of annihilation, while incredibly powerful, was only useful on the living and served no purpose here. When I first trained the celestial lightning script, I used the lightning of the Elysial Lightning World trial to wash over me. I was able to temper my body with that lightning, as well as absorb it to strengthen my lightning origin essence runes. Perhaps. John looked to the clouds above once more as he thought over this idea of his. The howling wind howled all around him, fluttering his robe and hair violently. He had never considered absorbing this tribulation lightning, as its power was far too destructive to consider such a thing, but John realized it was his only hope forward. It's the only chance I have. I have to trust in the might of the celestial lightning script. Boom! Another apocalyptic lightning beam exploded out from the black clouds above and pierced towards John with incredible speed and power. Sky-sundering axe. An incredibly powerful battle axe image slashed upwards from John's battle axe towards the lightning above. Boom! His sky-sundering axe collided with the tribulation lightning strike, causing an incredible explosion to radiate outwards in the sky. The sky trembled for a brief moment before the lightning continued forwards and pierced down to John below. However, its power had been diminished considerably, causing elation to appear in John's eyes. This is the way forward. Boom! The lightning struck on his body, and John gritted his teeth through the pain as he allowed the tribulation lightning to wash over his body. The lightning quickly pierced into his flesh and began to rampage wildly within, seeking to destroy everything. Through the pain, John calmed his mind as a jade piece, glowing brightly from within, appeared in his hand. He focused on the task at hand and began to revolve his essence chi according to the celestial lightning script. John's chi clashed with the tribulation lightning and was nearly incinerated by it. However, he focused his mind nonetheless and continued to revolve his chi according to the celestial lightning script. At first, the tribulation lightning destroyed anything it came into contact with, but by constantly fighting against it, John's comprehensions towards lightning, and especially tribulation lightning, began to rapidly grow. After a short while of excruciating agony, he finally found himself able to fight back against the lightning, coming to a stalemate within his body. His eyes lit up with hopeful expectation as his suspicions were confirmed. The celestial lightning script is absolutely incredible. Not only has it been raised by lightning attribute body to a level that can withstand tribulation lightning, but it can also fight back against tribulation lightning. Let's see if I can take it one step further and absorb this tribulation lightning for my own use. By this time, the remaining tribulation lightning rampaging through John's body was purged, and he would have to wait for the next strike to test his theory. He jumped up into the sky once more and swiveled his head in all directions. The smoldering ruins of buildings stretched as far as the eye could see, as the Bloodfiend sect was nearly fully destroyed by this time. A smile appeared on John's face as he took this scene in, before his gaze shifted to a particular building still standing tall. After a moment of pause, he sped towards the building and quickly entered at its base. In the distance, Alfiend, who was still watching this all take place, cursed out with absolute anger and hate. My Bloodfiend citadel. I will flay this bastard alive if it's the last thing I do. Boom. Lightning crashed down once again, striking the top of the Bloodfiend citadel. It ignored the building's incredibly durable material and pierced into it and towards John below. John slashed out with his sky-sundering axe, reducing the power of the tribulation lightning. Before it struck onto his body once more, the lightning rampaged through, and John instantly revolved his celestial lightning script to the limits, seeking to control the rampaging lightning. The fight within his body raged back and forth for quite some time, as John grit his teeth to withstand the absolutely agonizing pain racking his body. Before long, calm finally descended at the base of the Bloodfiend citadel. John breathed out a sigh of relief, which also contained smoke from the internal damage the lightning did to his body. His body was charred all over, making him look incredibly miserable. However, a smile lingered on his face. I was actually able to do it, John exclaimed happily. I absorbed tribulation lightning. His ecstatic gaze looked through the broken roof of the Bloodfiend citadel to the black skies above, and he raised his arms to the side as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Come on, smite me down if you can. Chapter 373, Destroying the Bloodfiend Citadel. John's words echoed throughout the half-destroyed Bloodfiend Citadel. His anger towards the heavens was becoming stronger and stronger as the tribulation went on, as being targeted like this was beyond infuriating. While it was helping him out immensely at this time, it was still the case that the heavens wanted him dead. You want to kill me? Fine. But I'll be taking this power of yours for my own use in that case, John shouted out once more. His words seemed to anger the heavens, as another powerful beam of tribulation lightning struck down on him. Sky-sundering axe. John unleashed another sky-sundering axe in an attempt to fight back against the lightning. Lightning and battle art collided, and a thunderous explosion radiated outwards halfway down the Bloodfiend citadel. Boom! The explosion rocked the citadel, tearing it apart once and for all. The half-destroyed structure finally began to fully collapse as the lightning strike continued onwards towards John. The tribulation lightning exploded onto his body once more, and John instantly revolved his celestial lightning script. Gah! John cried out in pain once more as the lightning rampaged throughout his body, seeking to destroy it from within. Although he had learned to slightly absorb tribulation lightning, this strike was even more powerful than the previous, thus negating his resistance to it. John grit his teeth as he struggled against the tribulation lightning. After a short while, he finally managed to absorb some of it, while he successfully purged the rest. His breathing was ragged as he stared at the smoldering ruins of the Bloodfiend citadel around him. I can't keep this up. While absorbing tribulation lightning is helping me right now, it's also causing incredible damage to my body at the same time. I think I can absorb another strike or two before I reach my limit, at which point I will need to focus on absolute defense instead. John's instincts flared, and he suddenly felt a cold stare press upon him. He turned his head and looked high into the sky at the source of the bloodlusted glare, and spotted a familiar figure staring at him with hate-filled eyes. "That bastard! I will flay him alive when this is done," Alfiend raged out as he stared down at John below. His glorious citadel was completely destroyed, leaving only a charred pile of rubble behind. John glanced at Alfiend for a moment before he averted his gaze. "He's too fast for me to catch up with, so the best thing I can do is continue to destroy the sect. Where should I go next?" John jumped into the sky and began to look around in all directions. Fire raged throughout the sect as far as the eye could see, while smoldering ruins of once grand buildings littered the sect grounds. The once glorious Bloodfiend sect was now no more than a pile of charred remains. After a moment of contemplation, John's eyes lit up. Time to ruin yet another one of Alfiend's plans. His body suddenly sped off in a certain direction, towards a less populated portion of the sect. Alfiend, as well as the elders, watched John fly off, hate contained within each of their eyes. "Where is that bastard going off to now?" an elder asked, barely containing his voice of trembling rage. "Who cares? As long as he stays away from the heart of the sect, that's for the better," another elder replied. "While most of the buildings have been destroyed, their foundations are still intact. It will take a lot of money and resources to rebuild, but there is still hope." "True. After this tribulation ends, I can't wait to capture this boy and flay him alive," another elder replied. He was just about to continue speaking when his, as well as the faces of all the others, lit up in surprise and then panic. He's heading towards the summoning chamber," an elder exclaimed as they finally noticed the direction John was heading. "How does he know of its location? Did Elder Prax tell him everything?" another elder exclaimed. "We need to stop him," another elder cried out, but his words were met with a deafening silence. How were any of them supposed to accomplish such a thing, when interfering meant dying a quick death? Alfiend remained silent as he saw this, but his rage continued to rise to incredible levels. "If the tribulation lightning is more than the cauldron and formations can handle, then I will activate the summoning early," Alfiend suddenly spoke out. "Activate it early? Will it be powerful enough to handle Thunderzin if you activate it early? It will at most have 80% of the power we are hopping to summon," a worried elder asked. "What other choice do I have?" Alfiend barked out in rage as his hand moved quickly. Bang! His hand slapped powerfully across the face of the elder, shattering half of his face as the elder's body rocketed down to the ground below. The elder slammed against the earth and burrowed deep into it. The other elders looked to Alfiend with trepidation and knew he was not in the mood to be questioned. Alfiend scowled, and his body suddenly sped forward. The elders all looked at each other with mixed expressions before they all followed after him. "Finally here," John exclaimed as he arrived in front of the cliffside where the secret entrance was located. He dashed towards where the entrance was and placed his hand on the seemingly normal surface. All blood belongs to the Bloodfiend. After a moment's hesitation, a formation lit up on the cliffside as the entrance began to part. John smiled as the formation was still intact and raced into the entrance as soon as it was wide enough to enter. He reached the base of the stairwell in no time, and the two meridian-forging elders guarding the entrance quickly noticed his appearance. "Halt, what are you?" "Chi." John's battle axe cleaved out before either elder could react, bisecting them in two with a single swing of his axe. If the elders had been expecting a fight, they would have been tougher to kill, but neither expected an intruder in their top-secret lair. Looks of surprised horror appeared on the Edlers' faces, while John sped past the two of them without looking back. He quickly arrived in the main chamber, which glowed with fiery heat as it did previously. The cries of anguish John had expected to hear once more did not ring out. He quickly scanned the chamber and found no alive mortals, much to his surprise. "I guess this summoning is almost complete if they are done with the sacrifices. It seems as though I arrived just in time. Time to get to work." Chapter 374, Destroying the Chamber of Anguish. John sped forward once more, his actions grabbing the attention of the elders in charge of maintaining the formations. While they could feel that something incredible was happening outside, none of them dared to abandon their posts. As such, they had no idea what was truly going on outside. "Who is that?" an elder asked as he watched John speed towards the cauldron. "Who cares? Stop him," another elder barked out an order. Going near the cauldron was not allowed, and John was clearly approaching it with ill intent. The dozens of elders all sped forward at the same time, their meridian forging and heaven tribulation cultivations flaring out powerfully. John arrived before the cauldron, which towered over him. Its size was even more incredible up close, and rage once again flowed through his veins as he looked at it. The amount of mortals sacrificed to fill it up was unimaginable. The elders arrived behind John, trapping him between the cauldron and them. However, none of them dared to unleash rash attacks, as they were afraid of damaging the cauldron or the formations on and around it. "What are you doing here, boy?" one of the elders asked with a raised voice. They had never seen John before, but could tell that he was not afraid, even when surrounded by this many elders. His skin was charred all over, as if he had been burned in a fire, startling the elders further as to what was going on. John glanced over his shoulders at the elders before he looked up to the ceiling of the chamber high above. His eyes narrowed for a moment, and his body tensed up once more. "It's coming," John replied to the elder. The elders looked at each other, confusion on each of their faces, before they looked back at John. "What's coming? Speak clearly, or don't blame us for killing you where you stand," the elder barked back. John's eyes shifted to the elder once more. "Your deaths," John replied with a monotone voice. Boom. The ceiling of the chamber suddenly shattered into thousands of pieces, as if it had been struck by a massive hammer. The elders all looked up at the commotion in shock, and their shock only grew as they noticed what had caused its destruction. John's axe slashed out with all his might to meet the attack. Before any of them could run, the next tribulation lightning beam struck down on John's location, bathing him and all the other elders in apocalyptic lightning. The lightning snaked in all directions as it sought to destroy not just John, but those nearby as well. Cries of startled pain rang out before they were quickly silenced. The large boulders from above continued to rain down, crashing into every inch of the chamber below. Boom. 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 The sound of crashing debris rocked the chamber for some time, before it eventually came to an end, and silence once again returned to the chamber. John suddenly jumped out from beneath the rubble and landed on top of it. His body was even more damaged than before, as the lightning began to take its toll on his body. A cursory glance of his revealed that none of the elders had survived the blast, giving him slight enjoyment within this hellish tribulation. After inspecting the surroundings, his vision landed on the cauldron next to him. His eyebrows raised slightly as he inspected the damage. It's only very slightly damaged, despite part of the tribulation striking it. Just how durable is this cauldron? John had expected it to be half destroyed, but the truth was completely different. It was just some superficial surface scratches, and not something significant at all. "Will I be able to destroy the cauldron, even with this lighting?" John mused to himself. He quickly jumped up to see if he could do anything to it from within, but found that the cauldron had been closed, as it was seemingly at the end of the summoning process, and no more blood was needed. He couldn't stand under the cauldron either to shield him from the tribulation, as an inferno raged below powerfully, far hotter than his body could handle. "Oh well, the only thing I can do is carry out this tribulation here and hope it's enough." John stared up at the clouds above, which now could be seen through the shattered ceiling of the chamber. The tribulation clouds continued to brim with absolute power, but he could tell that it had weakened considerably since the start of the tribulation. "It seems like it's coming to an end soon enough. I just have to endure as long as I can." John gripped his axe tightly as he waited for the next tribulation lightning strike. The clouds above brewed for a moment before it once again flashed brightly, and another lightning beam struck down on his location. Sky-sundering axe. Sky-sundering axe. John sent out repeated sky-sundering axes as fast as he could muster, which slammed against the approaching lightning strike. Each collision weakened the lightning slightly, but the lightning still struck down on him with incredible power. Just like before, John allowed the lightning to rampage within his body as he sought to absorb its power. The internal struggle continued to rage on once again as he revolved his celestial lightning script to its absolute peak state. Blood and smoke spewed out of John's clenched teeth as the battle reached its climax. Gah! John fell to his knees as he finally absorbed the last thread of tribulation lightning. His breathing was heavy and ragged as he struggled back onto his feet. His gaze once again shifted to the cauldron and then the clouds high above. I'm at my limit for absorbing tribulation lightning. Absorbing it has increased my lightning attribute body and resistance to tribulation lighting, but if I try to absorb any more, I'll die. I need to fight the remaining lightning strikes head-on to get through this tribulation. It's time I go all out. The lighting at this time had reached an absolutely terrifying level of power, which John could no longer hold back against. His eyes narrowed as a resolved look appeared on his face. His eyes suddenly turned blood red as two small protrusions jutted out from his skull. Blood-red formation lines began to glow on his skin as he felt his power surge like never before. Immortal Asura Transformation Art, Chapter 375, Final tribulations strike high above the chamber. All fiend and the elders all watched the events taking place below. Their fists and teeth were clenched as they watched on, unable to do anything. After watching the cauldron take the tribulation strike head-on and remain relatively unscathed, he let out a large sigh of relief. The cauldron was on loan from the divine Immortal Continent, and so it had incredible origins. Even so, all fiend couldn't help but worry about its destruction earlier. The elders all sighed out with relief as well, but their relaxed expressions soon scrunched up once again as they all gazed below in shock. The boy can still increase his strength further, an elder exclaimed in shock as John unleashed his ultimate battle state. And not by a small amount either. There are clearly some incredible secrets to this boy, another elder replied. No wonder he was able to defeat our 3 emperors in the ancient city. Alfiend glared at John, his hate growing by the second. We cannot allow this boy to live, Alfiend said through gritted teeth. As soon as the tribulation is over, I will kill this boy myself. Boom. The tribulation clouds high above suddenly stopped for the briefest of moments, before they began churning with far greater speed and power than before. Boom. 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 As if angered to a point of no return, the tribulation clouds suddenly unleashed successive strikes at John, each more powerful than the previous. A serious look appeared on John's face as he noticed the tribulation clouds grow, ever more furious with him. HMPH, it's obviously this immortal Asura body of mine you hate. Let's see what's stronger then, your lightning or my body. Sky-sundering axe. Sky-sundering axe. John unleashed a non-stop barrage of sky-sundering axes towards the lightning above. Thunderous collisions of battle arts and lightning exploded out, followed by a deafening explosion as the lightning struck onto John's body. Boom. 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 The battle between John and the tribulation clouds above continued to rage on for several minutes, as John pushed his immortal Asura transformation art to its absolute limit. His cries of anger and pain echoed out throughout the entire Bloodfiend sect as a battle of apocalyptic proportions took place. Bang! John's axe slammed against a tribulation lightning strike, reducing its power greatly. Each swing of his battle axe carried monstrous power and strength behind it. However, it still wasn't enough, and his body was slammed into the earth repeatedly. Each time John would hastily stand up and counter-attack once again, and each time he would be thrown deeper into the ever-growing crater formed from the lightning strikes. Boom. 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 The Bloodfiend sect was drowned with thunderous explosions as the apocalyptic storm raged on. Those who still yet lived could tell that the clouds were growing smaller and weaker, and that the end was drawing near. After taking yet another lightning strike head-on, John slowly crawled back up on his feet and sluggishly looked up at the clouds above. His body was almost entirely blackened, as every inch of flesh had been charred. His aura, while still incredibly powerful, was beginning to waver, as his body was reaching its limits. Even in normal times, the Immortal Asura transformation art places an incredible burden on my body. With this transformation art and lightning damage combined, I'm reaching my limits. John stared up at the tribulation clouds, his gritted teeth covered with ash and blood. His blood-slickened hands gripped his battle axe with all its might. I can tell the tribulation is also nearly at its end. I just have to last a bit longer, and I'll get past this tribulation. Boom! Another lightning strike, the most powerful yet, exploded down on John's position with absolute fury. Sky-sundering axe. John fought against the strike with all his might, before the beam once again struck his body. Gah! John was thrown into the ground with incredible speed, and his body shattered the earth further as the crater he was standing in deepened. Ragged breaths escaped his lungs as John barely managed to get to his feet. In his entire life, this was by far the most damaged his body had ever been. Both his essence chi and body chi were reaching their limits, as his fighting had raged on for far too long. However, the tribulation clouds seemed to be able to last just a little bit longer than John, causing him to curse at them. These fucking heavens, John grumbled through panted breaths. I'll fucking topple the heavens itself when I get the chance. Boom. Another lightning strike stuck down on John, its power far greater than the previous strike. His axe slashed out repeatedly with incredible power before his body was struck and thrown into the crater once again. Bang! John hit the ground with incredible force, driving the air from his lungs. His body ached with absolute pain, and he couldn't imagine a more painful existence. Thoughts of giving up seemed to creep into his mind, and John began to welcome such thoughts for the briefest of moments before his eyes snapped open once again. No, I refuse to give up now. With incredible struggle, he got to his feet and slowly stared at the sky above. His body swayed from side to side as he barely managed to stand on his feet. The clouds, angered once again that he had survived the strike, seemed to churn even more with absolute power. The clouds suddenly grouped together, going from dozens of miles wide to no more than 100 yards wide directly above of John. It seemed as if the heavens were preparing to unleash one final attack, which would be by far the most powerful yet. A talisman suddenly appeared in John's hands as he stared at the clouds above. Even if I can't survive this strike, I need Thunderzen to clean up the remaining mess here. If I was in peak condition, I would have a good chance of living through this strike, but it seems the heavens have other plans. However, despite the sure death approaching him, John's resolve didn't waver. His one hand crushed the talisman, while his other gripped his battle axe, ready for the final confrontation. His eyes suddenly filled with anger, and his strength rose to his absolute peak. He suddenly shouted out, his yell so loud that the entire sect could hear it clearly. You may destroy my body, but you will never destroy my resolve. Come on, let's finish this. The black clouds suddenly stopped, as if they were frozen in time before. Boom! A beam of lightning, far more powerful than anything that had struck down previously, descended on John's location. Its power was far beyond anything he had faced thus far, and in his current state, he was 90% certain that he would not be able to survive this blast. Suddenly, his soul space began to tremble, and before he could do anything, a familiar figure appeared before him and shot up towards the tribulation lightning above. Kyrie, Chapter 376, End of the Tribulation, Kirii. John shouted out at the top of his lungs as Kyrie ignored his first shout. The beam descending right now was absolutely terrifying, and even John didn't think he would be able to survive through it. However, Kyrie had left his soul's space at the last moment and dashed up to the lightning strike without hesitation. He knew Kyrie was a lightning beast, but this lightning was completely different from any other lighting that existed. It was the most destructive lighting the heavens could muster for his current tribulation, and it allowed for no room for survival for those who took it head-on. John's soul's space suddenly trembled once more, as a thought appeared in his mind. While he and Kyrie could not communicate clearly with each other, they could convey their rough thoughts and emotions to one another. Small beads of tears appeared in John's eyes as the emotions of Kyrie entered his mind. He couldn't tell the exact meaning, but he could guess as to what Kyrie was saying. If we die together. Boom. Deafening thunder filled the entire bloodfiend sect as the last lighting bolt of the horrifying tribulation struck down on Kyrie. Kyrie didn't use any attacks at all, and instead opted to take the attack head-on. John's eyes locked onto Kyrie from below as he saw the horrifying beam collide with his body. A deafening cry of pain boomed out from Kyrie for the briefest moment, before John's soul connection with Kyrie suddenly cut off. No. John's thunderous cry boomed out as he watched Kyrie fall from the sky, smoke trailing his falling figure. The lightning that had struck Kyrie paused for the briefest of moments, before it pierced down towards John once again. However, its power had been greatly diminished by Kyrie's interference, cutting its power in half. Ugh! John shouted out a cry of anger and anguish, before his body suddenly shot towards the sky. The mysterious energy that he had no control over once again welled up within his body, as he felt an overwhelming surge of power fill his body. His axe cleaved out towards the approaching lightning beam, and his sky-sundering axe cleaved out, infused with the dows of power and destruction. His Immortal Asura transformation art was pushed to its absolute limits, leaving nothing behind. Bang! Axe and lighting collided, and an horrifyingly powerful explosion radiated outwards, destroying what little remained of the chamber of anguish, as well as the bloodfiend sect. John's arms strained with power as he clashed against the lighting, before it pierced through his battle axe and into his body. Fuck off! John cried out with absolute fury, as his remaining essence and body chi revolved to its peak state, removing the rampaging tribulation lighting from within his body. The tribulation lighting struggled against him, and even seemed to have a will of its own as the two powers collided. Blood and ash continued to spill from John's lips as he struggled against the tribulation lighting. The struggle continued for a brief movement, before it suddenly ended. The mysterious power that filled his body faded once more, filling him with a wave of additional fatigue. John's body swayed in the sky as he nearly lost consciousness, but he barely managed to hold on through the excruciating pain as he looked down to the ground below. Kyrie. Using what remaining energy he had left, John shot down to the earth below and landed next to a smoldering body. His eyes filled with anguish, and his hands shakily reached out towards the body before him. He felt no soul connection with Kyrie and prepared himself for the worst. Kyrie, John whispered softly as he stroked Kyrie's motionless body. His eyes began to tear even more, when suddenly the slightest tremble occurred beneath his hands. John's eyes shot wide open. Kyrie, you're alive, John exclaimed as he put his ears to Kyrie's chest. Thump. Thump. The faint sound of a heartbeat echoed out, indicating to John that Kyrie was indeed alive. Kyrie was unconscious, resulting in him unable to feel his thoughts or emotions. However, he could tell that Kyrie was just barely holding on and was on the edge of life and death. Hold on, Kyrie, I'll get you help, John cried out as he stored Kyrie in his soul's space once more. His body, nearly on the verge of collapse, struggled to get up. Kyrie was his only thought at this moment. Help! A mocking voice, tinged with barely contained anger, entered John's ears. John's head snapped up above him, and he quickly spotted the last person he wanted to see at the moment. Directly above him, Alfiend floated, his eyes locked on to John's. Hatred flowed through his eyes, and John could tell that Alfiend wanted nothing more than to skin John alive at this moment. "Alfiend," John replied through gritted teeth as he stared at the man above him. He suddenly felt Alfiend's power wrap around him once more, restricting any movements he tried to make. It was truly as if the Grim Reaper had arrived. The tribulation clouds above were beginning to disperse, indicating that John had successfully passed his tribulation. While this would normally be great news for anyone undergoing tribulation, it was the worst-case scenario for John. As long as the tribulation continued, he had guaranteed protection from Alfiend. With it gone, he only had one hope left, and he had yet to see that hope reveal himself. "You've destroyed my sect," Alfiend replied as he stared at John with unbridled hatred. His gaze shifted to the nearby cauldron, which while damaged was still mostly intact, before it shifted back to John. "But alas, your efforts are for naught. I will torture you to death before I unleash hellfury on the rest of the continent. Your pitiable last stand ends now." John felt Alfiend's power, as well as his anger, tighten around him, nearly crushing him to death. However, he still had absolute confidence in the one that had orchestrated this whole thing. A defying look appeared on John's face as he finally felt that familiar aura suddenly appear once more. Alfiend noticed this look on John's face before his head quickly snapped up the sky above him. His eyes narrowed and his fists clenched tightly as he called out through gritted teeth at the man before him. Thunderzin, Chapter 377. Thunderzin's arrival. Thunderzin sat on his simple throne in the Heavenly Lightning Sect, parsing through some important documents. Ahem. Thunderzin suddenly looked out towards a certain direction, seemingly staring through the walls of the Heavenly Lightning Palace. He could feel an incredibly faint aura, unlike anything he had ever felt before. It reminded him of heavenly tribulation, but was also completely different. His body suddenly vanished and quickly appeared on the large balcony overlooking the sect below. His gaze pierced into the distance as far as he could see, but he was still unable to make anything out visually. The vice-sect leader suddenly appeared next to Thunderzin, as she had noticed his sudden movements. "What is it, Father?" she asked curiously. She could tell that something had caught Thunderzin's attention. "I'm not sure," Thunderzin replied, "but it seems as though something spectacular is occurring within the Forbidden Lands." "The Forbidden Lands?" she asked. Could it be related to John? Thunderzin thought about it for a moment before he shook his head in disagreement. "This energy is quite spectacular, even over all this distance. John is incapable of causing something this Gria." Thunderzin's voice trailed off as his thoughts went back to a certain event that had briefly occurred many months ago. He could still vividly remember that, when John broke through to the Chi condensation realm, tribulation clouds formed above the Heavenly Lightning Sect for the absolute briefest of moments. Thunderzin fell into deep contemplation as he considered all the possibilities, while the vice-sect leader remained silent next to him. She could tell her adoptive father was deep in thought. After a short while of thinking, Thunderzin snapped out of his thoughts and gazed into the far distance once again. "John still hasn't crushed his talisman, so I doubt it has anything to do with him. However, we will still plan for the worst," Thunderzin said to the vice-sect leader. "You mean?" the vice-sect leader asked for confirmation. "Yes," Thunderzin replied while nodding. "Summon the battle elders and set out at once towards the mysterious energy. In the meantime, I will go ahead and check it out myself." Without waiting for his daughter's reply, Thunderzin reached out before him and grabbed the empty space before him. As if tearing something apart, his hands began to part from one another, and after a short struggle, a hole in space was torn open. His body quickly flashed through the hole, and it closed behind him. The vice-sect leader watched Thunderzin disappear before she quickly followed his previous commands. High above the Bloodfiend sect, a hole in space suddenly opened, and a single man stepped out from it. Such an action would normally be easily detected, but with the current happenings within the Bloodfiend sect, it was easily overlooked. Thunderzin stepped out of the spatial channel he had just created and quickly surveyed the area before him. His eyes widened greatly in absolute shock as he took in the scene before him. His gaze looked up to the tribulation clouds above, before it focused on a group gathered far below him. "Goodbye, Elder Prax. Tell Damon I said hi." These words entered Thunderzin's ears, and a deafening thunderclap entered his ears as a tribulation strike pierced right by him. Thunderzin hastily dodged to the side, narrowly dodging the lightning strike, before his gaze once again focused on the ground below. Boom! The tribulation beams struck onto John and Elder Prax, showering the nearby area in an explosion of tribulation lightning. The explosion quickly faded, revealing John standing before the charred corpse of Elder Prax and the horrified elders looking on at John. Thunderzin gazed at John, then the tribulation clouds above, before gazing at John once more. His eyes lit up slightly as he put the pieces together. "So this is what I felt. How interesting," Thunderzin mused while stroking his chin. He was about to intervene and save John, but he quickly understood that immediate action was not necessary. As such, Thunderzin slipped up higher into the sky, out of the sight of anyone in the sect. He could capture Allfiend immediately, but without John revealing to him that Allfiend had done something forbidden, Thunderzin couldn't make hasty decisions. With his figure hidden from all below, Thunderzin watched as John destroyed the Bloodfiend sect. His amusement rose with every lightning bolt, until he noticed that John was starting to lose out on the tribulation lightning. As powerful as he was, he knew he could not interfere with this lighting. Not because he would not be able to survive it, but because he knew this tribulation was only one of many trials John would have to overcome himself in order to fulfill his prophecy as the Asura of annihilation. If he sheltered him now, he would only be dooming him to misery and death later on. Thunderzin's gaze focused intently on the tribulation lightning, as new insights began to creep into his mind. "Thunderzin!" Allfiend called out angrily as he noticed Thunderzin floating before him. Thunderzin's power flared out, washing over John and instantly freeing him from Allfiend's clutches. "I'm afraid you won't be touching my disciple today," Thunderzin replied calmly. His gaze shifted to the nearby cauldron, of which he could instantly tell what it was about. He had wanted to destroy it, but the cauldron was made of some of the most durable materials known to the cultivation world. "A demon's summoning?" Thunderzin asked. "To dare have the gall to attempt such a thing beneath my nose, it seems as though you no longer place me in your eyes. Do tell me, how did someone as lowly as you get your hands on a cauldron made of pure profound melcorum?" "Heth," Allfiend sneered at Thunderzin. "You do not need to know the reasons for that. Just know that today marks the beginning of the end for you and the entire honorable alliance." Boom. A muffled boom echoed out from the cauldron, followed by another one and another. The booms grew progressively quicker and louder, and John could feel a horrifying energy begin to emit from the cauldron. Thunderzin's eyes locked onto Allfiend, who stared at him with a mocking expression on his face. "I initiated the summoning 15 minutes ago," Allfiend sneered. "It's too late to stop it. While its early activation will lessen its power, it should still be enough." Boom. The lid of the cauldron suddenly exploded off, as an absolutely horrifying and powerful aura escaped from it. John felt the power overwhelm him, before Thunderzin suddenly appeared before him. John saw his vision blur, and quickly found himself on top of a distant mountain, dozens of miles away. Roar. A deafening roar rocked the Bloodfiend sect, its power destroying what little remained of it. Both John and Thunderzin turned to look at the source of the guttural cry, and John's eyes quickly widened as he spotted its source. Rising from the crumbling remains of the Chamber of Anguish, a creature over 100 yards tall began to stand up. Its skin was dark red, and it had 2 horns growing out of its head. Its mouth was large and wide, and sharp teeth were visible whenever it roared. A long tail swished behind its body, and sharp claws extended from its hands. "A demon!" John exclaimed. He had seen depictions of demons before and could instantly tell that this was one of them. "It is indeed a demon," Thunderzin replied as he looked calmly at the distant creature. After a moment of silence, he looked towards John with a soft smile on his face. You've done well, child. John felt a wave of emotion wash over him, mostly due to the fresh pain of watching Kyrie nearly die. Even now, he still didn't know if Kyrie would survive. Now wait here while I take care of that creature, before it destroys the entire continent, Thunderzin said to John before his body suddenly vanished. Bang! A distant bang echoed out, catching John's attention once more. Lightning surged out from a figure hundreds of times smaller than the demon and crashed onto its body with incredible might. The battle between titans had begun. Chapter 378, Thunderzin's Might Bang. Lightning slammed onto the demon that had just been summoned, staggering it and knocking it back quite a distance. Roar! The demon roared loudly, out of both frustration and pain. Its eyes snapped onto the nearby Thunderzin, who floated in the sky in front of the demon. Compared to the demon, Thunderzin was no more than a speck of dust. I was wondering what Allfiend was planning, Thunderzin said to the demon. But I never expected him to stoop this low and break one of the laws set down by the Alliance Agreement. Thunderzin shook his head slightly as his gaze trailed towards Allfiend, who was speeding towards John in the distance. Pitiable human, you dare stand against me, the demon replied, its voice deep and guttural. Just his speech alone was powerful enough to shake the nearby land. Thunderzin glanced back at the demon, his face relatively calm. If you were summoned properly, I would be in quite the problematic situation, but it seems as though you have not been summoned with your full power. Even still, that is enough to kill the likes of you, the demon replied as his hand suddenly swiped out towards Thunderzin. Thunderzin's body flashed, narrowly dodging the attack from the demon. The demon's hand slammed onto the earth below, the force of the attack shattering the earth for over a mile in each direction. Whatever was left of the Bloodfiend sect within that area was now completely destroyed. Tusk, so impatient. How typical of your race, Thunderzin mocked as he reappeared near the demon. Tell me, what did Allfiend promise you in exchange for your summoning? Flesh, blood, riches, heavenly materials, and in exchange for that, you were to destroy the honorable alliance powers of this continent, am I correct? Thunderzin asked curiously. Die. The demon shouted out without answering Thunderzin's question. Its aura flared out with absolute power as its body was coated with infernal hell flames. It opened its mouth, and a ball of monstrously powerful chi suddenly formed in it. The chi attack shot out towards Thunderzin in an instant. Thunderzin frowned as he stared at the attack. His finger pointed towards the attack, and lightning built up on it for a moment before it shot out towards the attack. Boom! The two attacks collided, and the explosion resulting afterwards billowed outwards for over a mile. Even dozens of miles away, John felt the heat from the demon's hell flames on his skin, revealing how powerful it was. However, he ignored the demon, as his focus was locked onto Thunderzin. Bang! 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 Repeated collisions between the demon's attacks and lightning occurred, each one grabbing John's attention. After watching him attack, John finally understood why his sect leader was called Thunderzin. Each time he attacked with lightning, the area around him seemed to turn into a land of peace. John felt a sense of tranquility and ease while staring at Thunderzin's lightning, as if being touched by it would be the greatest of feelings. Even dozens of miles away, John felt himself be nearly wrapped up in this feeling. He knew that if he was right in front of Thunderzin, the urge to welcome the lightning would be overwhelming. The lightning even made no sound upon release, further adding to this feeling of tranquility as its warm light bathed the nearby area. However, bang! Upon contact with its target, Thunderzin's lightning would explode with absolute power. John had never seen lightning this powerful, even when compared to the tribulation lightning he experienced. He knew that if he took one of Thunderzin's attacks head-on, he would die without being able to fight back. Flash! The next lightning attack flashed out from Thunderzin, and John once again felt himself fall into the same daze once again. To him, nothing looked more relaxing and wondrous than touching the lightning. It was as if his lightning was the most zen thing in existence. Bang! Thunderzin's lightning exploded onto the demon once again, knocking it backwards hundreds of yards. The two titans exchanged dozens of attacks, destroying the nearby mountains and shaking the entire land for dozens of miles. Even if he hadn't destroyed the Bloodfiend sect himself, this battle occurring now would have done the job. John snapped out of his daze once again and shook his head to regain his senses. How dangerous! No wonder Thunderzin is feared across this entire continent. Just how powerful is his full strength? John couldn't help but muse out loud. Watching his sect leader fight instilled him with a desire to elevate himself to that level and eventually ascend beyond it. While he wanted to keep watching, John knew he had more important things to focus on right now. His soul power flared, and Kirai suddenly appeared on the ground before him. Kirai's breathing was light and uneven, and its body was quite damaged from the tribulation lightning that had struck him. A pill quickly appeared in his hands, which emanated a dense medicinal aroma. It was the best healing pill he had on him. "Kirai, eat this," John whispered as he placed the pill into Kirai's mouth and guided it into Kirai's stomach with his chi. A dense medical energy quickly began to disperse throughout Kirai's body, slowly healing his wounds. However, despite the wounds slowly healing, Kirai's breathing remained light and uneven, clearly indicating that the flesh wounds were not the real damage Kirai had taken. "What's going on?" John grumbled through gritted teeth. "Why aren't you getting better?" "It's not your pet you should be worried about." A malevolent voice suddenly entered John's ears. His face grimaced as he looked up to the sky above him. His eyes focused on the person before him, who was the last person John wanted to see at the moment. "All fiend," John replied through gritted teeth. His gaze shifted to Thunderzin in the distance, who was still fighting against the demon. Clearly, Thunderzin was too occupied to help John at the moment. Allfiend noticed this gaze of John's, and a large, sinister smile appeared on his face. "Your helper can't help you anymore, and your tribulation is over. You're mine. You destroyed my sect, so I will take you away with me now, destroy your clan before your very eyes, and then destroy you slowly," Allfiend replied sinisterly. John's mind raced as he thought of a solution to get out of this situation. His chi was nearly drained, and his body incredibly damaged. Just standing up right now took his full strength. However, his face suddenly lit up with happy surprise. As he heard the voice of someone he normally avoided at all cost. "You want to destroy my disciple?" A voice suddenly appeared as a figure flashed between John and Allfiend. "Our previous battle ended in an unsatisfying tie. Today I will claim your life." Allfiend stared at the figure who appeared before him, and his eyes narrowed with unpleasant frustration. John's eyes stared at the figure who appeared before him, and a sense of ease and comfort washed over him. His voice echoed out softly, causing the one before him to turn around and look at him. "Master." It was the first time he had called her that, but it felt natural at the moment. The vice sect leader stared at John, and a small smile appeared on her face. "You've done well today. Leave the rest of the burdens to your master to shoulder." Chapter 379. Battle deity John felt himself overcome with emotions he usually never felt as he heard these words. Most of his cultivation life, he had only himself to rely on. While he did join the Heavenly Lightning sect, he didn't really use their power for anything, other than Elder Ragger shielding him that one time. After a moment of silence, John nodded his head and sat on the ground, finally relaxing after the most strenuous day of his life. "You think too highly of yourself," Allfiend replied as he suddenly attacked towards John, intending on taking his life. Bang! Fully prepared for such a sneak attack, the vice sect leader moved forward with incredible speed, blocking the attack before it could be unleashed towards John. John stared intently at the vice sect leader, as it was the first time he had ever seen take out her weapon. It was a small, slender sword, which glowed a brilliant hue of blue. "War elders," her loud shout suddenly echoed out across the land. "Eradicate whatever remains of this sect." As if summoned by her words, dozens of elders, all revealing might at the heaven tribulation realm and above, appeared before John. 2 landed next to John, seemingly to act as protectors, while the rest flew off into the sect, seeking out other blood-fiend elders to slay. The vice-sect leader herself shot forward, speeding straight towards Alfiend, who had finally stopped his backwards momentum. Bang! Weapons once again collided, but this time Alfiend was prepared for such an attack and remained stable through the collision. Alfiend glared at the vice-sect leader, who stared at him with a smug expression on her face. "It appears as though last time I went too easy on you," Alfiend said. "I should have erased you from existence back then, but you were far more trouble than it was worth to defeat. It seems as though I was incredibly wrong. I will finish today what I should have done years ago." "HMPH," the vice-sect leader scoffed at Alfiend's words. "When we fought, I had barely ascended to the Tao transformation realm, and yet our battle was still even. Today I will claim your life and place your head at my disciple's feet for him to spit on." Alfiend's eyes narrowed as he heard this, and a look of growing anger appeared on his face. He put away his current weapon and took out another one. It was a sword of incredible power which glowed from within, as if a fire was raging inside its blade. The vice-sect leader stared at the weapon for a moment, before glancing back to Alfiend. "A peak Tao transformation grade weapon? This sword is not from this continent. It seems as though you've been having quite extensive trades with the divine martial continent as of late," she said to Alfiend. "HMPH," Alfiend scoffed. "Our Forbidden Alliance plans are far beyond your comprehension. I will use this sword to claim your life as a tribute to the plans which will drown this world in our power." Bang! Alfiend slashed the sword towards the vice-sect leader, and an incredible blood-red sword image appeared in the sky. Hints of flames surrounded it, clearly augmented by the weapon itself. The attack slashed towards her with absolute power, as if nothing could stop it. The vice-sect leader's eyes narrowed as she slashed her sword out as well, sending a powerful sword image to meet it. Bang! The collision between battle arts created a violent explosion, uprooting trees and causing the very land to shake. The elders next to John flared their power out to meet the explosion, shielding John from harm. Bang! 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 John watched from below as the two exchanged dozens of attacks in an instant. Their attacks collided with absolute power, shaking the land and destroying whatever was in its path. The mountain John was sitting on began to crumble, and the 2 elders quickly wrapped him up with their power and took him to a safer distance away from the fight. A large smile was permanently plastered on the vice-sect leader's face, as if her fight right now was the most enjoyable thing in the world to her. In fact, she even looked a bit crazy at the moment to John, making him fully realize why she was called the continent's #1 battle maniac. Soon, the entire Bloodfiend sect was engulfed in an incredible war. As Thunderzin battled the demon, the vice-sect leader battled Alfiend, and the other elders battled with the remaining elders of the Bloodfiend sect. Before long, the entire sect had been destroyed from the calamitous battle arts being used, reducing the land to an unrecognizable state. Valleys formed where they had never been, and entire mountain ranges crumbled to the ground. Bang! Another calamitous collision exploded above John, causing him to glance in the direction. "Master!" John screamed out in panic as he watched his master lose out on an exchange and be violently knocked to the ground below. Her body slammed into the earth with incredible force, causing a massive crater to appear where she had fallen. "Hehata!" Growing laughter began to echo out from the crater as the vice-sect leader suddenly shot out of it and towards Alfiend above. Her laughter trailed behind her as she appeared next to him in an instant and slashed out her sword once again. Bang! 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 The two continued to exchange incredible attacks, with the vice-sect leader losing out on more and more exchanges. Small wounds were inflicted on her, causing blood to drip down her face and arms. However, the smile on her face never faded, as if she was truly enjoying every second of the battle. John shivered as he saw this, as he could tell that she truly was a battle maniac, even more so than himself. However, his worry also grew at the same time, as his master was beginning to lose out against Alfiend. John turned to the two nearby elders. "Shouldn't you help her?" John asked. The elders looked at John with calm eyes, as if they had no worries in the world. "Clearly you don't know your master at all. Just sit and watch," one of the elders replied before looking back to the fight. "Oh, she hasn't used her lightning power yet," John replied, finally understanding what was going on. However, all he got was a small laughter from the nearby elders, followed by words that stunned him. "Your master hardly uses lightning powers, as her proficiency with lightning is quite lacking." John stared at the elder for a moment before looking back to the vice sect leader, fighting in the distance. The vice sect leader began to laugh loudly as she put her sword away. "Haha, that was a pleasant warm-up. But let's get to the real battle, shall we? I still need to claim your head as a gift for my disciple," she said to Alfiend, who stared at her angrily. Suddenly, a scythe, pitch black and exuding a dense aura of death, appeared in her hands. Her aura instantly exploded out with far greater power than before, as she seemed to transform into a completely different person. Her figure flashed forward and appeared before Alfiend in an instant as her scythe slashed down with absolute power. However, the elder who had previously talked to John spoke out once more. "She has a proficiency in something far more terrifying than lightning. Just sit back and watch why the continent considers her to be a battle deity." Bang! Chapter 380. Lillian's power soared, and scythe collided. As the two powerhouses exchanged their strongest attacks, a dense death chi emanated from both the vice sect leader and her scythe, shocking John greatly. That death chi instantly wrapped around Alfiend, and John could see his flesh ever so slightly start to age and decay. "What?" Alfiend exclaimed in shock as he noticed the strange energy, and quickly sped backwards to avoid it. The vice sect leader instantly sped up once again to catch up to Alfiend, and continued her assault with power far greater than she had displayed before. Each attack of her scythe was beyond quick and sharp, causing John to take a deep breath of cold air upon seeing it. Comparing his scythe skills to hers was like comparing an ant to an elephant. Her scythe twirled and slashed at unreal speeds and unpredictable angles, constantly keeping Alfiend on the defensive. It was a non-stop barrage of scythe attacks, each strong and sharp enough to claim Alfiend's life if one of them landed on him. Alfiend's sword slashed out with the greatest speed and power he could muster, barely managing to keep the vice sect leader at bay, who seemed like a transformed person after switching to the sky. But the thing that caught John's attention the most was not her scythe, but the strange and deadly energy she radiated around her. "Death chi!" John exclaimed as he watched his master fight in the distance. "How does she control death chi?" John asked the two nearby elders. The elders both smirked with pride as they watched the vice sect leader instantly take the advantage over Alfiend. "It's not just death chi, but the Tao of death that she is using," one of the elders explained. "Tao of death," John exclaimed in surprise. "But isn't the Tao of death one of the rarest Taos to be able to comprehend and use?" John asked. "Indeed it is," the elder replied as he continued to watch the distant battle. "The Tao of death is incredibly hard to even grasp the faintest of concepts of, as all of us are living things. We cannot know what death is while we yet live, yet somehow your master has managed to do so," the elder explained. "We've asked her many times how she managed to comprehend the Tao of death, but she never gave us an answer," the other elder replied. John stared back at his master, who continued her assault on Alfiend in the distance. Utilizing her comprehensions of the Tao of death, she was changing her essence chi into death chi. Death chi was incredibly potent, as it would age, decay, and destroy almost anything it touched. Not only that, but John could tell her comprehensions over the Tao of death was far beyond his comprehensions towards the three Taos he knew how to use. His comprehensions were only in the very initial stage of comprehension, while his master's comprehensions were far beyond that level. As to what level she was at, John didn't know. The vice sect leader suddenly slashed her scythe in front of her, and an incredibly sharp and fast scythe image sped towards Alfiend. It was one of her scythe battle arts, and was one of incredible speed and power. Alfiend slashed his sword out as fast as he could to meet the attack. Bang! Sword and scythe image collided, resulting in a tie between the attacks. HMPH, the vice sect leader scoffed as she slashed her scythe out again and again. Chi. 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 Scythe image after scythe image pierced towards Alfiend in a non-stop barrage, each more powerful than the last. Alfiend slashed out his sword in response, sending crimson sword images to meet them. The battle arts continuously clashed with immense power in the sky, causing explosions to continuously explode down on the earth below. A massive crater began to form below the collision of battle arts, which soon grew to be miles across as the two cultivators continued their barrage of battle art attacks. How powerful! John couldn't help exclaim as he watched his master fight evenly against Alfiend. Alfiend was over 200 years old, while his master was only around 30 years old. Despite this massive age difference, she was able to fight evenly against Alfiend, showing just how shocking her talent was. The battle art collisions continued for some time before the vice sect leader suddenly stopped attacking. Alfiend stopped as well as he stared warily at her. Her gaze shifted towards a certain spot in the distance and locked onto Thunderzen's fight against the incredibly powerful demon. While Thunderzen was unharmed, it seemed as though the demon's defensive power was enough to mostly ignore his attacks. This couldn't be allowed to continue. Her gaze shifted back to Alfiend once more and spoke out. This battle has been beyond thrilling, but it seems I cannot drag this out any longer. Time to end this. Alfiend's eyes filled with anger as he heard how the vice sect leader spoke about him, but his words were cut off as she suddenly appeared before him. Her aura of death exploded out with far greater power than before, washing over Alfiend. Alfiend felt his speed slow down considerably as his flesh began to age. Even his chi seemed to be affected and was weakened considerably. Bang! 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 The two exchanged dozens of attacks, with the vice sect leader winning each exchange. She made sure to stay close to Alfiend for each attack, so that her aura of death could continue to weaken him. Alfiend grit his teeth in anger as he continued to fight back against her. When it came to their strongest battle arts, Alfiend was even slightly stronger than the vice sect leader. However, her death chi weakened him considerably, and Alfiend had no way to defend against it other than to use his chi as a shield. Doing this was draining his essence chi far faster than he could maintain, and Alfiend finally realized he could not win this battle. The attacks from the vice sect leader were starting to add up, and Alfiend soon found himself at the end of his energy. His body was riddled with wounds, and his flesh was starting to become decayed from the non-stop death energy assaulting him. Chi. Alfiend slashed his sword out to meet one of her attacks, and used the power of the attack to fuel his backwards momentum. After getting some distance from the vice sect leader, Alfiend turned around and began to speed away. Bang! An attack from in front of Alfiend collided against him, shocking him greatly. His eyes snapped to the source of the attack and quickly spotted another heavenly lightning sect elder. The elder's attack was not powerful enough to injure him, but it was powerful enough to stall him. Alfiend's eyes snapped wide open as he realized this, and he quickly turned around. However, it was too late. Chi. An incredibly quick blur of sharpness flashed right past Alfiend, and his eyes opened wide as the realization of what just happened hit him. His eyes locked onto the one standing nearby, who stared at him with cold, indifferent eyes. Alfiend tried to say some words, but the thin line on his neck quickly grew, silencing those words forever. In the distance, John watched in stunned disbelief as he saw Alfiend's headless body fall to the ground below. The monstrously powerful leader of the Bloodfiend sect, who had ruled over the Forbidden Alliance lands for hundreds of years, had finally fallen in battle. Chapter 381, Master Lillian Thud. Alfine's head fell on the ground by John's feet, which was soaked in blood. His glazed eyes were wide open, as if he still couldn't believe what had happened. Immediately after, the vice sect leader landed before John. Blood flowed down her face, arms, and legs, as several shallow wounds were easy to see on her skin. However, the vice sect leader ignored the wounds, as if they were not worth noticing. The aura of death around her faded as she approached John. "Vice sect leader," the two elders said respectfully as she approached. The vice sect leader nodded at them. The vice sect leader nodded at them in approval of their job protecting John, before her gaze focused on John himself. Now that there was a slight bit of calm, she was able to inspect him closely. "It seems you have made quite considerable progress. Quite impressive," she said with a slightly surprised face. The power emanating off John, even without him actively flaring his aura, was incredible. "Thanks, vice sect leader," John replied. "Oh," she raised her eyebrows and replied with an amused tone. "You called me master earlier, but now you're back to vice sect leader. Am I not worthy of being your master?" she asked. John felt a chill creep up his spine as she stared at him like a hawk. It seemed as though she truly did consider him to be her disciple now, and John knew he had no say in the matter. "Ooh, thank you, master," John corrected. The vice sect leader waved her hand in a disapproving manner at John's reply. "Don't call me master either. It makes me sound old. Just call me Lillian. Just know that you are truly my disciple now and I your master," she replied. John was far too tired to argue about such a trivial thing, and only nodded his head in understanding. Lillian smiled slightly as she saw him agree. "Good." Both their gazes focused on the head of Alfiend between them. "As for him," Lillian gestured towards the head, "I must thank you. Without your aid, killing him would have been much, much harder to do." "My aid?" John asked in a confused manner. "What did I do?" "The summoning," Lillian replied. "Because you forced Alfiend to speed up the summoning process before it was ready, he was forced to use some of his own vitality to fuel the summoning process. This drained him considerably, making it much easier to overwhelm him. I would have killed him regardless, but the process would have taken much longer and been much more dangerous," she explained. "Oh," John replied. It seemed as though his tribulation affected Alfiend's plans more than he thought, which indirectly resulted in his death. However, John was more than happy to hear this, as he hated Alfiend. "Take it," Lillian gestured to Alfiend's head. John glanced at the head, which still contained Alfiend's blood essence. He wanted to take it, but didn't want to do anything suspicious. "What good will having his head do me?" John replied. Lillian shrugged as she heard this. "Use it as motivation. Stare at it nightly and remind yourself that without my help, you would have died today. Use it to remind yourself that strength matters above all else. And that the only strength you can truly rely on is your own," Lillian replied. John stared at her for a moment before he nodded his head and grabbed Alfiend's head. Boom. Roar. Distant sounds echoed out, catching both John's and his master's attention. In the far distance, incredibly powerful lightning smashed down on the demon, indicating that the battle between Thunderzin and the demon was still raging on. Lillian frowned as she saw this, as she had assumed Thunderzin would have been able to take care of the demon already. John could instantly tell what she was planning to do. "You're going to help him fight that demon?" John asked. Lillian looked back at John with a smirk on her face. "What? Are you concerned for my safety?" John looked at the demon before looking back at her. "It's just that. While you are incredibly strong, their strength is far beyond that of my own." Lillian finished John's words for him. A wry smile appeared on John's face, and he nodded his head soon after. "You aren't wrong," Lillian replied. "My father, as well as that demon, are far above me in strength, but there is one thing I can do to turn the tides. Stay here and watch your master put on another incredible display." Bang! The earth exploded beneath her feet as Lillian shot up into the sky and towards the battle raging on in the far distance. By now, the Blood Fiend sect was completely destroyed, and there was only the matter of the demon to contend with. Boom! Lightning slammed down on the demon once again, as Thunderzin unleashed another incredibly powerful battle art on it. The attack knocked the demon back hundreds of yards into a nearby mountain. The mountain shattered as the demon slammed against it. Roar! The demon roared out once again, as the hell flames surrounding its body intensified. It quickly stood back up from the attack it had just received, as if the attack was not worth noticing. Thunderzin frowned as he saw this. No matter what he threw at the demon, its defenses were incredible. Not only that, but it had incredibly regenerative abilities, and any damage he inflicted on it was quickly healed. Thunderzin suddenly flashed to the side as a powerful attack from the demon pierced by. The attack landed dozens of miles away, and a large explosion, miles across, rocked the distant land where it had exploded. After dodging the attack, Thunderzin glanced over in a certain direction as he watched a familiar figure approach. "Father!" Lillian called out as she arrived in front of him. She glanced down at the demon below, and a frown appeared on her face. "Even after battling it for this long, you haven't been able to bring it down?" she asked. "Unfortunately not," Thunderzin replied. "That bastard Allfiend summoned a demon who specializes in defense and regeneration. Its attacks are not that strong, but its body's defense is beyond incredible. Allfiend probably did this so that we wouldn't be able to bring it down, allowing it to ignore our attacks while it rampaged across the land," Thunderzin explained. He was definitely stronger than the demon, but none of his damage lingered on the demon's body. Not only that, but it seemed to have a slight lightning resistance, making it even harder to damage. "Speaking of which, I no longer feel his aura. Did you?" Thunderzin asked. "Allfiend is dead," Lillian replied. "Good. Then the last thing we need to focus on is this demon," Thunderzin nodded in approval. "With Allfiend dead, however, the binding summoning contract between him and the demon is broken, and it will be free to do whatever it pleases. We must stop it here before it escapes and causes untold destruction to this continent," Thunderzin continued. Chapter 382, Familiar Power. "Do you have any ideas of how to bring it down?" Lillian asked. Thunderzin remained silent for a moment before replying. "I have too. I can keep the demon locked in battle for as long as I can, while we call for reinforcements from the Honorable Alliance headquarters. Or we can bait it into the Heavenly Slaughter formation back at our sect." Lillian shook her head in disagreement at both plans. "Those won't do," she replied. "It will take weeks for reinforcements to arrive. We cannot wait that long. As for the Heaven Slaughter formation, just leading the demon to it will cause incredible destruction to our sect and the nearby lands." "Then do you have a better idea?" Thunderzin asked. He was the only one on the continent who had a cultivation in the world expansion realm, and as such, was the only one who could fight directly against the demon. Lillian studied the demon below, who seemed to be ignoring them as it began to destroy the nearby land. "I have one idea," she replied after a moment of silence. "I'll use my full power to negate its regenerative defenses, while you use that opportunity to strike it down." "You mean?" Thunderzin looked at his adoptive daughter, immediately understanding her intentions. "Yes," she replied without hesitation. "If you use it, they will know you still live," Thunderzin replied, slight worry evident in his voice. "You will not know peace again. Are you sure about doing this?" "I know, but we have no other choice right now. Also, I have the feeling that the time to return to that place is fast approaching, as the winds of fate on this world seem to have stirred as of late," Lillian replied as she looked off at John in the far distance. Thunderzin followed her gaze and immediately understood what she was talking about. A deep sigh escaped his lips. He placed his hand on his adoptive daughter's shoulder in a loving manner as a smile appeared on his face. He knew she had made up her mind and did not try to argue against it. "Then let's take down this creature together," Thunderzin replied. "I will keep its attention while you get close over its head. Use your power to negate its regeneration while I land the final blow. Just be careful, as a single one of its attacks is far more than you can withstand." Lillian nodded her head in understanding of Thunderzin's plans. Thunderzen's body suddenly flashed, and he appeared before the demon once again. Hundreds of lightning nodes sprung up in the air around him as he activated his own heavenly lightning domain. Lightning began to crash down on the demon ceaselessly, causing it to roar in anger and pain. Each strike would scorch its body, but it would quickly regenerate, eliminating the damage. A staff appeared in Thunderzen's hands as he unleashed staff battle arts, which slammed down on the demon with incredible power. The surrounding land for dozens of miles in each direction began to shake violently and started to crumble as the two powerhouses resumed their battle. When cultivators of this level of power fought, they would usually do so high in the air to avoid destroying the land below. However, the demon had no reservations of such destruction, and neither did Thunderzen, as they were located in the Bloodfiend sect. Lightning attacks and staff battle arts continued to rain down on the demon, while its hellflames and chi attacks pierced towards Thunderzen as well. Each one of their attacks carried absolute power, capable of killing any other cultivator on the continent dozens of times over. In the distance, John watched the incredible battle unfold. Each one of Thunderzen's attacks was far beyond anything John had ever seen, while the demon fought back with incredible power as well. All of a sudden, John spotted his master, who had appeared directly above the head of the demon. As soon as she appeared, Thunderzen increased the intensity of his assault, keeping the demon's focus on himself. Lillian closed her eyes and placed her hands together, as if she was focusing on something. Her eyes suddenly snapped open, and an absolutely horrifying aura exploded out around her. She had revealed this aura before in her fight against Alfiend, the Tao of Death. However, the intensity, power, and profundity of the aura was far beyond the level she had displayed earlier. The difference in power between the two auras was akin to John's normal body state fighting against his Immortal Asura transformation art. There was no comparing the two in power, as they were on completely different levels. Thunderzen glanced at his adoptive daughter for a moment, as another sigh escaped his lips. He quickly focused back on the demon, continuing his assault. The aura quickly spread, and any vegetation touched by her power instantly withered into nothingness. John's eyes suddenly snapped open wide in shocked surprise as he stared at his master. Even the elders next to John had looks of shock appear on their faces, as they had clearly never seen this happen either. On her forehead, a mysterious rune appeared, which glowed with a deathly black light. It seemed to be a part of her flesh, which only lit up after she activated its power. It instantly reminded John of someone else, who he had met several months ago in the past. It's just like that mysterious girl I met in the ancient city. She had a similar rune on her forehead when she used her power. It was the runic symbol for the Tao of Life, which seemed to be an innate ability of hers. However, the rune on my master's forehead is the complete opposite. It's the runic symbol for the Tao of Death. With her innate Tao of Death rune activated, his master seemed to be a completely different person. It was as if the living incarnation of a death god had appeared, wanting to eradicate all life. Chapter 383, Thunderfall Judgment Roar. The demon roared out incredibly loud as the death aura assaulted his body. Because the demon relied on its body for defense and did not have a protective coating of chi surrounding it, the aura slammed against its body directly. The flesh of the demon instantly began to wither and rot, becoming a decayed mess of flesh, before its regeneration kicked in, healing the rotting wounds. The two opposite powers instantly began to fight against each other in a seemingly endless battle. Bang! A calamitous lightning strike struck against the demon, piercing through a spot of flesh that had just been withered and weakened. The lightning pierced into the demon's body and began to rampage from within. Roar! The demon roared out in anger and pain, but was unable to do anything to stop the rampaging lightning. Its regenerative powers were doing everything it could to stop the aura of death from destroying its body, and so none was left to combat Thunderzen's attacks. The demon suddenly switched targets and swatted its massive hand towards Lillian, who hovered above its head. Thunderzen knew the demon would attempt this, and instantly appeared before Lillian. His staff slammed down with absolute power as he sent out a powerful battle art. Boom! The battle art collided against the demon, overwhelming it and knocking it deep into the earth. A crater nearly a mile deep formed from the attack as the battle art and demon's body rent the land asunder. The aura of death parted around Thunderzin as Lillian made sure to avoid Thunderzin at all costs. Thunderzin turned around to look at Lillian, whose breathing was starting to become haggard and her energy wavering. "How much longer can you last?" Thunderzin asked with concern in his voice. "Long enough," Lillian replied through gritted teeth, as if using this power of hers took all her focus and might. "Just use your heaven-suppressing staff and thunderfall judgment already." Thunderzin stared at Lillian for a moment before his gaze shifted over the lands below. The Bloodfiend sect was completely destroyed, and all the elders seemed to have finished their battles. He had held back out of concern for the safety of his sect members, but it seemed as though they had all fled to a safe distance. Another reason Thunderzin had not unleashed this attack was that it was incredibly draining on his chi, and so he could only unleash it once. If he used it and didn't kill the demon would be able to freely roam and destroy everything in its path while Thunderzin recuperated. With Lillian's help, the best opportunity to kill the demon was now. Thunderzin nodded his head and put his one staff away while he took out another. Even dozens of miles away, John could feel the incredible might of the new weapon Thunderzin had taken out, as it was the most powerful weapon he had ever seen. Not only that, but he could feel a dense soul aura radiate from the weapon, as if it had its own soul. An artifact spirit. The eyes of the elders widened as they saw Thunderzin take out his weapon. "It's time to leave," the elders instructed as they wrapped John with their energy and began to flee at incredible speeds. Lillian's death aura continued to assault the demon below, which was flying back up to them at incredible speeds from the bottom of the crater. Thunderzin readied his staff in front of him as he watched the demon approach. An incredibly large and powerful staff image, made of pure lightning chi, began to form above his head, as Thunderzin prepared to unleash his ultimate battle art, Thunderfall Judgment. It was his strongest weapon battle art that combined his powerful staff with his incredible lightning prowess. Just as the demon was about to reach him, Thunderzin slammed his staff down. He felt the artifact spirit draw out most of his chi to use on this one attack. Thunderfall Judgment. The staff image made of pure lightning chi slammed down towards the demon below with absolute power. The demon, who was still being assaulted by Lillian's death aura, slammed out its fist to meet the attack. "Why are we running?" John cried out to the elders as they continued to speed off into the distance. He wanted to stay and watch the battle between Thunderzin, his master, and the demon. Before the elders could respond, bright light, followed by a deafening sound, boomed out behind John. He quickly turned his head around to look behind him, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A massive explosion, over 10 miles across, rocked the land where the battle had been taking place. The explosion continued to radiate outwards, upheaving the land and destroying anything in its path. The elders carrying John away finally stopped as they had gotten far enough away, and turned around to look at the results of Thunderzin's battle art. Debris rained down all around them, having been thrown dozens of miles away by the explosion. After radiating outwards for over a dozen miles, the explosion eventually faded, revealing the aftermath for all to see. John's eyes nearly popped out his skull once again as a crater, over a dozen miles across and several miles deep, was carved into the land. Entire mountain ranges had been swallowed up by the attack, which had completely altered the landscape of the once glorious Bloodfiend sect. High up in the sky above the center of the explosion, a battered and bruised Thunderzin and Lillian floated. Thunderzin had used his power to shield his daughter from the attack, as even Lillian was not strong enough to survive that explosion. Their eyes surveyed the destroyed land below, looking for any remnants of the demon they had been fighting. However, there were no signs of the demon anymore. Thunderzin breathed out a sigh of relief as he saw this. The demon's incarnation seems to have been destroyed. Unless the summoning was of the highest quality, the creature being summoned was usually an incarnation of its true body instead of its true body. When the incarnation was damaged enough, it would dissipate, as it had in this case. Thunderzin's narrowed eyes glanced towards his daughter, who swayed slightly from fatigue. Using that ability of hers drained her considerably, as she had to push it to the very limits to have an impact on something as strong as the demon. However, the cost had been worth it, as the demon's defenses were weakened by it, allowing for Thunderzin to land the final blow. "You've done well today," Thunderzin said to Lillian. "Let us return." Lillian nodded her head and began to fly off in a certain direction. Thunderzin glanced at the now decimated Bloodfiend sect and sighed slightly. The peace he had enjoyed for so long was clearly coming to an end. Chapter 384, Clan Master. Far from the Bloodfiend sect, a group of 3 male cultivators could be seen walking through an incredibly beautiful valley. Picturesque snow-capped mountains, lush with life, surrounded them in all directions, as towering waterfalls cascaded down on the earth below. In the sky above the valley were dozens of floating land masses, each defying gravity as they hovered in the sky. Each land mass contained an incredibly grand and luxurious palace, while lush vines and vegetation hung down on the underside of the land masses. Exotic creatures of incredible power flew through the sky, each mounted by 1 or more cultivators. The valley below contained thousands of exquisite buildings as well, making the entire area look like an immortal paradise. The group of 3 men stepped on a formations platform, and their bodies suddenly vanished. They instantly appeared on one of the landmasses high above and continued walking, as if such a thing were a normal occurrence. Their destination was the palace that was built on the floating landmass, which was over 2 miles in diameter and many miles tall. Just with a single glance, one could tell that this building was of incredible importance to the area, as it was the largest and most luxurious by far. The palace sprawled for nearly the entire width of the landmass and was colored white, light blue, and gold. As they walked through the main courtyard of the palace grounds, they passed by many fountains shooting water. However, unlike normal water, the water within the fountains was infused with incredible life and vitality, as if taking a single sip would heal any wounds and extend one's life. The group continued forward as if such things were beneath their notice. One man was leading the group, followed closely behind by the other 2, as if they were advisors. The one leading the small group was a middle-aged man who had long black hair, piercing eyes, and a handsome, clean-shaven face. He seemed to emit no cultivation at all, but it was beyond apparent that the man contained incredible power. The man listened to his 2 advisors discuss various things as he strode into the massive palace. The front doors were opened by several guards, who bowed as they greeted him. "We pay respect to the clan master," they shouted out in unison. The man ignored the greetings and strode into the palace, as he continued to listen to his advisors speak of various things. The interior of the palace was even more luxurious and grand than the exterior, and was far beyond anything that existed on the Yuan Continent. While it was smaller than the Heavenly Lightning Palace, the Heavenly Lightning Palace paled in comparison to the luxuriousness of this palace. Every inch of the palace was created using only the most heavenly of materials, and just this one palace was worth more than the entire Heavenly Lightning sect. "That brings us to Leia, Clan Master," one of the advisors spoke up as they made sure to maintain pace with him. The man's face slightly perked up slightly as he heard that name. "Has she resumed her training?" the man asked. "Not yet, Clan Master," the advisor replied, his voice slightly tepid. "We have tried everything to get her to cultivate, but she refuses to do so." The man frowned as he heard this. "Stubborn girl," he grumbled out loud as he continued to walk deeper into the palace. "Doesn't she find that maid of hers to be quite a close friend? Use that maid's safety as motivation to resume her training. I'm sure that will change her mind." The advisors both nodded their heads in unison. "It will be done." They continued walking forward when all of a sudden, the man stopped without warning. The two men behind him nearly bumped into him, but avoided doing so at the last moment. The man at the front stood there motionlessly for quite some time, before his eyes looked in a certain direction. He was staring at one of the palace walls, but his vision seemed to be piercing through time and space instead. Both men behind him were confused as to what was happening, but didn't dare to make a sound as they could tell something important was on their clan master's mind. The man remained emotionless for quite some time as he stared into the distance, before a slightly surprised look appeared on his face. Both advisors noticed this look and looked at each other with great curiosity. They knew not many things were able to surprise their master. Interesting. A small smile appeared on the man's face as he once again resumed walking. The advisors quickly followed behind, and one couldn't help but ask what had just happened. "Clan Master, did something catch your attention?" one of them asked. "Indeed," the Clan Master replied, his smile still lingering on his face. "It seems as though we were wrong as to what happened 15 years ago, or at least partially wrong." 15 years, the advisor's words cut off as a certain event came to mind. "You mean?" "Indeed," the man replied again in a similar fashion. "I just now felt that aura, the Tao of Death. It's incredibly faint, but it's unmistakably her." Both advisors opened their eyes wide in surprise, as they had not expected to hear such a thing. "How is such a thing possible?" one of the advisors asked, shock evident in his voice. "I am not sure, but I aim to find out," the clan master replied as his eyes narrowed, a devious glint easily apparent. "Our plans have changed. We must find her, find out how such a thing happened, and bring her back. If we do that and make her as she once was, our position in this world will become absolute." The advisors glanced at each other before they looked back to the clan master. "Were you able to locate where she is?" one of them asked. "No," the clan master replied. "Her aura is incredibly faint, so she must be quite far away. If she never revealed her power, I would have remained clueless as to her existence. However, she chose to do so, which means she no longer wishes to hide her existence. With this in mind, I'm confident my precious daughter will reveal herself before long." Chapter 385. The end of the Bloodfiend sect John watched from afar as dozens of elders, as well as his master and Thunderzin, approached him. The Bloodfiend sect below was completely obliterated, mostly by Thunderzin's attack, leaving absolutely no trace of it behind. They all landed together near John, and Thunderzin's eyes swept over the nearby elders. He could tell that they were missing a few. As they landed, John saw his master consume a pill, and the color on her pale face slowly began to return. "Status report," Thunderzin asked one of the nearby elders. The elder, whose cultivation was at the early Tao transformation realm, stepped forward. "We have successfully eliminated the remaining Bloodfiend scourge. However," the elder paused for a moment before continuing, "in the battle with the Bloodfiend elders, 9 of our own elders were slain." Thunderzin sighed upon hearing this. While it was not unexpected, it was still saddening to hear. The Bloodfiend sect, being one of the premier sects of the continent, had formations within the sect that could be used defensively in times of war. These formations were incredibly dangerous, even to Tao transformation elders. While it was not the only reason, this was one of the reasons why the Bloodfiend sect was never destroyed before. However, John's sudden tribulation has ruined the sect from within, destroying most of these formations before they could be activated. Even still, the result of the Bloodfiend assault had claimed the lives of 9 elders of the sect. While 9 elders for an entire sect was a good trade, everyone present still couldn't help but feel saddened by the news. "Each elder will receive the highest burial honors," Thunderzin replied. He glanced down to the destroyed sect below before he glanced back to the same elder. "The Bloodfiend sect's destruction will surely have the other Forbidden Alliance sects scavenge its ruins like buzzards. Have several of you stay behind to find and remove any remaining artifacts and weapons," Thunderzin commanded. "It will be done," the elder replied. After talking to the elder, Thunderson glanced at the nearby John, who was sitting there half dead of fatigue. Thunderson took note of John's condition, which was incredibly grave. Most of his body's exterior was completely ruined and charred by the tribulation lightning, while his organs were also damaged within. If it were any other person, Thunderson couldn't see them living through this amount of bodily damage. However, John always seemed to have surprises up his sleeve. "You've done well, child," Thunderson said as he smiled at John. "In fact, you did far better than I ever could have imagined. Your actions have saved this continent from sure destruction, and you should be incredibly proud of what you have done." Thunderson walked closer to John, as a pill suddenly appeared in his hands. "Here, take this," Thunderson instructed as he tossed the medicinal pill to John. The pill emitted an incredibly dense medicinal aroma, and John could easily tell that it was an incredibly precious healing pill. Flash. Kyrie suddenly appeared on the ground in front of Thunderson, as John was more worried about Kyrie than himself. "Help Kyrie instead," John replied. He would be able to heal from his wounds eventually, but he was unsure what was going on with Kyrie. Kyrie's flesh wounds had been mostly healed, but he was still unconscious, and his breathing was still uneven. Thunderson glanced at Kyrie, and his divine sense washed over him. He inspected Kyrie briefly, before he retracted his divine sense. "I cannot help him," Thunderson replied. "No one can. Kyrie is a beast of lightning, and he was struck by that tribulation lightning meant for you. He could have taken the attack and been mostly fine, but he decided to do something incredibly crazy. He attempted to absorb that tribulation lightning. He is currently struggling against that tribulation lightning, which is rampaging deep within his core. If he successfully absorbs it, he will transform himself to new heights, but if he fails..." Thunderson's voice trailed off. John glanced at Kyrie, his eyes tinged with sadness. He could understand Kyrie's actions, as he had done the same thing himself. A deep sigh escaped John's lips as his soul power flared once more. And Kyrie was withdrawn to his soul's space. Thunderson suddenly waved his hand, and a large flying ship appeared in the sky above them. It was his own personal flying ship, which was incredibly large and luxurious. "We depart back to the heavenly lightning sect," Thunderson instructed. "These events today will have large-scale ramifications in the near future, and we must prepare for them." The elders all flew up to the ship and began to board it, but John remained behind. Thunderson and Lillian glanced at John, who seemed to be thinking about something else. "Do you need help getting up to the ship?" his master asked, as she didn't know if John was too injured to fly or not. John remained silent for a moment before he shook his head. "It's not that," he replied. "Then what is it? Are you not returning to the sect?" Thunderson asked. "It's just that. I've been away from home, my clan, for far too long. If possible, I would like to visit them," John replied. He had not seen his family in nearly a year and was a bit homesick. Not only that, but he was also worried for their safety, as Alfiend had figured out they were related to him. Thunderson thought about it for a moment before he nodded his head in agreement. "You have indeed been away from your home for too long. To get there, you have to cross the Great Desert, which is something far too dangerous for you at the moment. I will have an elder escort you there," Thunderson replied. "No," Lillian suddenly spoke up as looked at John. "I just took this brat at my personal disciple and would like to meet the family of my disciple. I will escort him." John glanced at his master with slight surprise, before a small smile appeared on his face. "You're finally acting like a proper master should, instead of being a crazy," he replied before thinking. Bang! A thin stick suddenly slapped John across the face, knocking him into the ground. "Ouch, what the hell was that for?" John groaned in pain as he struggled to get up. "And where did you even get that stick? Do you just carry around a stick on you at all times?" he yelled out in protest. "It seems my first true lesson as your master will be to teach you proper respect," Lillian replied with an icy glare. She suddenly waved her hand, and another flying ship appeared in the air above them. "Hop on and stop wasting my time," Lillian commanded. John rubbed his pained cheek while he glared at his master, before he flew up to the ship above. He glanced at the ruined Bloodfiend sect below for a moment, as a satisfied smirk appeared on his face. Against all odds, his goal of destroying the Bloodfiend sect had been achieved. Ignoring the pain that racked his body, he flew into the flying ship, and his expression became one of excited anticipation. I'm finally returning home. Chapter 386. The great desert Thunderzin remained behind for a moment as he watched his adoptive daughter's ship fly off into the distance. After watching it disappear over the horizon, he turned around and entered his own flying ship. The other elders were patiently waiting inside for their return to the heavenly lightning sect. Thunderzin nodded his head towards one of the elders who assumed command over the ship at its main piloting station. His hand pressed on a raised pedestal which contained numerous small formations, and the ship suddenly shot forward at great speeds. What happens now? One of the elders asked Thunderzin. Now we prepare, Thunderzin replied. Prepare for what? Another elder asked. Prepare for the arrival of the emissaries from the two alliances, Thunderzin replied. Emissaries? An elder asked. From the divine Martial Continent. Correct, Thunderzin replied. A sect like the Bloodfiend sect disappearing overnight is going to raise many questions, and it won't be long until emissaries from both factions arrive, and for that we must prepare. John looked up at the massive gate before him, which radiated an incredibly holy aura. It had been several days since his battle in the Bloodfiend sect, and his body wounds had eventually all been healed. As such, John found himself back in his palace realm, prepared to unlock the next steps in his cultivation system. Used to the process now, John stepped forward beneath the translucent sphere, in which several blood drops continued to revolve around each other perpetually. He found his body wrapped up one again, making it so that he was unable to move, while a single drop of blood fell down towards him. As soon as it left the protection of the translucent sphere, the blood radiated an equally holy and sinister aura, and quickly pierced into his chest. John grit his teeth in silent pain as the sinister blood rampaged within, seeking to destroy his body. However, as expected, the holy blood flared its power immediately after, quelling the destructive rampage of the sinister blood. With practiced experience, John guided the blood into every inch of his body, infusing it completely to himself. He immediately felt the power of his body rise a considerable level, filling him with a sense of unbridled power. At least the process this time was nice enough to wait for me to complete my tribulation, John said to himself. His previous breakthrough had resulted in him entering this place immediately, while the rest of the outside world remained frozen. He was unsure of how that happened exactly, but John was certain such a thing wouldn't work on the heavens, and its tribulation it sent to kill him. After infusing the blood into his body, John stepped forward and touched one of the massive chains on the holy gate. Snap! The chain snapped and instantly began to crumble, as an even more powerful and holy aura began to radiate out of the gate. John basked in the holy power for some time, as he felt his nerves calmed and soul power rise. After bathing in this aura for some time, John stepped away from the gate and entered the room containing the sinister door. The same as always, he touched one of the chains and withstood its demonic assault for as long as possible before he could no longer bear it. John breathed out a tired sigh as he found himself in the real world once again. The floor of the ship he sat on was translucent from his perspective, allowing him to see the ground far below pass by at tremendous speeds. Even after days and days of traveling at this speed, we're still not at the great desert. No wonder travel back to my homeland is so restrictive. John couldn't help but grumble out loud. Suddenly, two objects suddenly appeared in his hands, one in each hand. The one object was a jade piece of incredible beauty, while the other was a black tome. He glanced at the two objects in his hand as the thought back to his recent tribulations. It seems as though I have been neglecting my cultivation of the celestial lightning script. The creator of the palace realm clearly only left me these two items to rely on, and yet I would have died to the last attack of the tribulation were it not for Kyrie. Clearly, I have not raised my strength to the level that power thinks I should have. John's fingers stroked both items for a moment before he put away the jade piece. I'll learn the next steps in my Immortal Asura body, Immortal Asura transformation art, and next body limiter, before I wholeheartedly focus on the celestial lightning script for the rest of the trip. John opened the Immortal Asura tome and turned to the core formation section before he quickly flipped to the next page. He had been unable to open the Meridian Forging section before, but with his cultivation firmly in the Meridian Forging realm, he was finally able to do so. His eyes took in all the words on the page, which described how to further raise the base power of his Immortal Asura body, how to unlock the next stage of his Asura transformation, and how to unlock the next body limiter. The Meridian Forging limiter, the limiter of power, John read silently to himself. This limiter has several nodes, which are located in the legs, back, chest, and arms. Unlocking these nodes will result in an explosive increase in body power, several times stronger than before. John's eyes lit up as he read this, as it was exactly what he wanted at the moment. His previous limiters made him faster and more durable, but power was what he truly wanted to increase. Only with strength could he control his own fate. His chi suddenly flared internally with great power as he began to follow the principles of unlocking the body limiter. Lillian sat at the front of her ship in silence as she stared out at the ground below. Her mind seemed to be occupied with something, as her gaze was distant and unfocused. The sound of someone behind her snapped her out of her thoughts as she turned around. "Finally out of seclusion, are you?" Lillian asked with a small smile on her face. She inspected John closely and could tell that his strength had once again improved drastically. She gave John a small nod of approval as he sat down beside his master. "How close are we to the great desert, Mast?" John quickly stopped his words, as he remembered Lillian did not like being called master, as it made her feel old. To her, as long as John considered her as such and treated her as his master, that was all that mattered. She did not need to be addressed with such titles. Lillian noticed the end of John's sentence, but chose to ignore it. Her gaze shifted to look forward once again, as her chin flicked upwards slightly, gesturing to John to look into the distance. "We just arrived," she replied calmly. John followed her gaze and saw what she had gestured to. Far out in the distance, a massive mountain range stretched out from side to side as far as they could see. The mountain range was also several miles deep, and just beyond it was a barren wasteland of seemingly no life at all. John's eyes widened slightly as the flying ship quickly sped over the mountains and entered the barren wasteland. He had heard of this place many times before, but had never seen it with his own eyes. The Great Desert, just beyond this barren wasteland, is home. Chapter 387, Crossing the Great Desert. As soon as the ship entered the Great Desert, a look of slight surprise appeared on John's face. "The chi," he exclaimed. "There's almost no natural chi here." Lillian nodded her head at John's words. "There is almost no natural chi within this desert, making it truly a barren wasteland. In fact, the chi only thins further as one approaches the center of the desert. This is one of the reasons why crossing the desert is so challenging," Lillian replied. "You cannot rely on the natural chi of this world to replenish your energy, and can only do so through pills and other physical means." John glanced down at the desert below, which was rapidly speeding by. He finally understood why crossing this desert was such a challenge. A cultivator couldn't easily fly over it, as they would quickly run out of chi, and would only be able to replenish that chi through the use of chi-replenishing pills or spirit crystals. However, unless one was in the heaven tribulation realm or above, directly extracting the wild chi from spirit crystals directly was too dangerous to do. As such, the journey would need to be an arduous and slow journey on foot. The only exception was if someone had a flying ship, but there were only a handful of them on the entire Yuan Continent, and such a method could not be relied on regularly. "Wait a minute," John replied. "If there is no chi, then how can powerful beasts exist here?" John asked. He had heard stories that powerful beasts roamed these lands, adding to the difficulty further. "You see that hole over there?" His master pointed in a certain direction. John strained his eyes and noticed a hole roughly 10 yards wide far off in the distance. "Yes," John replied. "What is that hole?" "That is hole linking the land above with the tunnels below of the great desert. Most of the creatures of this land are ground-dwelling creatures who only surface when there is a disturbance. Down there are special materials in which these powerful creatures can absorb chi from. It's similar to spirit crystals, but much less valuable. However, it is enough for them," Lillian replied. John studied the desert below and noticed many other holes scattered around at varying locations. "Doesn't that mean that as long as we're in the sky, there's no danger at all?" John asked. Lillian smirked as she heard this, and his gaze shifted to the side, looking through the translucent flying ship. Shri! A loud screech rocked the area near the ship, shaking it violently, followed by a bang that shook the ship even more. John yelled out, but his words quickly cut off as he saw what had caused the commotion. "A heaven tribulation flying beast!" John exclaimed as he saw a creature flying next to the ship. "Yes, a profound desert wasp to be exact," Lillian replied as she paused the ship's forward momentum. She walked to one of the ship's exits and quickly opened the formation door. Her figure flashed outside and instantly appeared before the wasp. The wasp immediately noticed her arrival and struck its stinger out at her with the intent on claiming her life. Lillian looked at the wasp with calm eyes as she pointed out her finger. Bang! A thin but powerful beam of chi exploded out of her outstretched finger and slammed on the body of the wasp. It pierced through the wasp with no resistance at all, killing it almost instantly. Her body flashed forward once more as she gathered the wasp and cut it in half. The top half containing the head was mounted to the front of the flying ship, while the bottom half was collected in her spatial ring. After doing that, she quickly returned to the ship. The ship began to fly forward once again, while John stared at his master with a weird expression on his face. She could instantly tell what he was thinking. The flying beasts of this land hunt exclusively in the sky and mostly ignore the land below. The mounted wasp head will alert any other flying creatures of the danger of assaulting this ship. "I don't want to stop even 30 minutes to fight these lowly creatures," Lillian explained. "Oh," John replied as he understood her actions. "I guess that makes sense." The ship continued forward at an incredible pace, while John studied the land below closely. The speed they were moving at was unreal, instilling a sense of desire in John to obtain one. "How much does a flying ship like this cost?" John looked at his master and asked. "Oh, thinking of obtaining a ship like mine. Not a bad idea, but you'll have to save up at least 100 million spirit crystals to obtain one," Lillian replied. 100 million, John exclaimed. He had a significant sum of money due to fortunate endeavors, but even then his total sum was only just over 10 million spirit crystals. 100 million was a sum he couldn't even fathom at this moment. "And that's just for the lowest quality ship," Lillian replied with a smirk on her face. "Also, you can really only get these ships on the divine Martial continent, so there's that as well." John remained silent after hearing that, as such a thing was too far off in the future. Like this, the two sped forward in silence for half a day as they traversed the great desert. As his master had said, no other creatures assaulted the ship. John's mind suddenly focused as he felt something incredibly faint wash over him. He focused his mind and soul on what he felt, but couldn't pinpoint any one sensation. It was as if something was calling out to him, but he was too far away to hear anything. No matter how much he focused on the feeling, he still couldn't pinpoint anything. His eyes narrowed as he eventually felt this sensation growing more and more faint. "I don't know what it is, but there's something in this desert. Calling out to me. Chapter 388 faint calling, what is it? Something appears to be on your mind," he heard his master ask. John glanced over to Lillian as he snapped out of his thoughts. Clearly, she could tell that something had caught his attention. John thought about the sensation he felt for a moment, before he decided to ask his master about it. I don't know, I just felt something in the desert call out to me. Did you not feel anything at all? John asked. Nothing at all, Lillian replied quickly. John focused his mind once more, but could no longer feel the faint sensation. He thought about it for a moment before putting it out of his mind. Maybe I can explore it a bit more when I return to the Heavenly Lightning sect, but the main thing to focus on right now is returning home. The ship continued to speed forward unimpeded for several more hours before a distant mountain range eventually came into view. John's eyes lit up as he saw this, as he knew this mountain range was the final barrier between the Great Desert and his homeland. The ship quickly reached the mountain range and flew over it for several minutes before the mountains ended and a forest began. John's eyes lit up as he saw the familiar forest, which stretched out over half his homeland. The skycleave forest, John exclaimed. We're almost there. Lillian smiled as she saw John's excitement, but her smile vanished for a brief moment before returning. The excited smile continued to linger on John's face as he watched his homeland blur by below. Although he had never been to these particular areas of his homeland, everything about it was nostalgic. From the vegetation to the very nature of the Chi, everything made him feel welcomed. The lush forest and grasslands continued to pass by below, while the Skycleave mountain range came into view on the left side of the ship as well. John's excitement continued to grow as they sped forward, but his smile suddenly vanished as he stared at the horizon ahead of them. Smoke was lifting into the sky from the ground below in many locations, as if multiple fires had broken out within the Skycleave forest. The ship quickly sped over those spots, and John was able to tell that the ruined areas of forest seemed to be remnants of battles between cultivators. The earth was scarred with craters and thin lines, revealing that weapon battle arts had caused the destruction. His vision once again snapped back to the horizon as more and more smoke clouds began to come into view. Lillian also noticed these lines and could immediately tell what it was. The damage is unmistakable. This was caused by war. Bang! 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 Successive loud sounds echoed out across the land as Chi attacks landed on a translucent barrier, which flared out with power to block each attack. The barrage continued ceaselessly, with each attack seemingly weakening the barrier. A person suddenly burst through a door and entered a room, which contained dozens of core formation cultivators huddled around a glowing formation that was etched into a large slab on the ground. Spirit crystals were located at various nodes of the formation, which were quickly absorbed into the formation to power it. How much longer will this formation last? The one who had burst into the room asked worryingly. The man was covered in blood and fresh wounds, clearly having just left an incredible battle. Not much longer, one of the cultivators in charge of the formation yelled out in response. The spirit crystal supply is nearly exhausted, and unless that mysterious elder gives us more, the formation she established will collapse soon. Damn it, the man replied before he turned around and strode out of the building. Another man was standing there, equally covered in blood and fresh wounds. How much longer will the formation last, Father? John Fenix asked. His cultivation, which was now in the Meridian forging realm, was flaring out powerfully as he had just left a battle. Not long, John Fenix replied through gritted teeth. Where is my father now? Grandfather is still in front of the barrier, fighting off the Crimson Valley sect with all his strength. I'm not sure how long he can hold on. We need to return to the front line and assist him, John Fenix replied. Cade grit his teeth once more as he nodded his head. Our only hope now is for that elder of John's sect to return. She had not shown herself since the start of this siege several days ago. I expect the worst has happened to her, but we will fight until our last breath if need be, Cade replied. Barden nodded his head in fiery agreement, and they both shot into the sky towards the sound of battle. On their way forwards towards the defensive formation, both Cade and Barden spotted the growing number of casualties piled up within the defensive formation. The siege of the Crimson Valley sect had started several days prior without warning, and had caught them off guard by its power and ferocity. They had managed to activate the formation Elder Mabel had constructed for them in time, but the initial assault had claimed the lives of hundreds of sect members. In the defense of the Fenix clan and the formation over the last several days, even more Fenix clan members had perished, and the clan was on its last breath. Barden Fenix felt his anger rise by the second as he took in the carnage below. Up ahead of them, powerful battle arts and chi attacks continued to explode in the air against the translucent formation barrier, while an even fiercer battle raged out a small distance from the barrier. Barden and Cade pierced through the barrier to the outside, and instantly began to unleash a furious barrage of battle arts towards the red-robed enemy. Dozens of powerful Crimson Valley elders instantly surrounded them, as an incredible battle instantly broke out. Barden and Cade, now both firmly in the Meridian Forging realm, fought with uncontained fury, as each fought outnumbered but not outmatched. Powerful flames surrounded the both of them as they dashed from opponent to opponent, exchanging attacks with their lives on the line. Up ahead of them, an even grander battle was taking place, as the Fenix clan patriarch battled against the patriarch of the Crimson Valley sect, as well as a mysterious elder none of them recognized. An incredibly powerful flame surrounded the patriarch as he dashed between his two opponents, constantly unleashing his strongest fire-based battle arts. The Fenix clan patriarch's late Meridian Forging cultivation flared out powerfully as he occupied the two strongest opponents. In fact, his might was overwhelming enough to keep both on the defensive, causing the mysterious elder to grumble with frustration. The Crimson Valley sect and mysterious elder had not expected the Fenix clan patriarch to be so strong, which was the only reason why the siege had not been successfully carried out yet. "Keep fighting with all your strength," the Fenix clan patriarch's voice boomed out over the land. "This is not the day the Fenix clan dies." His cries impassioned all the nearby Fenix clan members, who began to fight with even more fury and strength. "Grandfather," a cry suddenly sounded out next to the Fenix clan patriarch. "Let me help you." The patriarch turned his head quickly and shouted out to the one who had just arrived. "Orin, you are not strong enough to participate in this battle. Retreat and help your brothers," the patriarch commanded loudly. Orin, the first son of Cade Fenix, stared at the back of his grandfather as the battle continued to rage out. "Just do it already, or don't blame us for not counting you as loyal," the mysterious robed elder barked out. "What are you talking about?" The Fenix clan patriarch spoke out, but his words were quickly silenced. "Chi." A sword pierced through the back of the patriarch without warning, shocking everyone on the battlefield. "Father. Grandfather." Cade and Barden cried out as they saw the patriarch be stabbed from behind. The patriarch's stunned face turned to glance back over his shoulder. His gaze locked with that of his grandson, Orin, who held the sword piercing through his back. The sword slid out from the patriarch's body, who stood there in the air staring at his grandson for a moment. Blood spewed from the wound and his mouth, before he collapsed down from the sky to the earth below. Chapter 389. Fenix clan's last stand. Orin had waited for several days until the patriarch was exhausted, and his guard lowered to stab him in the back. His patience had paid off, as his one attack had landed a critical blow. Barden's eyes instantly lit up with uncontained rage as he dashed forward with his fastest speed. "Orin, you fucking traitor, die." A crimson bird made of pure fire appeared above Barden. It overlapped with his body, making him appear as if he was a phoenix himself. His speed and power increased even more, and he appeared before Orin in an instant. The wings of his fire phoenix slashed towards Orin, with the intent of claiming his traitorous life. "The phoenix fire form? Let's see how strong our father's favored son truly is then," Orin yelled out as he slashed his sword forward, and a massive fire blade shot forward towards Barden. Bang! The two attacks collided, sending a fiery inferno across the sky. "Gah!" Orin cried out as he lost out in the exchange and was knocked backwards considerably. His flesh was slightly charred from the attack, as he was unable to negate the full might of Barden's attack. Barden shot forward towards Oren once more, his phoenix form appearing before him and slashing at him with his wings once more. Oren's eyes widened in panic as Barden was attacking once more, as the previous exchange revealed to him that Barden's power was far greater than his own. Due to Elder Mabel's help, both had been brought into the Meridian Forging realm. However, even in the same realm, Barden's combat prowess and talent was far above Oren's, making the battle one-sided. The Phoenix fire form was one sign of that, as Barden was able to use it, but Oren was not talented enough to do so. As he reached Oren, Barden's Phoenix fire wings slashed down at Oren once more. At the last moment, the mysterious elder appeared before Oren. His red sword slashed out towards the Phoenix wings, sending a large and powerful crimson sword image towards it. Chi. The crimson sword image pierced right through Barden's Phoenix fire wings, severing them from the rest of the fire body. Barden quickly reformed the Phoenix wings, but this reprieve was all the time Oren needed to flee. Ag. Barden yelled out in anger and fury as he increased his power once more. His Phoenix fire forms strengthened further and slashed down towards the mysterious elder that had interfered. Pathetic, the elder sneered as the attack reached him. His sword slashed out once more and sent out an even stronger crimson sword image towards Barden. Instead of targeting the wings, the sword image targeted Barden himself this time. The sword image was incredibly quick and reached Barden before he could fully react. Bang! The attack smashed powerfully against Barden's Phoenix form, launching his body backwards. A trail of blood followed behind Barden as the attack slashed across his chest, piercing his flesh and opening up a large wound. Barden! Cade Fenix yelled out in panic and anger as he saw his son injured by the attack. He attempted to dash forward to aid Barden, but the Crimson Valley sect elders surrounding him gave him no reprieve and attacked him with all their might. Fuck off! Cade Fenix yelled out with absolute frustration as his power suddenly shot up into the sky. All the nearby eyes, both friend and enemy, locked onto him in surprise. Chi. 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 With his Fenix fire sword in hand, Cade Fenix slashed out towards his nearby enemies. His sudden increase in power caught them off guard, and 3 of them were cleaved in half before they could even react. Using this opening, Cade shot forward at incredible speeds, augmented by his sudden explosive increase in power. He appeared before the falling Barden and instantly caught him by his arm. Without missing a beat, Cade shot off towards the ground below, arriving before the Patriarch before anyone could react. He grabbed the Patriarch with his free hand and pressed off the ground once more. The ground beneath his feet shattered from Cade's explosive force as he shot backwards. Futile! The mysterious elder yelled out as he saw Cade fly backwards. He sped towards himself and unleashed a battle art towards Cade. Bang! The battle art landed on Cade's location, drowning the area in a powerful explosion. The explosion quickly faded, revealing Cade standing there unharmed as he stared at the elder who had just attacked. The translucent formation flared slightly, revealing it had blocked the attack. The mysterious elder sneered as he landed on the ground just outside the defensive formation. He was just mere feet away from Cade, but was unable to reach him. Cade's power began to drastically drop as a massive wave of fatigue swept through him. The elder sneered once more as he saw this. You burned your blood essence just to retreat to a formation that is soon to be destroyed. How pathetic. Cade narrowed his eyes as he stared at the man, but did not reply, and instead quickly turned around towards his father. A pill appeared in his hand as he shoved it into the Patriarch's mouth and forced him to swallow it. Father, eat this. It's only a low-level healing pill, but it will slow the bleeding. After doing this, Cade turned to Barden, who was struggling to get off the ground. After a brief struggle, he stood firmly on his own 2 feet. A large gaping wound was evident on his chest, deep enough to see the bones of his ribcage. Blood flowed out freely from the wound, increasing the sense of fatigue Barden felt. He suddenly covered his sword in flames, heating it up until it was red hot. Barden grit his teeth as he slammed the flat of the sword against his chest, directly onto the long wound. Gah! Barden cried out in pain as the hot sword seared his flesh. A strong smell of burnt flesh assaulted Cade's nose, but he did not move to stop his son. Barden bared the pain as the wound was seared shut. "Are you all right?" Cade asked his son with heavy concern. "I'll live," Barden replied through pained breaths. His eyes pierced forward towards the mysterious elder, who was smiling at them from just a few feet away. Without saying a word, the elder retreated a bit away before he turned around once more. "Hear my command. The enemy has fully retreated. Focus all your attacks on the spot I attack, and this formation will soon fall," the elder commanded. With the Fenix Patriarch, Cade, Barden, and the others fighting outside the formation, the enemy had been unable to coordinate their attacks on the defensive formation. Now that the entire Fenix clan had retreated into the formation, they were able to do so. The mysterious elder quickly unleashed a powerful battle art, and all the nearby Crimson Valley sect elders did the same. Bang! 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 The defensive formation was instantly assaulted with a volley of attacks. The formation lit up with its full power to defend against the attacks, successfully blocking them. However, everyone could tell that with each volley, the formation weakened. The siege continued for several minutes, before a shattering sound rang out as a crack appeared in the formation. The crack quickly spread as more and more attacks landed on it before. Bang! The formation shattered completely, having finally been unable to withstand the onslaught of battle arts that had slammed against it. Cade, Barden's, and the rest of the Fenix clan's faces turned grim, as the last thing protecting them finally faded away. "Fuck it, if we die taking out as many as we can," and fervent cries suddenly boomed out from Barden as he watched the enemy fast approach. His Fenix flames lit up once more as his power began to rise above anything he had revealed before. Clearly, he was prepared to burn his blood essence and go out with one final bang. The Fenix clan members behind Barden became impassioned by his actions, as they too prepared to charge forward in their last stand. "Useless," Warren Gildar, sect leader of the Crimson Valley sect, mocked as he watched the Fenix clan prepare for their last stand. He knew that even if the Fenix clan did so, their only fate was to die here. The Bloodfiend sect had given great resources to the Crimson Valley sect to boost their power, which allowed them to overwhelm the Fenix clan. Not only that, but they had the direct aid of several Bloodfiend sect elders, and the mysterious elder was only the tip of the iceberg. Barden's power continued to grow as he sped towards the mysterious elder. The elder scoffed as he slashed out his power with all his might, sending his strongest attack yet towards Barden. Barden grit his teeth as he prepared to unleash his strongest counterattack. He knew he could not defend against this attack fully, but at this time, it no longer mattered. He would rather die fighting than die cowering in fear. Boom! The sword image suddenly exploded in the air, sending a destructive blast of crimson chi outwards in all directions. The shocked eyes of everyone in the battle, both friend and foe, looked up towards the explosion, as the elder's sword image had exploded before it even reached Barden. The fatting explosion revealed a lone figure floating in the air, clearly the reason the battle art had exploded early. He was clad in black and red robes, and his long black hair billowed out behind him in the wind as his piercing eyes stared forward with furious anger. His aura radiated outwards with incredible power and contained a deep and violent bloodlust. Barden suddenly felt a chill within his entire body as he stared at the unrecognizable yet undeniably familiar figure before him, and he couldn't help but emotionally call out that familiar name. John, Chapter 390, Timely Arrival. The flying ship sped forward at the fastest speed Lillian could muster. John's nerves were as taut as could be, as the destruction only seemed to increase the closer and closer they got to his clan. Eventually, John spotted the familiar terrain of the land surrounding his clan, and his expression darkened considerably. What once used to be a place of forest and farmland was now just charred ruins. In the distance against the mountainside, the smoke rising from the ground thickened to an incredible level, while flashes of light from exploding battle arts could be seen. A translucent barrier appeared occasionally as the attacks landed against it. Shatter. The barrier shattered just as the flying ship arrived above the Fenix clan. Lillian brought the ship to an immediate halt, and John immediately jumped out of one of the exits. "Fuck it, if we die taking out as many as we can." John heard the impassioned cry from his father boom outright as he left the ship, along with his death charge. John sighed a small sigh of relief for the briefest of moments when he saw his father was still alive, before it immediately darkened as he took in the rest of the scene. The land outside the barrier was completely shattered, and thousands of corpses could be seen laying about. Just inside the clan grounds, he spotted his grandfather, who was holding a man he had never seen before. However, John could clearly tell the relationship between the two, and immediately guessed it was the patriarch of his clan. Blood soaked the patriarch's robes, and his life force seemed to be on the very edge of fatting away. Deeper within the sect, John could see more bodies piled up, clearly having died in the battles earlier. His rage and fury instantly reached levels beyond compare as he took in everything before him. His master put away the ship and floated beside him, taking in the scene of carnage as well. The mysterious robed elder below suddenly unleashed an attack towards his father, raising John's level of anger even further. "They're mine," John said to Lillian without looking back as his body sped down to the ground below. He arrived before the crimson attack from the elder and punched out with his fist. Boom! The attack exploded upon contact, unable to withstand the might of John's bare-handed attack. "John!" John heard his name called out by a trembling voice behind him. He turned to look over his shoulder and saw a battle-worn face that he had not seen in a year. "Father," John replied, his voice soft but filled with barely contained rage. "You can rest now, leave the rest to me." A shocked look appeared on Barden's weary face as he heard John's words. He quickly inspected John's cultivation, and his shock only increased further as he realized his son was the exact same cultivation as his own. In less than a year, John had gone from having no cultivation at all to equaling himself. Barden could not be more proud at what he saw at the moment, but he set that feeling of pride aside as he called out to John. "It's the young master of the clan." A surprised shout from the Fenix clan below sounded out. "What, didn't he die a year ago? How is he alive? And how is he so powerful?" Another Fenix clan warrior cried out. The leaders and elders of the clan had kept John's status a secret, and so the clan had assumed that he was dead. "John, this man has a cultivation at the late Meridian Forging Realm. You cannot help us here. Run." Although he was shocked by John's arrival, Barden could not be any happier to see his son. However, his son showing up here with an early Meridian forging cultivation would only get him killed alongside the rest of the clan. "I'll burn my blood essence and put my life on the line to let you escape. Use that moment to escape," Barden said to John as he flew towards him. John smiled a sad smile as he watched his father say such a thing. Clearly his father had been through an immense battle and had lost all hope until John had arrived. Even then, he saw no room for victory and instead only cared about John's safety. Too late. A wicked voice sounded out behind John as the mysterious elder appeared next to him without warning. His sword, which was glowing with an incredible crimson might, slashed down on John with all his might. While still looking over his shoulder at his father, John raised his hand and pointed a single finger at the blood-fiend elder. Bang! The surrounding sky turned bright as the sound of thunder suddenly sounded out. A thin beam of lightning exploded out of John's outstretched finger, instantly slamming against the elder before he could even react. The lightning beam pierced directly through the elder's chest, who had held nothing back for defense while he attacked John, as he looked down on John's lower cultivation. A stunned expression appeared on the man's face as he staggered back slightly, his head drooping down to look at his chest. A charred hole of flesh, 6 inches wide, carved straight through his body. The elder looked back up at John for a moment, as he saw John suddenly slash out at him with a scythe. Chi. The scythe carved straight through the elder's neck, severing it from the rest of his body. The headless corpse fell down to the ground below, while the head suddenly disappeared from sight. Barden and the remaining Fenix clan members stared at John with absolute shock, while the Crimson Valley sect members stared at him with horrified expressions. John turned to look back at the Crimson Valley sect members and quickly spotted their patriarch, as well as the sect leader, Warren Gildar. Both felt a chill crawl up their spine as John's cold, rage-filled eyes stared directly at them. Suddenly, an attack slammed down on John from above, as John slashed out his scythe towards it. Bang! The attacks collided, causing the nearby area to quake from its power. John narrowed his eyes as he watched a man float down from above, looking at John with sinister eyes. The red-robed man radiated a powerful heaven tribulation aura, much stronger than the previous blood-fiend elder. Chapter 391. Battling a heaven tribulation, Elder John looked at the approaching man with calm eyes, unconcerned about the newcomer's power, which was in the early heaven tribulation realm. John Fenix in the flesh, I assumed all fiend would have already killed you, but it seems you somehow managed to escape. No matter, I will kill you now and bring your head back to him. Surely he will reward me for it, the man said to John as he approached. John glanced at the man for a moment before he turned to look over his shoulder once more. His father still floated in the sky behind him, the stunned expression still lingering on his face. Retreat to where grandfather is, John instructed his father. I'll take care of things here. You don't have to worry for my safety. Barden wanted to argue against John's words, but John's reassuring smile revealed to Barden that he was confident in his own power. Barden didn't know the extent of John's power, but his previous display gave a hint towards it. Not only that, but he knew his son was not a stupid boy who would throw his life away. After a moment of hesitation, Barden nodded his head and retreated without a word, leaving his son alone in the sky with the new blood-fiend elder. You were watching this whole battle take place, without assisting at all? John asked, as the man stopped a few dozen yards away from him. The man frowned at John's lack of fear, but replied nonetheless. Partaking in such a lowly battle is beneath me. If the Crimson Valley sect couldn't win the battle, even with the help of one of our elders, then they were not worthy to be one of our underlings, the man replied. I must thank you then, John replied, his voice still cold. If you had assisted the enemy, I would have arrived late. As such, I will let you die quickly, so that you may join the rest of your pathetic sect in the underworld. The elder's eyes narrowed as he heard John say this. John instantly picked up on the man's slightly confused expression, and a slightly amused look appeared on his face. I guess you don't know, not that it matters anyways. As if talking to the man was beneath John's notice, he suddenly slashed his scythe out towards the man without warning. You think too highly of yourself. The man scowled as he saw John attack him without warning and slashed out his sword at John's attack. Bang! The battle arts collided high in the air above the Fenix clan, its power great enough to shake the distant ground below. The Fenix clan members shielded their eyes and braced themselves as a violent tempest, kicked up by the explosion of battle arts, washed over the clan grounds. The elder was slightly surprised by John's power, as he had expected to completely overwhelm him in that exchange. However, it was a relatively even exchange. Your talent truly is a threat to our entire alliance. As such, you must die here today. After saying this, the elder's aura exploded out with even greater power, revealing he had been holding back considerably in their last exchange. John watched the elder power up with indifferent eyes as the elder suddenly unleashed another sword battle art towards him. Supreme Battle Art. John instantly activated the Supreme Battle Art, which explosively increased his strength, and slashed out his scythe towards the elder. Bang! Weapons collided, and John was knocked backwards hundreds of yards in the collision before he finally stabilized his backwards momentum. A frown appeared on his face as he inspected his body. I only have the first 3 stages of the supreme battle art, which caps out at the core formation realm. It seems like this technique is useless to me for now. John's head snapped up as another sword battle art was upon him, and slashed his scythe out to meet it. Bang! 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 The elder unleashed a torrent of battle arts in quick succession, giving John no breathing room. His scythe twirled in front of him defensively as he parried each attack, but each attack was strong enough to knock him backwards hundreds of yards. Boom! John's body suddenly slammed into the mountainside above the Fenix clan and burrowed deep inside it. Bang! 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 A barrage of additional sword images slammed against the mountainside, shattering the top half of the mountain as the barrage continued. John! Barden cried out in panic as he saw his son overwhelmed with powerful battle arts. However, the debris raining down from above threatened the clan, and so Barden and the rest of the able-bodied elders unleashed their own battle arts to destroy the falling boulders and debris. The Bloodfiend elder ended his barrage of attacks as he looked at the half-destroyed mountain. Truly overestimating himself, the man scoffed out loud. He glanced at the Fenix clan below, but his eyes quickly locked back onto the mountainside as a horrifying aura suddenly exploded out from within it. The shocking aura was so powerful that the nearby mountain exploded open, revealing the source of the aura for all to see. 2 small, straight, and sharp horns, pitch black in color, protruded from John's head as his blood-red eyes stared at the distant elder. Blood-red runes covered most of his body, and his malevolent aura radiated outwards with absolute power. A powerful battle axe rested in his hands, its aura alone making anyone who looked at it feel fright. How is this possible? The Bloodfiend elder cried out in shock, as the power John was revealing right now was enough to make even him scared. Lightning coated John's legs as he suddenly activated his Thunderflash steps and unleashed him limiter of speed to appear before the elder in an instant. Heavenly Lightning Domain. At the same time, dozens and dozens of lightning nodes sprung up in the air around John, surrounding both him and the elder. The lightning nodes instantly began to unleash a ceaseless barrage of lightning at the elder, while John's battle axe, infused with the Tao of power and annihilation, struck out at him. The Bloodfiend elder instantly activated his own domain, and the sky around him and John suddenly turned red. John felt the familiar aura of the Crimson Hell domain wash over him, but he ignored it as he continued his assault on the elder. Bang! 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 A series of horrifyingly powerful weapon and battle art collisions exploded out high above the Fenix clan as John and the elder fought with all their might. The Fenix clan members looked up at the battle with absolute shock and awe on their faces, still not believing that their own young master was capable of such power. Barden and Cade looked up at John with a mix of shock and pride on their faces as they watched John fight evenly against a Heaven Tribulation elder. Never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined such a thing was possible. However, the truth was clear before their very eyes. The Fenix clan members watching from the ground watched the battle in the sky, and they soon began to cheer for their young master. The young master of their Fenix clan, once believed to be dead, had returned to them at their greatest time of need with power far beyond their imagination. Their impassioned cries echoed out in unison, loud enough to shake the earth, and loud enough for John to hear in the sky high above. Young Master John, Young Master John, Young Master John. Chapter 392, Young Master John, Young Master John, Young Master John, Young Master John. John heard the excited cries of his clan below echo out with fervent passion. These were his people, crying his name out with absolute passion and hope. A wave of emotion washed over him for a moment, before he quickly regained his calm and focused on the elder before him. The elder before him was an early Heaven Tribulation cultivator, while he was only early meridian forging. It was taking his full power to fight evenly with the elder, as the difference between those that had ascended tribulation and those that had not was immense. The elder had received the blessings of the heavens during his ascension, and as such received a much larger power increase than a normal major realm ascension. While achieving core formation was considered the first true hurdle in the cultivation world, ascending to heaven tribulation was the second. Undergoing a heaven ascension tribulation would shed the mortal body, as the heavens infused their will and power into the flesh of the ascender. If John had not gone through his own unofficial tribulations several days earlier, his power would not have increased enough to battle this elder. While the tribulation he went through was meant to kill him, it did the undesired thing of increasing his strength immensely instead. "I guess I should thank the heavens after all," John mused to himself, while he unleashed sky-sundering axe towards the blood-fiend elder. The elder unleashed his own crimson blade slash to counter the attack, causing another monstrous collision of attacks to explode in the sky. "How is John so powerful?" An impassioned Fenix clan member cried out in awe. They had witnessed the entire battle take place and knew the might of the man John was fighting. He was far more powerful than the patriarch, shocking everyone with the knowledge that John was somehow able to fight evenly against Himmel. "Who knows, but our young master is fighting evenly against a heaven tribulation opponent while only at the meridian forging realm. He truly is a heavenly talent never before seen," another warrior cried out. "John, John, John." The fervent cries continued to boom out across the land as John's battle continued above. Barden and Cade Fenix stood to the side and watched the battle in proud and worried silence as their flesh and blood fought for the fate of the clan above. They felt ashamed they couldn't help him, but knew he was their only hope at this time. A proud yet slightly sad smile appeared on Barden's face as he looked up at his son high above. The battle raged on for some time as the two sides unleashed their strongest attacks. However, neither side seemed to have the upper advantage. John eventually added in his limiter of power, which explosively increased his battle prowess to unreal levels. If he had fought this elder before unlocking this limiter, the battle would have been much harder to win. However, unlocking his limiter of power had increased his explosive body power severalfold, making each physical swing of his battle axe comparable to a full-powered battle art. Each swing of his battle axe caused the nearby air to boom and tremble, as if he was cutting into the very fabric of space itself. This unlocked limiter gave him the advantage in the exchanges, and slowly but surely he was starting to overwhelm the elder. However, the elder was incredibly strong himself, and was managing to hold on without taking too much damage. John could tell that the elder was trying to work his way towards the Fenix clan below, most likely to hinder John's ability to attack with his full power. Both sides had taken damage in the fight so far, and both were reaching the ends of their energy reserves. "It's time to end this." John suddenly pointed his finger at the elder, who had seen him use his lightning ruin already. The elder scoffed at the attack and steadied his sword, ready to parry it and counter-attack immediately. John smirked as he saw this, as this was exactly what he wanted the elder to do. Lightning instantly exploded out of his finger, piercing towards the elder with heaven-defying power. Tribulation lightning ruin. John felt his essence chi drain considerably as he unleashed a beam of pure destructive tribulation lightning. This was the tribulation lightning he had absorbed and infused into his lightning chi to use as he pleased. However, the essence chi cost to control and unleash the attack was far beyond his expectations. "This attack drains nearly half of my chi, even with my 20 times compressed danshin. However, this should be more than enough." The elder slashed his sword out to parry the attack, but immediately realized he had made a huge mistake. He had detected there was a unique nature to the lightning as it approached him, but only when his sword was slashing against it did he realize how unique and problematic the lightning was. The lightning ignored the elder's chi defense and instantly slammed onto his body. "Gah!" The elder cried out in pain as the tribulation lightning pierced through his flesh and began to run rampant within his body. The destructive nature of the lightning destroyed whatever it touched, and the elder was shocked to find that it was incredibly resistant to his efforts to remove it. His chi surged out with his utmost strength, as he utilized his heavenly comprehension to slowly erase the rampaging lightning from within his body, which he found was the only effective way to do so. After a brief struggle, he finally managed to purge the lightning from his body, which had locked up all his movements. Too late. Chi. John's Tao-infused axe cleaved onto the elder's body with his absolute full strength, causing the very air around him to boom and part violently. The axe cleaved onto the elder who had yet to reform his defenses and carved through his chest like butter. The elder's eyes went wide as he felt his body severed in half, but was too late to do anything about it. The powerful elder, who had lived for hundreds of years in the heaven tribulation realm, was slain by a junior dozens of times younger than him. Even in death, he still couldn't believe what had happened. The elder's lower half fell to the ground below, while John grabbed the upper half and stored it away in his spatial realm. The battle that would be talked about for thousands of years across these lands had finally come to a shocking end. Chapter 393. Reunited with family, the stunned crowd of the Fenix clan and Crimson Valley sect below watched as they witnessed the impossible happen. A meridian-forging youth had successfully slain a powerful heaven tribulation elder. Even watching it happen before their very eyes, they still couldn't comprehend how such a thing was possible. After a moment of stunned silence, the Fenix clan below erupted into an absolute frenzy. Their impassioned shouts to John above reverberated across the land. John, John, John. Young master, young master, young master. Our young master is mighty. Our young master is invincible. The nearby Crimson Valley sect, who had yet to flee, looked on at the scene with a mix of panic and hate. High above, John's aura began to fade as he undid his Immortal Asura transformation art, as well as his activated limiter of pain. A wave of thick fatigue washed through him as he swayed momentarily in the sky before catching himself. His essence chi was mostly drained after unleashed all those attacks, and his body was racked with intense pain for fighting in his transformed state for so long. It seems like the more I advance the Asura transformation art, the more powerful it becomes, but the more damage it does to my body when I utilize it. Not only that, but my new ability to unleash tribulation lightning is also quite devastating on my combat potential. I'll need to be more careful when using these two arts in the future. However, everything he had utilized was needed to slay an opponent a full realm above his own, and one that was in the heaven tribulation realm. Pain and fatigue was more than a worthwhile cost for eliminating such a powerful opponent. However, John knew that if he had to go up against another heaven tribulation opponent at this time, he would not have the strength to do so. After taking note of his body's condition, John glanced down to his clan below. A sigh of relief escaped his mouth as he assessed the situation. Good, it seems my battle did not reach the clan grounds below. John glanced towards the nearby Crimson Valley sect and was surprised that they had not attempted to flee yet. His gaze locked with Warren Gildar's, who was staring at John with hate in his eyes. However, there was only hate, and not fear, surprising John slightly. He had displayed power far beyond what the Crimson Valley sect was capable of fighting against, and had slain their powerful blood-fiend protector. Interesting, John mused. He must have someone even more powerful to rely on if he still has this much confidence. I'm sure that person will reveal themselves soon. When that happens, my master can join in on the fun as well. After glancing at the Crimson Valley sect, John flew towards his father below. He quickly landed before him and John Fenix, who looked at John with a mix of pride and surprise. After a moment of pause, Barden bounded forward and embraced John tightly. Welcome home, son. You've made us all so incredibly proud. John embraced his father as well, as a wave of emotion washed over him. After a full year of being away from his home and worrying for them every day, he was finally home. The rest of the Fenix clan kept their distance as they watched the emotional reunion between father and son. Instead, they embraced each other in cheerful happiness, beyond elated that the war that had nearly claimed all their lives was finally over. "We live. The young master saved us. The Fenix clan is eternal. The heavens watch over us." Many similar cries of joy boomed out, as a sense of salvation and victory swept through the crowd. After a lengthy embrace, John parted from his father, and a slightly sad look appeared on his face as he glanced around at the destruction of his clan. Barden noticed John's look and shook his head at him. "Do not blame yourself for this," Barden said to John. "The Bloodfiend sect started this assault because of me," John replied emotionally, a tinge of guilt in his voice. "While that may be true, they would have started this war eventually regardless for the Pocket Realm. You cannot put the blame for this on your shoulder," Barden replied. John remained silent for a moment before he nodded his head. His eyes scanned the nearby Fenix clan members, seemingly searching for someone. Barden smiled as he saw this. "Your mother is fine. She is in the central clan hall, sheltering herself with the rest of the clan from this battle," Barden said to John. John breathed out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and his gaze turned to the nearby patriarch, who was resting in his grandfather's arms. Blood soaked his robes fully, and his breathing was incredibly ragged as he was barely holding on. John walked forward and kneeled before the Fenix clan patriarch, as a medicinal pill appeared in his hands. Its medicinal fragrance was intense, and everyone nearby could easily tell that it was an incredibly valuable and potent pill, far greater than anything they could obtain. John gave the pill to his grandfather Cade. "Here, give him this." Cade accepted the pill and immediately gave it to the patriarch, his father. The pill instantly started to work its magic, and before long, color once again returned to the patriarch's face. His breathing evened out, and his condition stabilized, causing everyone nearby to breathe out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, John," Cade said to John emotionally. John nodded his head as he stood up and turned around. His gaze locked onto the Crimson Valley sect, who were still looking on at the Fenix clan. "Something's not right," Barden said as he stood beside John. "You would expect them to flee after your victory, but they're staying there, seemingly waiting for something." John nodded his head in agreement at his father's assessment. "They most likely have an even stronger helper, far beyond my ability to fight against," John replied calmly. A surprised look appeared on Barden's face, but he could tell that his son seemed to be perfectly at ease. A small smile appeared on his face as he looked back at the distant Crimson Valley sect. "Then I look forward to seeing how you will get out of this situation," Barden said as he patted his son on his shoulder. As if summoned on cue, a powerful voice suddenly boomed out from above. "What's this? I leave for a short moment to handle my own business, and this is the scene I come back to." The voice contained quite a bit of bloodlust and malice, and was targeted towards the Fenix clan. In the distance, Warren Gildar smiled as his assurance had finally arrived. Chapter 394, Lillian's Swift Brutality. John glanced up and locked eyes with the man who had just appeared. The man wore a blood-red robe, the signature style of the Bloodfiend sect. He was far stronger than the previous elder, and was not something John could fight against, even in his peak state. The man's gaze swept across the land below before it locked onto John. You're the Fenix clan boy Alfiend inquired about. What are you doing here? And where is Elder Farron?" the man asked with a cold tone. John smiled as he looked at the man. "I don't know an Elder Farron," John replied, "but I do somewhat know this man." As he said this, the top half of the elder he had slain appeared in his hands. The elder above narrowed his eyes as he stared at John and his clear provocation. After a moment of glaring at John, a small smile appeared on his face as something appeared in his own hand. A severed head suddenly appeared in the elder's hands. He held the head by its hair, and the face dangling below clearly belonged to a woman. John frowned as he saw this. He did not know who this person was, but he had a guess. "Is this the source of your confidence?" the man mocked John. This elder of your heavenly lightning sect was quite powerful and quite a pain to kill, but she eventually succumbed to my power. I'm afraid your last hope of salvation has fallen to my hands, and as such, you and your pitiable clan will be joining her momentarily." The man continued his taunting. John's frowning face stared at the man as another head suddenly appeared in John's other hand. As soon as the head appeared in his hand, a look of absolute shock appeared on the Bloodfiend's elder's face. His wide eyes stared at the head of all fiend, whose glazed eyes seemed to be staring back at him. A sense of confusion and panic filled the man, who didn't know how to react to what he was seeing. "So that's what happened to Elder Mabel." A voice suddenly boomed over the land before the man could react to what John had revealed to him. The Bloodfiend elder suddenly turned his head towards the source of the voice. "Who?" the man exclaimed, as he had not sensed the presence of anyone else in the area. His eyes quickly spotted a person appear before him, and they opened wide in shock. Why are you here?" the man cried out. "I'm here because I want to be here," Lillian replied with a calm voice. However, there was a detectable amount of simmering anger in her voice. Her gaze locked onto the head still in the man's clutches, and her gaze turned even more heated. "I found it strange that the Fenix clan was under assault, and the elder we stationed here to protect them was nowhere to be found. Elder Mabel was an honorable woman, so I assumed the worst. It seems as though my assumptions were correct," Lillian said as she slowly approached the man. Everyone had been shocked by the man's arrival, and became even more shocked as another person showed up. They could feel the cultivation of the man, who radiated a peak heaven tribulation cultivation, but could not feel the cultivation of the woman. However, while they could not feel her cultivation base, they could tell that she was incredibly powerful. "Who is this woman?" Barden suddenly asked John. "Do you know her?" John smiled as he looked up at his master above. "Just stay here and watch the show," John replied. "It will be over before you know it." John had already done everything he wanted to, and was leaving the rest to his master. He could tell that his master cared for the slain Elder Mabel, and so was sure that there would be quite the carnage occurring soon. Elder Mabel was strong, but she was only in the middle heaven tribulation realm. We assumed that the Bloodfiend sect would not place enough importance on this place to send someone stronger, but I suppose those plans failed as soon as you found out John's true identity," Lillian continued. Her gaze shifted again to the head clutched in the man's hands, and her gaze turned soft and apologetic for a moment. "I'm sorry, my friend. You fought to the death for the good of our sect, and so I will spill every drop of this man's blood in your honor." Her voice was soft, but it strangely echoed out across the entire area for all to hear. Everyone felt a chill crawl up their spine as they could feel both the melancholy in her voice, as well as the extreme bloodlust. The man also felt this extreme bloodlust in Lillian's voice, and he turned to speed off without a single notice. He knew his power was no match for Lillian's, whose reputation across the Yuan Continent was unmistakable. Lillian appeared before the man like a ghost before he could flee, and her foot came crashing up into his groin with incredible power. Bang! An incredible loud sound boomed over the entire area, shaking the very ground from the force of the attack. The man's eyes nearly popped out of his skull, as a cry, more pained than anyone had ever heard, echoed across the land. Jigra! Those who had witnessed the attack winced at the brutality of it, and even John winced at his master's actions. "It seems like she truly is angry, although I don't blame her." John understood his master's fury and anger, as he had experienced the same fury and anger when he witnessed Russell's death. As far as he was concerned, no punishment was too great for the Bloodfiend elder. The man instantly curled into a ball and fell down to the earth below. However, Lillian appeared before him and wrapped him up in her power. The man floated there before her, barely holding on to his consciousness as a pain more brutal than he had ever felt surged through him. The man threw up several times as well, while Lillian looked on with cold eyes. She reached out and grabbed the severed head of Elder Mabel before she gazed at John below. "There is no one else of noticeable power in the area. You handle the rest of the enemy, while I deal with this man for a while." Without waiting for John to respond, Lillian's body suddenly vanished, along with the man who had been flaunting his power just moments ago. Barden, Cade, and the rest of the Fenix clan stared at the now empty sky for a moment before they all turned to look at John. "John, who was that woman?" Barden couldn't help but ask. John rubbed his cheek with one of his fingers as a wry smile appeared on his face. "That was my master." Chapter 395, cleaning up the battlefield. Barden, Cade, and the rest of the nearby members of the Fenix clan looked at John with stunned expressions as he revealed the truth. John's wry smile lingered on his face for a short moment before a serious look replaced it. His gaze locked onto the distant members of the Crimson Valley sect, who were beginning to retreat in absolute panic. Their greatest assurance had been defeated, and they no longer had any hope of victory. The rest of the Fenix clan looked at the retreating Crimson Valley sect with heated hate-filled gazes. Those members had nearly destroyed their sect and had slain their friends, their brothers, their sisters. They could never forgive such actions. However, all of them were injured and weary from the battle and knew they were no match for the retreating members. John glanced at his father and his large wound on his chest. A pill suddenly appeared in his hand, which emanated a vibrant vitality, which John immediately popped in his mouth. With the pill digesting in his stomach, he felt his drained chi reserves slowly returning to him. "Leave them to me. I'll be back in a few hours," John said to his father. Barden remained silent for a moment before he nodded his head at John's words. "Stay safe," Barden instructed. John smiled at his father and nodded his head before he pressed off the ground. The ground shattered slightly beneath his feet as his body raced into the sky and towards the enemy at incredible speeds. Despite his drained chi reserves and pained body, he knew his strength was still more than enough to eliminate the rest of the Crimson Valley sect and finally rid these lands of their scourge. The still stunned Fenix clan watched as their young master sped off into the distance towards the enemy. As he arrived in their midst, dozens of lightning nodes suddenly sprung up in the air around his body as he began dashing from enemy to enemy. The Fenix clan watched in stunned silence as the enemy force of nearly 1,000 members was cut down in quick succession. Each bolt of lightning from his lightning domain shattered a body, while each swing of his weapon cleaved someone in half. Although they were dozens of miles away from the fight, the Fenix clan could feel the ground tremble beneath their feet from the force of the distant attacks their young master was unleashing. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived for the enemy force. The enemy force, which had been beyond powerful and menacing in their assault of the Fenix clan, looked absolutely pathetic and miserable in the face of their young master's power. Cries of anguish, pain, and horror continued to echo out over the land for several minutes, before silence once again descended on the land. In less than 5 minutes, the enemy force of thousands, including 3 Meridian forging experts, had been cut down completely. John's axe cleaved through the last remaining Crimson Valley sect elder, who cried out in anguish for a brief moment before his body was completely shattered. His eyes surveyed the area to make sure that no one had escaped, as he wanted to leave absolutely no loose ends regarding the Crimson Valley sect. After confirming that the entire enemy force, which had contained elders and disciples alike, were dead, John's gaze shifted to the nearby person who he had left alive. The person was trembling in fear as he looked at John. "John, please don't kill me," Oren said to John with a quivering voice. John looked at Oren with cold eyes before he sped towards him and knocked him unconscious before Oren could react. After doing so, his eyes shifted to the nearby Skycleave mountain range, which separated the Fenix clan from the Crimson Valley sect. "I still have one thing left to do before I can rest." John turned and sped off towards the mountains, disappearing from the sight of the Fenix clan. "Where is the young master going?" a concerned Fenix clan member asked. They had watched John decimate the Crimson Valley sect force and had expected him to return back to them. A stoic expression remained on Barden's face as he watched his son fly over the Skycleave mountain range and out of sight. The last hour of events had seemed like an absolute dream to him, but he knew it was more than real. "He's going to the Crimson Valley sect," Barden replied calmly, "to erase their villainy from these lands once and for all." Without missing a beat, Barden turned around and stared at the injured and battle-worn warriors of the Fenix clan. His eyes shifted to his father Cade for a moment, who was transporting the patriarch to the medical center of the clan, before it shifted back towards the warriors. "John will return before long. You do not have to concern yourself with that," he said to them before pausing for a moment. He took a deep breath and held it for a moment before slowly exhaling. "The war is over. Our Fenix clan has weathered this tribulation, despite all the odds against us. We will celebrate this victory soon, but we must first gather our fallen brethren." The Fenix clan members shifted their gaze to the battlefield, which still contained hundreds of corpses. They all nodded their heads in unison as they set out to gather their fallen warriors and clean up the battlefield. While the clan started gathering the fallen, Barden's cold eyes looked into the distance, and he quickly flew towards the place of John's recent battle. After flying for quite some time over the picturesque Skycleave mountain range, John finally arrived on the other side. His gaze swept over the land below, and he spotted his target far in the distance. His body sped forward once more, and he arrived above the Crimson Valley sect. Like the Fenix clan, the Crimson Valley sect was nestled into the mountainside. Waterfalls cascaded down the mountain, leading to streams that meandered through the sect. The sect members below, both disciples and elders alike, scuttled through the sect, going about their daily lives. If he did not know the true nature of this sect, John would have found it quite the welcoming place. His gaze hardened as his battle axe once again appeared in his hands. His axe began to glow with a powerful light as his cold eyes stared at the sect below him. Chapter 396, Destroying the Crimson Valley sect. How long do you think it's going to take before the Fenix clan is wiped out? A youth asked his nearby friends as they walked through the Crimson Valley sect. The youths were all in the chi condensation realm, and were thus too weak to participate in the battle. "I would imagine they're already dead," another youth sneered. "There's no way they can withstand the onslaught of our sect, as well as that mysterious sect aiding us." Right, another youth replied enthusiastically. "And when that pathetic clan is wiped from the map, these entire lands will be under the control of our sect. Think about it. Soon our sect will become the overlords of these lands, and will be able to do whatever we want." The thought put a smile on all their faces as they imagined what they would do with their new status. With the Fenix clan out of the way, and the Bloodfiend sect aiding them, no one would be able to get in their way. "I heard that after the Fenix clan is done, the war force will assault the Varus clan. Apparently a blockade has been formed between the two sects to stop them from reinforcing each other, so it's only a matter of time," another youth replied. Just then, each of the youths felt a strange energy wash over the sect. Their gazes all looked up towards the source of the energy, and quickly spotted a lone person hovering high in the sky above them. Who's that?" one of the youths asked curiously. "I don't know. Maybe one of those mysterious elders have returned," another replied. "Crimson Valley sect," the voice of the figure floating high above boomed out. The voice sounded quite young still, surprising all those below who were looking up at the figure. "Your days of terrorizing this land are over. Allow me to reunite you with the rest of your sect in the underworld." John's battle axe slashed down towards the Crimson Valley sect below as he unleashed his strongest sky-sundering axe. This battle art was strong enough to injure a Heaven Tribulation elder, and was far more than a sect as weak as the Crimson Valley sect could handle. The Bloodfiend sect had not gifted them with a defensive formation like the Heavenly Lightning sect did for the Fenix clan, which made the sect completely vulnerable. John's sky-sundering axe smashed down on the sect below as he watched every sect member flee for their lives. However, there was no escape from this attack, as it reached the sect before most of the members could react. Boom! The sky-sundering axe battle art infused with the Taos of power and destruction, smashed on the sect. Its power instantly ruptured the land below, and an incredibly large explosion radiated outwards in an instant, drowning the entire Crimson Valley sect in its power. Cries of anguish and horror sounded out for a brief moment, before they were all drowned out by the sound of the battle art explosion. He raised his axe again and again as he unleashed successive sky-sundering axes on the Crimson Valley sect. After unleashing his barrage of attacks, John watched on with an indifferent expression as the battle arts ravaged the sect, annihilating any person it came into contact with. The battle art explosions faded eventually, returning calm to the area once more. Where the Crimson Valley sect had been now only existed a broken land, shattered by a might far more than it could withstand. Every building of the sect had been reduced to rubble, and a series of large craters now existed where the sect used to reside. John scanned the sect after destroying it, but found no remaining traces of life. His cold eyes looked at the sect for a brief moment before his body sped off into the distance once more, returning from the direction he had arrived. Several hours later, those brave enough to approach the smoldering ruins of the Crimson Valley sect did so. To their complete shock, the once mighty sect was now completely destroyed. The news that the Crimson Valley sect had been annihilated quickly spread throughout all the land, as it was by far the most shocking thing that had occurred in these lands in centuries. After flying back for some time, John once again found himself hovering above his Fenix clan. The battlefield had seemingly been cleaned up of all fallen members of the Fenix clan, and any remaining fires and hazards had been snuffed out. John's gaze shifted deeper into the Fenix clan to where seemingly all the Fenix clan members had gathered. He flew towards the gathering, which was located in the Fenix clan burial grounds. John hovered in the sky above the burial grounds, watching in silence as a procession honoring those who had given their lives for the clan was taking place. Over 1,000 pyres had been built, each one with a corpse lying on top of it. The clan, which was originally a clan of 10,000 members, was now whittled down to 8,000. The Fenix clan was a clan of fire, and through fire their members would be laid to eternal rest. Cade Fenix, who was leading the procession, glanced at John above before he continued to address the gathered members of the clan. "We will now put to eternal rest those who had given their lives for our clan. Their names will be etched in our halls of remembrance, their ultimate sacrifices never to be forgotten." Everyone in the clan bowed their heads towards the bodies as the pyres were lit up in flames. John watched with a stoic expression as thousands of his flesh and blood clan members were finally put to rest. His fist tightened as he felt a wave of anger wash over him. Despite saving his clan in the end, John still felt that what he had done was not enough. Only with absolute strength can one thrive in this world. Only with absolute strength can I ensure the safety of my people. Chapter 397, Celebrations after Mourning. The memorial procession ended after some time, and the Fenix clan members all gathered in the great hall of the clan, which was used for gatherings and celebrations. While a deep sense of melancholy and grief still lingered amongst all those who still lived, the clan had just survived the greatest tribulation it had ever faced, and celebrations were planned to lift the moods of everyone. John remained alone for some time, gathering his thoughts and restoring his energy. However, the main reason he didn't join his clan in their celebrations right away was his feeling of guilt. His conversation he had with his father earlier in the day echoed within his mind. The Bloodfiend sect started this assault because of me. While that may be true, they would have started this war eventually regardless for the Pocket Realm. You cannot put the blame for this on your shoulder. I suppose father is right, John mused to himself. He breathed out a deep sigh before he steeled his mind and floated down to the great hall below. The sound of music, discussions, and laughter seeped through the closed doors of the great hall. John stood there silently for some time before he reached out and pressed against the two large doors. The doors parted open, revealing the scene of celebration within. The great hall was incredibly large, and all the remaining clan members were located within. Clan members danced together to music, while others feasted and drank to their heart's content. In the far distance at one of the largest tables, John spotted his father, grandfather, and mother sitting together and happily conversing amongst each other. The downcast atmosphere from earlier in the day was no more, as those who were living decided that the best way to honor those who had died for them was to happily live their lives. He smiled slightly as he saw this scene before him, which instilled him with comfort and ease. "Young Master John, it's young Master John." An excited cry suddenly boomed out as someone noticed John's arrival. The entire great hall went silent, and the music stopped playing as everyone stopped what they were doing to look over at John. John felt the eyes of all 8,000 clan members stare at him. Most of them were staring at him with awe on their faces, as they still could hardly believe what he had done earlier in the day. After a brief moment of silence, the great hall erupted into an absolute frenzy. The adults of the clan instantly began to discuss amounts themselves regarding John and his displays of power, while the younger children all rushed towards him and swarmed around him, assaulting him with a barrage of questions. "Young Master John, I heard you saved us yourself," one of the kids said enthusiastically. "How did you get so strong?" "You have to tell us how you became so strong. I want to be just like you when I grow up," another child said with great excitement. "Haha, all right, leave him be," a voice boomed behind the group of youths that had gathered around John. The group of kids all turned around to see Cade standing there, smiling as he looked at John. "John has had a busy day, and you must let him relax," Cade said to the group of children. "There will be plenty of time to ask him questions later on." "Oh, woo-woo." A collective groan sounded out from the group of kids, who were quickly shooed aside by several adults. John watched the group of kids around be shooed away, before a person racing towards him suddenly leaped at him. They wrapped their arms around John and began to sob uncontrollably. John smiled as he embraced his mother in return, who continued to weep into his shoulders. "I'm home, Mom," John said to his mother in a shaky voice filled with emotion. His mother lifted her face from his shoulder and looked at him with tears still streaming down her face. With the war that had nearly destroyed their clan, she had thought she would never get to see her son again. A smile appeared on her tear-soaked face as she looked deep into her son's eyes. "Welcome home, son." John, who didn't consider himself to be an emotional person, couldn't help but feel tears start to form in his eyes. His mother smiled and wiped those tears away before she embraced him once more. They embraced for a short while before John felt a hand rest on his shoulder. He looked up and spotted his father standing next to him, a look of pride evident on his face. "You did well today, son," Barden said to John. Even now he could hardly believe his son was as strong as he had displayed earlier. John nodded his head happily as he embraced his father for a moment. After a short embrace, the two separated. "Come," the nearby Cade said to the three of them. "It's time for celebrations." His voice boomed out loudly for the entire great hall to hear, which instantly erupted into an uproar of celebration. John nodded his head and followed his family to his seat. Delicious dishes and wine of all kinds covered the table, although John didn't find himself in the mood to eat at the moment. Ting, ting, ting. A series of tings echoed out across the great hall as Cade tapped his wine glass, silencing the rest of the hall. Everyone looked towards Cade as he addressed his clan. "My fellow Fenix clan members," his voice boomed out for all to hear. "These last few days plunged our clan into the darkest pits, of which we thought there was no escape. However, at the precipice of our destruction, our very own John appeared, with power far greater than any of us could have imagined." The eyes of everyone in the hall looked towards John, who sat there silently as he listened to his grandfather speak. "We have honored the dead, who gave their lives to defend this clan. Without their sacrifice, we would have no doubt fallen to the enemy swiftly. However, we must also honor the living as well. To John and the rest of the brave warriors that fought against our enemy, to the Fenix clan." Cade shouted out the last words of his speech and raised his glass high above. and the rest of the clan did the same as they too shouted out in unison. To the Fenix clan. John felt a wave of emotion flood through him once more, and he too raised his wine glass and shouted out before downing the drink. The hall quickly exploded once again into a frenzy of celebration, as clan members danced, ate, and drank the night away. Chapter 398. The wooden stick returns. John placed his wine glass down and looked around the hall, taking in all the faces that were partaking in the celebration. Despite looking at everyone, he still didn't spot a face he had wanted to see. "Where's Ryan?" John turned to his father, who was seated next to him, and asked. "I didn't see him on any of the funeral pyres, and I don't see him here." "You don't need to worry," his father replied with a smile on his face. "Ryan is fine. He participated in the war and was injured, and he is resting in the Hall of Healing right now." John breathed out a sigh of relief as he heard this. "He participated in the war?" John asked. "How strong is he now?" When he had last seen Ryan, they were both in the mist creation realm. Ryan had gotten the blessing of the mysterious spirit in the pocket realm to learn the mage art there, but that was the last John had heard of him. "Quite strong," Barden replied. "He was more than quite strong," Cade chimed up as he heard Barden's reply. An inquisitive look appeared on John's face as he heard this, which Cade elaborated further. In the initial stages of the battle, Ryan unleashed a spectacularly powerful war mage battle art many times, which decimated a good portion of the enemy force. The enemy eventually reached him and injured him quite badly, forcing him to retreat, but if it weren't for him, we would have fallen much faster, Cade elaborated. "Such a thing happened?" John asked with great surprise. "Why, is that so hard to believe that I'm strong as well?" A voice sounded out behind John. John turned his head to see the person of discussion standing behind him, smiling at him with a large smile. "Ryan," John called out as he stood up and embraced his lifetime friend. Ryan smiled as he embraced him back, but quickly winced and backed up from John. "Ow," Ryan cried out. "The wound on my chest is still quite fresh. Take it easy on me." Sorry about that," John replied as he patted Ryan on the shoulder. A medicinal pill suddenly appeared in his hand, and he handed it off to Ryan. "Take this. It should help heal that wound of yours faster," John explained to Ryan. Ryan took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation, as he trusted his friend fully. A rich medicinal energy instantly filled his body, causing Ryan to raise his eyebrows in surprise. "This is good stuff," Ryan exclaimed as he felt his wounds start to heal at a faster pace. "It better be," John replied. "I spent several thousand spirit crystals for this one pill." "That much?" Ryan exclaimed in shock. "Isn't this pill a little too valuable to give to me then?" "Don't fret over such things. It's really not that much money to me right now," John replied. "Better yet, you better tell me what battle art you learned from that ancient spirit." "Oh, that," Ryan replied. "I guess I can tell you about it." Ryan sat down next to John and began to explain what had happened to him after they had separated in the pocket realm. Ryan had spent all the remaining time in the pocket realm learning the mage art, and had managed to do so just in time before the pocket realm collapsed. After that, he was raised to be one of the main youths of the Fenix clan, and was given incredible resources. He managed to improve his cultivation to the core formation realm, and had then used the mage arts to unleash devastating attacks on the enemy. "What about you?" Ryan asked. "We've all been dying to hear your story." John didn't even know where to begin, as he had been through more events and trials than he could explain in a single night. Those nearby, including his mother and father, all asked John to reveal what he had been up to this past year, and why he was unable to return earlier. Just as John was thinking of how to start his story, the front doors to the great hall slammed open with great force, grabbing the attention of everyone in the hall. Everyone looked at the newcomer with stunned silence, as their performance earlier in the day was also one of the hottest topics of discussion within the Fenix clan. Without missing a step, the person who had opened the doors entered the great hall and confidently strided towards where John was sitting. They strode up to the table where John and his family were sitting and gazed at each of his family members. "Are you not going to introduce me to your family?" Lillian asked as she stared straight at John. "John, who is this?" John's mother, Rachel, couldn't help but ask. "She's incredibly beautiful. Is she your girlfriend?" She continued with a mischievous expression on her face. "Mom, what the hell are you talking about?" John exclaimed as he stared at his master, ready for her to beat him for such a thing having been said. "This is the vice sect leader of my heavenly lightning sect," John quickly clarified, "and also my master." Cade and Barden immediately stood up and bowed his head towards Lillian as a sign of respect. "Thank you for your assistance today," Cade Fenix said to Lillian. "Without your aid, our clan would have no doubt been destroyed." "No need to thank me," Lillian replied with a calm voice. "I dealt with that man for my own personal reasons." "Then I must thank you for watching over my son and raising him as your disciple," Barden suddenly replied. "Clearly you have taken his power to incredible heights." John rolled his eyes as he heard his father's words. "The only thing this crazy woman ever did for me was beat me," John grumbled, but quickly realized the error of his ways. His eyes widened in panic as he stared at his master. Lillian's hawk-like gaze locked onto John, who quickly tried to flee from the great hall. Bang! A slapping sound resounded out across the entire hall, as everyone saw their powerful young master savagely beaten across the face by a woman holding a wooden stick. Their young master, whose power was far beyond their imagination, was yelling curses and profanities at the woman who was chasing him around the great hall, constantly beating him senseless with her wooden stick. His pained cries echoed throughout the great hall as his stunned Fenix clan looked on. Chapter 399, Nostalgic Feelings. The Fenix clan festivities continued deep into the night, before most of the Fenix clan members returned to their homes. Everyone knew that while they were safe and no longer on the verge of destruction, the rebuilding process would need to begin the very next day. "John!" An ethereal feminine voice entered John's ears, causing his head to swivel in all directions, searching for the source of the sound. "Who are you?" John cried out in confusion as he spotted no one around him. "John!" The voice sounded out once more, filling John with a familiar feeling. "Huh?" John suddenly sat up straight in his bed after being hastily roused from his deep sleep. He looked around for a moment, taking in what had happened, before he wearily woke up and took a deep stretch, yawning in the process as well. "It was just a dream," John mumbled to himself as he got out of bed. But why did it feel so real, and why was that voice so nostalgic? It's like I've heard it before, but have never heard it at the same time. Weird. After the festive celebrations last night, John and his family retired to their mansion, which was luckily still intact. John's mother had invited his master to lodge in the house as well, but Lillian refused and disappeared from sight eventually. Upon arriving in his room, John fell onto his bed and almost immediately fell asleep. His dreams had been quite chaotic last night, mostly likely due to the accumulated stress from over the last few months. However, none of his dreams had felt as real as the last one. John shook his head a few times to get the lingering thoughts out of his mind before he hopped out of bed and walked to his washroom. Today is going to be quite a busy day again, John sighed as he began to wash up. After washing up, John put on a fresh Fenix clan robe. While he had many heavenly lightning sect robes which were more luxurious, it felt right wearing his Fenix clan robes at the moment. John finished his morning routine before he walked downstairs. A familiar sense of nostalgia washed over him as he smelled his mother's breakfast cooking. "John, you're awake," Rachel Fenix called out happily. "Come, sit. I made your favorite breakfast," she said to him with a large smile on her face. "Morning, Mom. Morning, Dad," John called out as he sat at the table where his father was already seated. Barden Fenix smiled as he greeted John. "Morning, son. Seems like you slept quite well last night. It's already almost midday," Barden replied. "That late," John replied. "I guess I was more tired than I realized." "Eat up before the food gets cold," Rachel suddenly spoke up. John nodded his head and began to eat the meal his mother had prepared. "So good," John called out as he took the first bite, and a familiar taste filled his mouth. "Of course it is," his mother replied. "I wouldn't have your first home-cooked meal in a year be a bad one." John nodded his head as he took another bite of his breakfast. He quickly finished the meal, and a satisfied feeling filled his body. "The patriarch wants to see you today," Barden suddenly said to John. John glanced at his father and nodded his head. "Sure, I'm sure you all have a lot of questions," John replied. "Something like that," Barden replied. "We have quite a busy day ahead of us. We should head out now." "Lead the way," John replied. Barden and John bid Rachel farewell with 2 warm embraces before they left their mansion and strode out into their courtyard. John took in the familiar courtyard and also spotted the cultivation platform to the side of the house. Barden noticed his gaze and smiled in reminiscence as well. "Seems like just yesterday I was teaching you about cultivation on that platform, and look at you now, already stronger than your old man. Time surely does fly," Barden said as he shook his head in self-pity. "Don't feel too bad, father," John replied. "I was cultivating in the Holy Lands while you were here. If you were in the Holy Lands as well, I'm sure your cultivation speed would be incredible as well." Despite being the youngest son of Cade Fenix, Barden already had the second highest cultivation in the Fenix clan after the patriarch, revealing his immense talent. "How could I feel bad?" Barden replied, boisterous, with a large smile on my face. "My son is a heavenly prodigy, just that alone is enough to die happily." John shook his head as he asked his father to lead the way. Barden immediately took to the sky and flew towards the deeper reaches of the Fenix clan. John followed closely behind, and the two quickly arrived at the building located at the highest point within the Fenix clan. The building was constructed against the mountainside and was quite luxurious. John examined it closely from the outside for a moment. "I guess I've never been in this building before," John said to his father as they landed and strode through the main doors. "Most in the clan never have," Barden replied. "This is where the patriarch lives. When he passed his authority of clan leader down to my father, he decided to stay out of the spotlight. That's why you never saw him," Barden explained as he strode deeper into the building. John followed closely behind and quickly spotted many other Fenix clan elders gathered as well. They all turned to look at John, whose status within the clan was at the highest, even above that of the patriarchs. As soon as John walked in the room in which the elders were gathered, his eyes locked onto a particular person who was extremely eye-catching. In the very center of the room, Oren Fenix, stripped bare, was chained to a pole. His body was bloodied and bruised, and his eyes stared at John with hate. Chapter 400, Gathering of Elders. John raised his eyebrows slightly as he took in the scene before him. After he had vanquished the Crimson Valley sect army, he had knocked the traitor Oren unconscious and left his fate for the clan to decide. After looking at Oren, John glanced up ahead and spotted a familiar figure. He walked over and bowed his head in respect. "Patriarch, you seem to be doing much better today," John said respectfully. The clan patriarch, Grayson Fenix, was seated up on a raised platform at the front of the large room. His body still seemed weak, but his complexion was fuller than the day before and his aura much more stable. The patriarch smiled as he inspected John closely. "I am doing well thanks to you," he replied with a warm smile. "I never thought the savior of our clan would be a junior a dozen times younger than me, but fate is a fickle thing." John smiled as he heard this. "I'm not the clan's savior," he replied. "I was just defending my flesh and blood just like anyone else in the clan would." "Everyone is here. Then let's get started," a voice from behind boomed out within the room. Everyone turned to see their clan leader, Cade Fenix, stride into the room. Cade looked at his son Oren for a moment, his eyes both angered and sad, before he strode past him and seated himself next to the patriarch. All eyes looked to Cade as he addressed the group of gathered elders. "We have survived the clan's greatest tribulation and must now focus on rebuilding. But before that, we must deal with my traitorous son." All eyes glanced at Oren, before they glanced back at Cade. John walked back to where his father was and took a seat. We interrogated him last night, but did not find out much. He gave us no information regarding the reason for his betrayal, or if anyone else was involved with his betrayal, Cade explained. I have some information, John suddenly spoke up. Everyone in the room looked to John, curious as to what he knew about Oren. John stood up as he addressed the gathered Fenix clan elders. Oren's betrayal is most likely linked to the Bloodfiend sect, John started to explain. The Bloodfiend sect, several elders exclaimed. That name had instilled a sense of fear within them, as it was the reason for their near destruction. Yes, I imagine that they have given him promises of riches and power for his betrayal, just like they did for Parker, John replied. Parker, Cade replied. Parker was taken in by a Holy Land elder who claimed to be part of the Firelight sect. Is this not the case? John raised his eyebrows as he heard this explanation. It seems as though the Bloodfiend sect made up a story, as to keep the details of Parker's betrayal a secret. I suppose it makes sense. John shook his head as he addressed the room once more. Parker didn't join that sect. Instead, he betrayed me in the Pocket Realm, forced me nearly to my death, and joined up with the Bloodfiend sect instead, he explained. What? A collective yell of surprise echoed out within the room as many elders stood up in shock. Parker was one of their most promising young geniuses, and such news was a complete shock. Cade Fenix raised his hand to call for order, silencing the other elders within the room. You have no idea what you're talking about, Oren Fenix suddenly shouted out at John. John glanced at Oren with indifferent eyes before he addressed the group of elders once more. In the Pocket Realm, I was surrounded by Dylan, Jason, and a few other enemies. I would have escaped, but Parker betrayed me, forcing me to enter a zone of death. His condition for his betrayal was to join the Bloodfiend sect, which was happily accepted by Jason. Luckily, I escaped the zone of death and was transported to the Holy Lands. John explained all that had happened. His gaze locked onto the nearby Oren. As the father of Parker, I'm more than certain that Oren's betrayal is linked to Parker's. They must have agreed beforehand to join the Bloodfiend sect. Is this true? Cade gazed at his son Oren with hate-filled eyes as he asked for the truth. Oren looked at his father, and a large, sinister smile appeared on his face. Who knows? Oren replied. He knew his fate was sealed, and so was keeping as much information about his son a secret, not that it mattered anyways. It really doesn't matter anyways, John replied. The Bloodfiend sect has been destroyed and will no longer be a concern of ours. What? Another collective gasp of shock filled the room as John revealed this truth. Are you sure of this? Cade Fenix asked John with great concern in his voice. They were still on edge due to the Bloodfiend sect's interference and were trying to figure out ways to deal with that threat. However, none of them could come up with a solution other than remain under the protection of the Heavenly Lightning sect. I'm more than sure, John replied calmly, because I was the one that destroyed them. The room of elders, who were already more shocked than they had ever been, felt their shock rise even higher to levels they thought impossible. Even Barden couldn't believe what his son was saying, as it truly sounded impossible. How is that possible? The patriarch spoke up for the first time. Impossible. At the same time, Oren called out in shocked protest, unwilling to believe the words John had uttered. The details aren't that important, but what I said is the truth, John replied. Explaining his tribulation was more trouble than it was worth. His calm and assured tone made everyone realize that he was telling the truth, which shocked them even further. However, such news was beyond fantastic for the Fenix clan, causing them to breathe out a collective sigh of relief. Even Cade and the patriarch did so as well. Then our greatest threat is no more, Cade said to the room. What about Parker? Was he destroyed as well? He asked John. John shook his head at Cade's question. Parker was no longer in the Bloodfiend sect when I destroyed it. I'm not sure where he was taken, but he still lives. Ha 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 ha, Oren started laughing maniacally at John's words. Everyone in the room looked towards him as his laughter continued for some time. Parker is far out of your reach. When he returns, his power will be far more than you can withstand. John frowned at Oren's words, as he seemed to know a bit more about Parker's fate. Silence, you traitorous filth, Cade shouted as he wrapped up his son with a restrictive chi, stopping his laughter. He glanced at two nearby elders and instructed them to take Oren back to the dungeons for further interrogation. After dealing with Oren and finishing the discussion on his treason, the discussion turned to the rebuilding of the Fenix clan and how to best go about it. Upon hearing this topic brought up, John stepped forward once more and gave his suggestion. Why not establish a Fenix clan branch in the Holy Lands?